The prayer this morning will be offered by the good delegate representing Prince George's County.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and happy Maryland Day, colleagues. 391 years ago, settlers aboard the Ark and the Dove settled here in Maryland on March 25th, 1634. Let us pray. Oh God, we remember. We remember those who had the courage to leave from their homeland to go to an unknown land, God. For those who left to be the third in the nation to settle this great state, God. May we who continue to provide safety as the Ark did so many before, for those that saw the dove as a sign of peace, of love, may we continue to walk in that legacy, oh God. May we continue to provide safety for those in this state. May we continue to provide peace for those who are in turmoil. And God, may we bring hope to the hopeless. It's in your name we pray. Amen.
Amen. Quorum call.
Madam Speaker. This is gonna.
Has everyone recorded their presence? If so, the clerk will take the call. There being 135 members present, the House is now in session. The clerk will read the journal from the previous day.
Annapolis, Maryland, March the 9th, 2025.
Recognizing the Deputy Majority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Moves so much be considered the reading of the journal.
So ordered, petitions, memorials, and other papers. House resolution recognizing the good delegate from Anne Arundel County.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Colleagues, on this Maryland Day, I rise to acknowledge the 4A Maryland State Champions, Crofton High School field hockey team. Not only did they win the title this year, they won it last year and the year previous, making this a three-peat. The legacy and dynasty continues at Crofton High School. They were able to defeat their rival Broadneck 2-0 in the state championship. I'm here to honor Lila Poknes, Olivia Feely, and then we have a large group in the gallery: Maddie, Chloe, Kate, Grace, Charlotte, Grace, Mary Kate, Zoe, Haley, Kaylee, Laylee, Ashley, Lila, Bree, Olivia, Grace, Quinn, Sophia, Carly, Casey, Ava, Izzy, Lena, Grace, Karen, Jackie, Willow, Riley, and Penny. Congratulations, Crofton High School.
Will the reading clerk please read the resolution in full?
Be it hereby known to all that the House of Delegates of Maryland offers its sincerest congratulations to the Crofton High School field hockey team in recognition of your dedication, passion, and leadership in guiding your team to the 2024 Maryland Public Schools Secondary Athletic Association 4A Field Hockey State Championship. The entire membership extends best wishes on this memorable occasion and directs this resolution to be presented on this 25th day of March 2025.
Special order calendar number 53. The clerk will read the bill.
House Bill 350, Budget Bill, Fiscal Year 2026. Favorable amendments.
Madam Speaker.
Yes.
Okay, Madam Speaker, members of the House of Delegates, the Appropriation Committee recommends 199 amendments to this budget. These amendments are indicated in the committee report and on the committee report shared yesterday. The budget is linked to House Bill 352, the Budget Reconciliation and Financing Act, which balances this budget, fiscal years 25 and 26. As I said yesterday, we came into the session facing a budget gap. Midway through session, that was made worse by revenue write-down. This is a direct result of the chaos and dysfunction coming from Washington. We had to make many tough choices and decisions to shore up this budget, balancing cuts and new revenues. We made these decisions in close partnership with the governor and the Senate and under the leadership of our Speaker. The budget before you today is not only balanced, but leaves a cash surplus and additional cash reserves of almost $2 billion to put Maryland in strong fiscal footing. Now I'd like to turn to the committee amendments, which are marked in the committee report and indicated in the committee reprint. I will introduce the amendments in groups. After describing the amendments, I will then move to each for a group to be adopted. If any member has concerns about the specific amendment, please ask to have that amendment separated for debate. As in the past, I ask members to hold additional amendments until after the committee amendments have been considered. Please keep in mind that any amendments are to be drawn to the committee reprint. With your permission, Madam Speaker, I will now move to the committee amendments.
Permission granted.
All right. Amendments 1 through 9 pertain to the Judiciary, the Office of the Public Defender, and the Office of the Attorney General. In the Judiciary, Amendment 1, 2, 5, 7, and 5 through 7 reduce new positions in the operating funds. Amendment 3 restricts funds. Amendment 4 restricts funds pending submission of a report. In the Office of Public Defender, Amendment 8 reduces operating expenses. In the Office of Attorney General, Amendment 9 makes technical changes in language. Move adoptions of Amendment 1 through 9.
So ordered. Hold on a second. Question for the House is the adoption of committee amendments 1 through 9. All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? The ayes have it. Amendments are adopted.
Amendments 10 through 19 pertain to Workers' Compensation Commission, the Board of Public Works, the Executive Department, the Maryland Energy Administration, the Governor's Office of Small Minority and Women-Owned Business, the Governor's Office of Children, and the Governor's Office of Crime Prevention. In the Workers' Comp Commission, Amendment 10 reduces operating funds in the Board of Public In the Board of Public Works, Amendment 11 reduces the contingent fund. In the Executive Department, Amendment 12 deletes new positions. Amendment 13 deletes double budgeted funds. In the Office of Small Minority and Women-Owned Business, Amendment 14 restricts funds pending a report. In the Governor's Office of Children, Amendment 15 and 16 reduce general and special funds for grant programs. In the Governor's Office of Crime Prevention and Policy, Amendment 17 and 19 restrict funds pending the submission of a report, and Amendment 18 deletes new positions and associated funds. Move the adoption of Amendments 10 through 19.
Question for the House is the adoption of committee amendments 10 through 19. All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? The ayes have it. Amendments are adopted.
Amendment 20 through 33 pertain to the Maryland Cannabis Administration, the Interagency Commission on School Construction, the Maryland Stadium Authority, the Board of Elections, the Department of Planning, the Military Department, the Maryland Department of Energy and Management, and the Maryland Health Exchange. In the Maryland Cannabis Administration, Amendment 20 restricts funds pending the submission of a report. In the Interagency Committee on School Construction, Amendment 21 and 22 restricts funds pending the submission of reports. And Amendment 23 restricts funds pending the submission of a letter. In the Maryland Stadium Authority, Amendment 24, 25, and 27 reduce special funds, and Amendment 26 restricts funds to be used for a particular purpose. In the Board of Elections, Amendment 28 reduces special funds to defer IT projects. In the Department of Planning, Amendment 29 reduces general funds. In the Military Department, Amendment 30 deletes vacant positions. In the Department of Energy Management, Amendment 31 deletes funds for new positions. In the Maryland Health Benefit Exchange, Amendment 32 reduces funds, and Amendment 32 makes funding contingent on the enactment of legislation. Move the adoption of Amendments 20 through 33.
Question for the House is the adoption of committee amendments 20 through 33. All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? The ayes have it.
Amendments 34 through 50 pertain to the West North Avenue Development Authority of the State Department of Assessments and Taxation, the Department of Budget and Management, the Department of Information Technology, the Department of General Services, Department of Civic Innovation. The West North Avenue Authority, Amendment 34 adds language, and Amendment 35 reduces funds. In the State Department of Assessments and Taxation, Amendment 36 adds language reducing funds, and Amendment 36-7 restricts funds pending submission of reports. In the Department of Budget and Management, Amendments 38 through 40 restrict funds pending submission of reports, and Amendment 41 adds language making general fund reduction and special fund appropriation contingent on the enactment of legislation. Department of Information Technology, Amendment 42 restricts funds pending submissions of report. Amendment 43 restricts funds to be transferred to another purpose contingent on legislation. Amendment 44 strikes language and reduces general funds in the Information Technology Investment Fund. Amendment 45 restricts funds pending corrective actions for audit findings. Amendment 46 reduces funds to delete long-term vacant positions. And 47 makes technical corrections. In the Department of General Services, Amendment 48 and 49 restrict funds pending submission of reports. In the Department of Civic and Innovation, Amendment 50 reduces new positions and associated funding. Move the adoption of Amendments 34 through 50.
Question for the House is adoption of committee amendments 34 through 50. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed? The ayes have it. Amendments are adopted.
Amendments 51 to 68 pertain to the Maryland Department of Transportation, the Department of Natural Resources, and the Maryland Department of Agriculture. Department of Transportation, Amendment 51 adds language requesting a report. Amendments 52, 57, 59, and 60 delete funding for new positions. Amendments 53, 54 restrict funds to the intended purpose. Amendments 55 and 56 establish debt limits and require reports. Amendment 58 requires funds pending submission of a report. In the Department of Natural Resources, Amendment 61 restricts funds for a grant. Amendment 62 reduces funds for the easement purchases contingent on legislation. Amendment 63 restricts funds. In the Maryland Department of Agriculture, Amendment 64 reduces new positions and funding. Amendment 65 reduces funds for agriculture easement purchases contingent on legislation. Amendment 66 and 67 reduce funds for a new program, making remaining funding contingent on legislation, and restricts funds pending the submission of a report. Amendment 68 deletes federal funds. Move the adoption of Amendments 51 through 68.
Madam Speaker.
Question for the House is the adoption of committee amendments 51 through 68. All in favor signify by saying
Madam Speaker. Madam,
aye. Aye.
not yet. Madam Speaker, I would like to pull out amendments number 62 and 65 together for discussion, please.
Committee Chair.
Okay. 62 and 65 for discussion. Can we vote both of those together?
Yes, please.
Okay. So I'll move the adoption of 51 through 61, Madam Speaker. Move the adoption of 51 through 61.
Yes. All right. Question for the House is the adoption of committee amendments 51 through 61. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed? Okay. The ayes have it. Amendments have been adopted.
And I'll move the adoption of 63 and 64.
Okay. Question for the House is the adoption of committee amendments 63 and 64. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed? The ayes have it. Amendments have been adopted.
And I'll move the adoption of amendments 66 through 68.
Question for the House is adoption of committee amendments 66 through 68. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed? Amendments have been adopted. Recognizing maker of an amendment he has.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I have a couple questions for the floor leader on amendments 62 and 65.
Floor leader.
Good morning.
Good morning. It's great to actually see you. I always, we don't ever face each other. So, real quick question. So, please tell me what these two amendments do when combined.
You're talking about the
Amendment 62 and 65 dealing with transferring funds from
Program
Program
Open
Open
Space?
Space. Yes, ma'am.
Yes. So this is the amendment that takes $25 million out of Program Open Space and moves it in each of 4 years to help balance the budget basically, to fix the structural deficit. It's one component of that. And so the program open space money of $25 million is taken from 3 different areas. Each year it's a little bit different, but for example, in 2027, the amount coming from the Rural Legacy Program is $7.1 million. From the state side, open space is $7.2 million. And from the Maryland Agricultural Land Preservation Program is $13.3 million. And so each year there's a different amount proportionally coming from those 3 funds.
So where is the money intended to go?
The money is one component of the entire plan that we have been working on to eliminate the structural deficit.
So what's the net effect then on program open space by moving this money in terms of, are we going to have less opportunity to preserve our green spaces and our farms and the land we're all here fighting to defend?
Yes, and let me say first that we empathize with your concern. And in fact, the Department of Legislative Services recommended that we wipe out all of open space money, and we did not allow that, so we rejected that recommendation. But what this does not do is it doesn't impact local open space funds. It doesn't represent that larger cut that was recommended by DLS. It does not zero out the funds in any of the programs. So there will be money left in the Rural Legacy Program, in the stateside fund, and in the Maryland Agricultural Land Preservation Program in each of those years to be able to use for land preservation.
So my biggest concern with this is these programs are unbelievably important for all of us, for all our farms, for our rural areas, for all our green spaces, regardless of our geography in the state. And so my greatest concern is, by even chipping away at this, we're sending a signal to our farmers and all these people that are in competition to save their farms, to save their property, to make sure they're growing our food, and obviously ag's our biggest industry, right? And so we're sending a message to all these folks that we're willing to take some away from them. And I think of all the programs we're considering cuts, this is probably the one we need to undo the most. Like we should not be cutting this funding to these folks right now. We have farms closing, farms failing. We have farmers looking to get out entirely, farms getting developed, and we want housing, we want good housing stock, but we also don't want farmers to be forced to move their properties into development because these programs aren't existing to support them, or at least being rolled back and they don't have as big a piece of a pie to support them.
I understand your concern. This was the most painful cut that my subcommittee took. But you should be assured that we have balances left, sizable balances, in all 3 of the programs that can be used for the uses that you specify. And I mean, you're on Ways and Means, right?
Yes.
So you understand that we have to balance the budget structurally. This is one of those painful cuts. If we had another idea, if you had another idea how to make this up, it might be something we could consider. But right now, this is the best we can do, preserving the land preservation funds and only taking that small amount each year, although we agree it is a painful cut. Members, I would urge you to support this.
Madam Speaker.
Thank you for the conversation. And colleagues, once again, there's lots of conversations. I think you're going to hear some great ideas today on ways we can balance this budget without having to raise taxes or do some of these type of painful cuts to programs that are important to, again, our farmers, our rural areas, all the folks. We all care about the environment here. These programs help preserve our environment in a very direct way. So I would urge you to resist this amendment. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Yes, Committee Chair.
Madam Speaker, just a bit of house statement. I think we have to take these as separate votes, I'm understanding from the clerk. So I'll just move the adoption of 62 at this point, and then we can do 65. Thank you.
Madam Speaker.
All right. Okay. Want to
Madam
write now?
Yeah.
Yes.
Could the floor leader rise for a question, please? Back in the O'Malley years, didn't we do this? Didn't we take money from this before, only to find out a few years later we had to put that money back in? And I guess my question would be, is that true, first of all?
Well, I wasn't here in the O'Malley years, so I can't answer that question.
Okay. I believe I'm correct. And my problem with this is, we're kind of taking something, we're going to kind of mortgage our future a little bit, because I think the same thing will most likely happen as we move down the road with this budget. Is this a temporary cut, or is that the way you see it, or is this something you feel will be permanent?
Right now, it is seen as a 4-year cut, and there's no, I'm sorry, a 3-year cut. There's no specification to put the money back because it would defeat the purpose of a 3-year spread to balance the structural deficit.
Okay. Again, just brief comment. My sentiment on this is that we're going to be doing something that we're ultimately coming back and reversing. This is history repeating itself, and I don't think it's good budget practice, but thank you.
Yes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Yes, the floor leader, please. So again, so what is the net amount that's going to be after the 3 years of actually being removed from Program Open Space?
Well, there are 3 different funds within Program Open Space. And so is your question how much will be
The
left?
total amount of all of those 3 funds that we're decreasing for the program, for land conservation?
$25 million a year
Okay.
for
So
3
70,
years.
75, okay. All right, I thank you very much, I appreciate that. I do stand and support my colleague to my left, and I understand his sentiments. We do have a lot of farmland in our community, and I don't know if this body remembers, I mean, pretty much, you know, this program started like 50 years ago in the state of Maryland. And so we've been doing this for decades, and so decades ago, Maryland realized the benefit of land conservation. And Maryland has been a leader in promoting the benefits of land preservation and open space. And we take pride nationally. We are recognized nationally for our protecting our green space. I think that's very important, and we want to like hold to that title. That's something we can be very proud of over the years. And just some of the benefits, let me mention, and it's right on, you know, on the website. It says one of the benefits of this, of course, is environmental conservation. It strengthens local communities and is our nation's best and perhaps only hope for securing the critical public benefits provided by natural and working lands, such as clean water, clean air, habitat for plants, animals, and healthy local foods. So this is very important, and I would love to see this complete fund restored so that we can remain one of Maryland's best when it comes to protecting our green open space. Thank you.
Madam Speaker,
Yes.
I love this. This is great. All session we hear from the minority party, can't have any taxes. No, can't have that. Now the minority party is telling us we can't have any cuts. We can't have any taxes. We can't have any cuts. I don't know what we're supposed to do, honestly. We agree with you. That was beautifully said. That was beautiful. We agree with you. We don't like this cut. We don't want to take this cut. But sometimes you have to govern. Every now and then, you have to govern. And taking hard cuts and taking hard revenue is what governing looks like. So we agree. We don't like this cut. I hope that there are some more restorations we're going to see from the minority party so we can talk more about how hard these cuts are. Let's talk more about how hard these cuts are and how hard even more cuts would be. So thank you. Thank you for illustrating this point. We appreciate it and we agree with you. These cuts are hard.
Question for the House is the adoption of committee amendment number 62. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed? Roll call.
Madam Speaker?
Madam Speaker, in explaining my vote, a green vote is sticking with the committee. Just so everyone understands, a green vote sticks with the committee and ensures that we are balanced, by the way. Thank you.
Yes.
And Madam Speaker, I think we still have to move Amendment 65, which I think are the same arguments that we've just made.
No. We
Oh, I'm
got to
sorry.
do one thing at a time. Okay, let me do my work, okay? Clerk will take the call. There being 102 members, 102 in the affirmative, the amendment passes. All right. Now, Yes, now
Mo-
you can talk about it.
Move Amendment 65. Thank you.
Okay. Question for the House is the adoption of amendment number 65. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed? Clerk will call the roll. Ayes have it. But just want to make sure, because you never know about you guys.
I know that's right.
Committee Chair.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Amendments 69 through 91 pertain to the Maryland Department of Health. The Maryland Department of Health Amendments 69, 71, 72, 78, 87, 89, and 90 reduce funds. Amendment 70 restricts funds pending submission of certain budgetary changes. Amendments 73 and 79 modify language to conform actions in the BRFA. Amendments 74 through 76 restrict funds. Amendments 77, 80, 84, 86, 88, and 91 restrict funds for the purposes appropriated. Amendments 81 through 83 restrict funds pending submission of reports and corrective actions for repetitive audit findings. Amendment 85 adds language restricting cost containment actions. Move the adoption of Amendments 69 through 91.
Question for the House is the adoption of committee amendments 69 through 91. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed? The ayes have it. Clerk will call the roll. I'm going to push it.
No, it's not. The ayes have it already.
Oh, the ayes have it. Okay, good. What we got? Committee chairs.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Amendments 92 through 106 pertain to the Department of Human Services. Amendments 92 through 95 and 104 restrict funds pending submission of reports. Amendment 96 through 98 restrict funds for foster care or child welfare services and assistance payments to that purpose. Amendments 99 reduces funds to align with expected costs and to realign funding to another program. Amendment 100 through 102 restricts funds pending the resolution of repeat and audit findings and submission of reports. Amendments 103 and 105 reduce funds to align with expenses. Amendment 106 restricts funds for specific purposes. Move the adoption of Amendments 92 through 106.
Question for the House is the adoption of committee amendments 92 through 106. All in favor signify by saying aye. I think the ayes have it. The amendments are adopted. Yes.
Amendments 107 through 119 pertain to the Maryland Department of Labor and the Department of Public Safety and Correctional Services. In the Maryland Department of Labor, Amendment 107 restricts funds pending resolution of audit findings. Amendment 108 adds language making funds contingent on legislation. Amendment 109 reduces funds contingent on the failure of legislation. The Department of Public Safety and the Correctional Services, Amendments 110 through 115, 117, and 119 restrict funds pending reports. Amendment 116 reduces funds to account for expected liquidated damages. Amendment 118 adds language making funding contingent on legislation, expressing intent, and restricting funds pending a report. Move the adoption of Amendments 107 through 119.
Madam Speaker,
Yes.
I would ask for a carve-out of amendment number 115.
Committee chair.
Yep. Can I then move the adoption of 107 through 114?
Question for the House is the adoption of committee amendments 107 through 114. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed? The ayes have it. Amendments are adopted. Committee chair.
And Madam Speaker, I'll move the adoption of Amendments 116 to 119. 16. He pulled out 115.
We got to take 115.
Okay, that's fine. Move the adoption of 115.
Question for, yes.
I'm just up to speak about amendment 115 whenever you're ready.
I called you.
Okay, thank you. So when I look at amendment 115, it looks surprisingly similar to one that I offered in a prior legislative session to withhold funding from an agency until certain reports are issued. Only my topic was in reference to abortion reporting. This amendment proposes to withhold $100,000 in funds until a report is made on gender identity, transgender individuals, and includes reporting on the number of requests by transgender individuals to receive gender-affirming care while incarcerated. Same concept, two totally different topics. Madam Speaker, if I could ask the floor leader a couple questions regarding this amendment.
Yes, Minority Whip.
Good morning.
Good morning. So if we were worried about privacy being compromised in the release of personal information in the case of abortion, wouldn't we have similar concerns with the release of personally identifiable information in regards to transgender inmates?
So what this amendment does, hopefully this helps to address your question. This amendment is about a study to make sure we are in compliance with the Prison Rape Elimination Act, because transgender individuals who are incarcerated are at much higher risk of sexual violence. And if we're not tracking that, then we're not able to prevent it and we're out of compliance with federal law. There's nothing in this study that is giving any individual identification to these individuals, but we need to track this in order to make sure that they are getting the appropriate safety, as I imagine all of us would want, while incarcerated.
So actually, it doesn't answer the question, because in the report that I requested on abortion, there was absolutely nothing personally identifiable in that report, and you're saying there's nothing personally identifiable in this report. So I do fail to see the difference. Maybe we just trust the Department of Corrections more than we do the Department of Health. So I know the amendment withholds $100,000, but do you know what the anticipated cost of the actual study is?
They can do it with existing resources.
Okay. And then once the study's returned, is the plan to offer sex change operations to inmates at taxpayer expense?
I was waiting for that one. So currently, the department is in support of the study. They did a similar one last year. They actually supported us continuing it so they can make sure they address the needs of this community. And we're talking about healthcare for a lot of these individuals. We're not talking about people necessarily transitioning. I think that's your question while they're incarcerated. Many of them have already transitioned, and if they are not getting access to healthcare, then they will face grave circumstances. Their health will deteriorate. So based off of that, yes, some of this is making sure that they get access to the healthcare that they are already receiving before they entered, so that their health doesn't deteriorate.
So that was a yes, we would ask taxpayers to fund gender transitioning while incarcerated?
No, that was actually a no. These folks have already transitioned, okay? But many of them are taking medications and supplements already. So it is them continuing to be. They aren't starting necessarily transitioning while they're incarcerated. It is helping them stay where they are, because if they stop, their health can deteriorate.
Okay, so then those that have not started the process, the taxpayers would not pick up the tab. Is that what I'm hearing?
That's not what the study is about.
I'm sorry, what was that?
That's not what the study is about.
Okay, so what is the study about?
About making sure we're in compliance with the Prison Rape Elimination Act, which I hope we would agree that we should be helping to address.
Certainly. So I know also in the budget there was a proposal to fund body-worn cameras for correctional officers. Does that remain in the budget?
Yes.
So that money is still in the budget?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Thank you. I appreciate that. I know we all have differences of opinion in regards to this amendment, but I do ask that amendment number 115 be removed from House Bill 350.
Mr. Chair.
Question before the House is the adoption of Committee Amendment 115. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed? Roll call.
Madam Speaker?
Clerk will call the roll. Make the call. The amendment passes.
Madam Speaker, please move the amendments 116 to 119.
Question for the House is the adoption of Committee Amendments 116 through 119. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed? The ayes have it. Amendments have been adopted.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Amendment 120 to 134 pertain to the Maryland State Department of Education, Morgan State University, the Maryland Public Broadcasting Commission, and the Maryland Higher Education Commission. In the Maryland State Department of Education, Amendment 120 reduces personnel expenditures. Amendment 121 reduces funds to level fund a program. Amendment 122, 123, and 125 strike language that would have reduced funds contingent on legislation. Amendment 124 and 127 reduce funds. Amendment 126 restricts funds for a particular purpose and requests a report. In Morgan State University, Amendment 128 restricts funds pending a report, and Amendment 129 adds language restricting funds pending resolution of audit findings. In the Maryland Public Broadcasting Commission, Amendment 130 restricts funds pending a report. In the Maryland Higher Education Commission, Amendments 131 and 132 reduce funds to align with recent spending. Amendment 133 and 134 are technical. Move the adoption of Amendments 120 through 134.
Question for the House is the adoption of committee amendments 120 through 134. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed? The ayes have it. Amendments are adopted.
Amendments 135 to 151 pertain to the Department of Housing and Community Development, the Department of Commerce, the Department of Juvenile Services, the Department of State Police, Public Debt, and the State Reserve Fund. In the Department of Housing and Community Development, Amendment 135 deletes a position. Amendment 136 strikes language and deletes funds that are provided in the capital budget. In the Department of Commerce, Amendment 137 through 140, 142, and 143 reduce funds. Amendment 141 adds language to transfer funds contingent on legislation. The Department of Juvenile Services, Amendment 144 restricts funds to be used for a particular purpose. Department of State Police, Amendment 145 and 146 reduce funds and new positions. In Public Debt, Amendment 147 reduces funds due to anticipated savings. And the State Reserve Fund, Amendments 148 and 149 strike language and reduce funds. Amendment 150 and 151 add language making funds contingent on enactment of legislation and reduce funds. Move the adoption of Amendments 135 through 151.
Okay. Yes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm asking if we can pull amendment number 143 from there for consideration. I believe that's the one taking money from tourism through commerce.
Okay, Madam Speaker, I will move the adoption of 135 to 142.
Okay. The question for the House is the adoption of committee amendments 135 through 142. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed? The amendments are adopted. Maker of the motion.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. So my concern with the amendment 143, it's taking money from tourism. To me, this was the year that I think we should have grown tourism. As we know, tourism is the workhorse for Maryland. The return on investment is $1. Every dollar we spend, we get $34 back. So this amendment that's proposed would cut $3 million from the low budget that tourism has had for years. Last year it was $15.5 million. This is going to take it to, this reduction of 3.2 will take it to 12.3. And then legislatively, we're mandated to give the DMOs, the destination marketing organizations, $2.5 million of that. So that's your county or Baltimore City or the town of Ocean City through a competitive grant process. $2.5 million is shared with those. And then we're left $9.8 million. $9.8 million compared to the town of Ocean City spends $10 million, $8 million alone in media. Washington, D.C., $45 million. Pennsylvania, $31 million. Virginia, $24 million. West Virginia, $33 million. So right now we're spending a fraction. I hear, that we have a $400 million surplus if we pass this budget, taking $3 million, putting it back. If we get that return of $1 spent, for every dollar spent, $34 in return, I think it's going to help fill the donut hole that we're all trying to fill. This is something that's going to help us. So sometimes we have to be careful where we're cutting. And for that reason, I would ask you to reject the committee amendment.
Committee Chair.
Well, here we go again. More cuts the minority party doesn't like, and I understand. Let's talk about tourism for just 1 minute. Tourism is mandated at $6 million and will now be funded over the mandate. You know who else sort of agrees that it should be $12.4 million was the governor, who actually had it funded like that in the budget before we saw the Trump write-down, right? We had to absorb Well, in total, between the December and this write-down, we had to absorb $600 million of Trump write-down, and we just can't afford everything. You know, talk to the president. We can't afford everything, delegate. You know, I saw one of our minority leader party here put on Twitter, show us the cuts. Well, guess we don't have to do that anymore. The minority party is doing very well illustrating these cuts because they are real, and they are in this budget, and they are hard. But we do have to balance our budget, and so I ask that you stick with the committee to balance the budget.
Yes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. So earlier we heard about the dysfunction in D.C. with the administration. And I'm concerned that's related to the cuts, and I'm concerned that with these cuts people may be able to say the same about Maryland. I mean, when you talk about cuts, this is a cut that has a return on investment. There are smart cuts and there are cuts that aren't so smart. And I think if we're all patient, I think you'll see from the minority party that we're going to have a lot of suggestions, a lot of places that we're going to offer where you're going to be able to see cuts. So we're practicing what we're talking about. We want cuts, but the cuts have to be wise. And this, to me, is going to be detrimental. 191,000 people roughly are employed by tourism. We need to grow the private sector. The governor said it, we all say it. We know the federal job cuts are here. We need to start doing something that's going to grow the private sector. This is going to do more damage. This is going to cause more harm. This is going to make us have deeper conversations next year because the impact's going to be real. So again, I asked you to reject this amendment. Thank you.
Madam Speaker.
Yes.
I stand to support the good delegate from Worcester County. You know, I like to invest in certain things. $1 brings back $34 to the state. Pretty good investment. Just saying, we don't need to make cuts. We can continue to grow. We continue to work on revenue. There's a word, revenue. $1 for every $34. I stand to support the good delegate. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Committee Chair.
Don't want to belabor this point. There are lots of tourism dollars in this budget. This isn't the only place, just to be clear. Additionally, we are funding tourism, this particular program of tourism, $3 million over the mandate.
Yes.
Last question. I'm sorry, Mr. Chair. So help me understand where else in the budget we're funding tourism.
There's an add this year, just to this budget this year, right, that you'll see for Sail 250, which is a big program Baltimore City's putting on for our 250th anniversary of our nation, something I hope you'll support, that is going to bring lots of businesses into Baltimore and lots of tourism into Baltimore. It's replete with this. I can definitely get you a list of all kinds of stuff.
Yeah, I would appreciate that follow-up. Thank you.
Question for the House is the adoption of the amendment. All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed?
No. Roll call.
Roll call.
Madam Speaker.
Has everyone recorded their vote? Clerk will take the call. 102. The amendment is adopted.
Madam Speaker, move the adoption of amendments 144 to 151.
Okay. Question for the House is the adoption of committee amendments 144 through 151. All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? The ayes have it. Amendments have been adopted. Committee Chair.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Amendments 152 to 157 pertain to deficiency appropriations. Amendment 152 reduces funds based on spending needs. Amendment 153 adds language restricting various cost containment actions. Amendment 154 reduces funds. Amendment 155 restricts funds for behavioral health services to that purposes. Amendment 156 restricts funds for foster care, maintenance payments, and the temporary disability assistance program to these purposes. Amendment 157 reduces funds. Move the adoption of amendments 152 to 157.
Question for the House is the adoption of committee amendments 152 through 157. All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? The ayes have it. Amendments have been adopted.
Amendments 158 to 182 to pertain to the back of the bill sections. Amendment 158 and 159 add annual language. Amendment 160 reduces funds in fiscal 25 to various agencies. Amendment 161 adds funds for fiscal 25 in the Developmental Disabilities Administration. Amendment 162 adds funds in fiscal 26 for various purposes. Amendment 163 and 170 through 175 add annual language. Amendment 176 and 177 add annual sections restricting funds for the out-of-home placement report and uniform crime data. Amendment 178 restricts funds in the Department of Human Services and the Maryland Department of Health pending a report. Amendment 179 and 180 reduce personnel funding. Amendment 181 reduces funds across agencies. Amendment 182 is technical. Move the adoption of amendments 158 through 182.
Question for the House is the adoption of committee amendments 158 through 182. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? The ayes have it. Amendments have been adopted.
Amendment, thank you, Madam Speaker. Amendment 183 to 199 pertain to supplemental budget number 1. Amendment 183 adds language specifying the funding source contingent on legislation. In the Public Service Commission, Amendment 184 deletes new positions and associated funding. In the Maryland Energy Administration, Amendment 185 adds language making funds contingent on legislation. The Department of Planning, Amendment 186 deletes new positions and associated funding. In the Maryland Office of Inspector General and Health, Amendment 187 deletes new positions and associated funding. In the Department of General Services, Amendment 188 reduces funds. The Department of Transportation, Amendment 189 adds language making funds contingent on legislation. Department of Agriculture, Amendment 190 deletes positions and funding. In the Maryland Department of Labor, Amendments 191 to 193 delete new positions. Amendment 192 deletes funds. In the Maryland State Department of Education, Amendment 194 deletes new positions. Amendment 195 adds language specifying source of funds. In the Department of Commerce, Amendment 196 and 197 reduce funds. Amendments 198 and 199 make technical corrections. Move the adoption of Amendments 183 through 199.
Question for the House is the adoption of committee amendments 183 through 199. All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? The ayes have it. Amendments are adopted. The question before the House is the adoption of the favorable report as amended. All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? The ayes have it. Favorable report is adopted. Are there any additional amendments to the bill or to its title?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I have an amendment at the desk 863122/1.
Yes,
Amendment number 1.
Call on you.
Thank you. Move so much be considered the reading of the amendment.
So ordered.
Thank you. My colleague and friend, we sit up here. I talk to him about our kids, roughly the same age. Talk about the Baltimore Orioles. We talk about the Maryland Terrapins basketball. They're doing better this year, so we say nicer, kinder words than some previous years. But my colleague, the chair of the Appropriations Committee, just said, the minority party, we just offered amendments that would potentially add money back in. We got to have cuts. Well, we got cuts. We got cuts. The amendment that is before you, if adopted, would resolve the need, we believe, and I believe according to the scoring that we've received from the nonpartisan Department of Legislative Services, the need to have the highest tax increase in Maryland history. Because that's what we're going to do today and tomorrow in this chamber, is we're going to pass the highest tax increase in Maryland history. Forget the O'Malley years. That was rookie ball. We're playing major league tax increases now. And so what the amendment does, and my colleague is correct, cutting things is hard. Nobody would like to cut things. When we were flush with money, everybody spent money. But as I've said many times, we're not Washington, D.C. We just can't print the money. We aren't the fiat currency of the world that just says, we'll float $1 trillion more in bonds and everybody gets their Christmas tree filled up underneath. We can't do that. And so the choice that this legislature seems to be trucking toward at fairly high speed is tax raises. It's revenue increases. It's stifling business economies. It's making things difficult for middle and upper middle class folks and even wealthy folks, certainly. I don't go home at night and cry for folks that are wealthy, but I do worry about how they got wealthy, and I do worry that do they make decisions to remove some of the beneficial impacts they have on our economy, job creation, property tax, ownership, charitable giving, all the things they do. I wonder, do they get fed up with Maryland sometimes because of our tax and spend policies and leave? I don't cry for them. They'll have lots of money. But I do worry about the effect. The amendment before you cuts. I just heard we don't want to cut anything. Cuts. $1.6 billion, roughly, as scored by the Department of Legislative Services. And I think we need to all get honest with each other. I asked the Department of Legislative Services very directly, in this budget, aggregate, top line, total spending, do we spend more money than we spent last year? Yes. That's not what the Department of Legislative Services says. We spend more money this year, aggregate, top line, all programs. You can create special funds here and special funds there. Truth is, money's green. When the money comes into the comptroller's office, it ain't blue. It goes in a blueprint envelope. We made a decision to call it blue and say it has to go there. When the money comes in from a vehicle fee or a toll, it doesn't have a little pair of wheels on it that says this is vehicle money. It's just green, and we choose where to put it. And when times are flush, maybe that makes sense. When times are flush, when you're doing real well, you tell the spouse, you tell the family, hey, we're going to put some extra money over in the vacation fund. The vacation fund's great. We're going to put some money in the college fund, and that's great. We're going to put some money in the fund to get new clothes, and that's great. We want these things. You deserve a new TV because you worked hard all year. We got enough money. Get that new TV. I remember when TVs used to cost like a couple $1,000 to get the big screen TVs. It's jarring to go into a store now and see like 75-inch TV for $500, but used to be getting a big TV. That was a big deal. But when you don't have the money, you can't do those things. You got to keep the lights on. You got to keep the roof over your head. You got to keep the vehicle or however you get to your transportation to get to work. You got to keep that going. And that's where we're at. We're not flush. We can't do things that we'd like to do, that the advocates want us to do, that sound great, that maybe are very nice. We have to do the necessities to let our economy grow and to provide a reasonable level of protection for our taxpayers and our citizens and a reasonable level of services that they request. So what the amendment does, there's three main areas where we're not cutting really much of anything. And I asked the DLS analysts, are we spending more money in Medicaid this year than what we spent last year? Yes. Are we spending more money in pre-K through 12 education than what we spent last year? Yes, by a wide margin. Do we have more state employees in this budget than were in last year's budget? Yes. Do they all make more money than what they made last year? Yes. Go home to your constituents, tell them how you cut. Tell them what you cut. You cut project open space, program open space. You cut some tourism funding. You didn't put money into the rainy day fund, which isn't really a cut. You just didn't save any money in that envelope for your future needs. You didn't cut the main drivers of why we have a budgetary problem, because we refuse to. I don't like cutting almost any of these things. I really don't. But I will tell you, deletes new positions, places like the Public Defender's Office. These are DLS recommendations, many of them, by the way. Deletes PINs and associated funds for the Office of Immigrant Affairs that the governor wants. This is not anti-immigrant. We have thousands and thousands of government workers. Can't one or two or three or four of them take on a little bit of extra time to pay attention to immigrant affairs? Do we have to create an entire new department and hire all new people to do it? Every time somebody has an idea, it costs the Maryland taxpayer millions of dollars. We can't just repurpose people that we have. It eliminates the 1% COLA. You can't tell people we're in a budget crisis, I'm going to my neighbor and saying, give me more money in taxes, but your neighbor across the street, he's getting that money. That's not anti-state workers. State workers have gotten, according to DLS, an average of about a 37% raise over the last 6 years. I'm glad. I think that's fine. Those were decisions that were made, and there's tons of fantastic state workers. But when your house is burning down, you can't say we're going to pay people more this year too. We have the biggest budget deficit we've had in a political generation. We're going to do the biggest tax increase we've ever done. We're still going to give every state employee a raise. Tell your constituents that. Ask them if they're getting laid off Ask them if they're getting raises. Ask them where their 401ks are. You can blame Trump. You can blame anybody you want. But money's money. And people in our state are in trouble. And we're giving every state worker a raise. We're giving them an increment. We can't afford it. We can't pay for it with our organic revenue from our actual economy. We can't afford it. But darn it, we're just going to do it anyway. We're going to do it anyway. Got to do it. They're out there. They're in the hallways. They're calling you up. They're emailing you. Got to do it. We're going to increase the vacancy rate. This budget has built in, I remember being here 3 years ago and listening to the governor from that podium tell us that he was going to absolutely resolve the issues of the Hogan administration with vacancies. That we were going to hire and hire, and he has hired roughly 5,000 new state employees in the last couple of years. While our budget and our revenues have gone sideways to south, we've still continued to hire more and more people and pay them more and more money. But I remember sitting there and hearing, we're going to eliminate the Hogan administration vacancy. You know what this budget has built in? 9.5% vacancy rate. We're not going to eliminate that. We're not going to eliminate that. What our amendment does is say, hey, we'll accept a vacancy rate of 10%. Do you think that's a meaningful, significant difference in the delivery of services? 9.5% to 10%, but it does have a score. I encourage people, fiscal committees, you learn an awful lot about where the money goes. It's astounding to me how millions becomes tens of millions, becomes hundreds of millions, becomes billions overnight. We spend a lot of money. We spend a lot of money. And just increasing the vacancy rate from 9.5 to 10, tens of millions of dollars. We're going to cut Medicaid. And the first thing I'm going to tell you about Medicaid that is an issue to me that I think makes the most sense is our eligibility formulas. In Maryland, you can get Medicaid, free government paid for health care, if you were 322% of the federal poverty level. 322, more than 3 times above. Statistics indicate that as inflation has grown, that means a family of 4 can be $100,000, a little more than $100,000. Those aren't rich people, not by any stretch of the imagination. But they're not the people that the Great Society created Medicaid for. People who had no other way to get medical care. People who didn't have jobs, people who didn't have the ability to do that. 100,000, go back and tell your constituents, there's a family down the block that makes $101,000 a year and they're on Medicaid. You're paying for their for their medical treatment. See what your constituents say about that. It's not somebody that's poor, $100,000. So what the amendment will do, we'll cut the eligibility back, not all the way back, to 275%. Still almost 3 times the federal poverty level. You can qualify for Medicaid. That saves tens of millions of dollars. Right there. Common sense. We are going to cut some of the Medicaid things that this legislature has done unilaterally. They're not federally required over the last few years. And we did them for valid reasons from the political view of the majority party. Gender-affirming care, care for non-citizen immigrants, dental expansion care, that had some bipartisan support. Those all may be nice and good things. You cannot afford them without massive tax increases. Let that sink in. You cannot afford them without massive tax increases. My friend from Prince George's County from the Appropriations Committee says, where are the cuts? Here are the cuts. Governing is hard. My sweet Jesus, it is hard. It's hard to do this. When you don't have the money, it's hard to decide who you tell, I don't have the money for. But we don't have the money. We don't have it. And passing $1.6, $1.7, $1.8 billion in tax raises, I bet you we're going to come back here next year. I will stake my life we won't have it next year either. There's no state in history that's ever raised taxes and grown their economy at the same time. Doesn't work that way. New York has Wall Street. California has Silicon Valley. We've got the federal government. Which one of those 3 things you think you can rely upon more today to grow your economy? It ain't us. We'll cut that. We'll also pause a lot in this amendment of the blueprint. The blueprint is important. The blueprint has a variety of well-meaning, well-intentioned, and I hope successful programs, but the blueprint costs a lot of money. A lot. And everyone in this room that voted for it knew that, and everyone in this room that's voted for it and dealt with it over the last 3-4 years knows that. It costs a lot of money that we don't have. And you can say, well, it's paid for, it's in a special fund. That money is not blue. 12% of your sales taxes do not automatically have to go into the blueprint fund. They could be used to pay off other things in the budget, except we made a decision that they don't. Sports betting money, digital sales tax money, other things that you passed, it doesn't have to go into the blueprint fund. That wasn't a mandate from on high. That was a mandate from this room. And so as a result, we've robbed Peter to pay Paul. We've taken hundreds of millions, billions of dollars, and we've said this money is special blue. It can't be used like regular green money to pay for all the other obligations of state government. And so we wanted to be consistent and we wanted to be honest about that. There are some things in the blueprint make a lot of sense. The foundation formula, other aid programs, this amendment would continue to allow them to grow at the rate of inflation so that there's continued funds flowing in for the most important programs. But some of the other blueprint enhancements will have to be frozen until we have the money. Until we have the money. When we have the money, come back and implement all of them. That's great. You have the political ability to do that. You have the desire to do that. Some of the things I might even vote for. I think there's some things in the blueprint that are very, very well intentioned and good. But not if I don't have the money. Not if I have to go to my neighbor and rifle through his pockets to get some extra money to pay for the blueprint. There's parts of it I can't do that. And in addition, some of what the amendment will do is it will cut and repurpose funds from SAFE, S-E-I-F, Strategic Energy Fund, Green Energy Boondoggle. We are directing hundreds of millions of dollars a year thinking that the state of Maryland is going to solve the existential problem of climate change. We don't have the money. You're stealing the money from your neighbors. You're raising the taxes on a wide variety of things to pay for something that will not achieve the goal that you want to achieve. And I will tell you how I know this. I went to a Ruby Tuesdays over the weekend. I don't know if you've ever been in Ruby Tuesdays. They have these huge maps on the wall of the United States of America. My son was in there with me. He's 8 years old. He knows where Maryland is. He couldn't find it on the map. You know why? Because we're so blessed small geographically, we barely show up on the Ruby Tuesday map. We're so tiny that on a map representation on a wall, we can't get there. Doesn't mean we're not important. We're very important. Doesn't mean we don't love Maryland. We do. But you think that the policies of 6.2 million people are going to solve global climate change or dramatically contribute to what the United States numbers are when you look at the way the rest of the country and the rest of the world is going? That is not reality. And if you got the money, spend it. If we're rich and wealthy and you think that's something you want to do for political purposes, do it. But you don't have the money. You combine these cuts, there's a couple of other things in there, and I'm sure my colleague from Prince George's County can point those out. But there's a couple other things in there. But at the end of the day, here's this thing. For 2.5 months, we've heard, what's your solution? If you don't want to raise $1.6 something billion, think about that number, in new taxes and fees, how do you think we could do this and keep our government going for another year and work together and hope and pray that our economy improves and that our organic revenue growth improves, and then we can come back and spend some of these monies however you guys want to spend them? Well, here's the answer. It's not easy. I don't like it. I don't enjoy it. I don't revel whatsoever in cutting someone's job or not giving them a raise or not having them on the Medicaid rolls or not living up to promises that were made to teachers and other people. I don't like it. I don't like it. I wish we had the money. I wish we'd done better in the economy the last 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 years. But you got to start living in a land of truth and facts. And so here's a solution. Instead of the biggest tax increase in Maryland history, you can make what we believe are some rational cuts that enable programs to go forward. And when you get the money, then you can spend the money. But when you don't have it, it's not right to spend what you don't have. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Committee Chair.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Well, I guess I could say thank you for finally bringing some kind of solution here on the House floor. What are we, 70 days into session? That's great. I could get a little wonky here and talk about how almost $500 million of this solution is special funds, and we're not balancing the budget with special funds, guys. It's not balancing the budget, special funds. I could get a little wonky, I guess, and I could talk about the fact that we can't balance the budget by cutting federal funds either. So when you talk about whether this budget is bigger or smaller than last year, you really got to talk about general funds, right? That's what we control, general funds. And this budget is $400 million smaller in general funds. I could get wonky, I guess, and say, this is why you should bring this to the budget committee to vet, to make sure it really does balance the budget, maybe on a day before day 70. But I'm not going to get wonky. Instead, I'm going to thank the minority leader. And I mean this sincerely. I want to thank the minority party in Maryland for at least being honest, right? We see federal Republicans saying, well, we don't want to cut Medicaid. No. But then they have secret plans to cut Medicaid. And, oh, no, Project 25, don't look at that. And then they get in office and they obliterate the Department of Education. At least Maryland Republicans are being honest, right? That they want to cut Medicaid. Here it is. At least Maryland Republicans are being honest that they want to obliterate public education in this state. So, look, here's what's on here, page 3. Cuts to the foundation program in education. That's every kid in this state. Cuts to comp ed. That's poor kids in this state. What's this one here? Students with disabilities. They like this one so much it appears twice on the sheet. Students with disabilities. So yeah, you know what? This is a difference in values. We disagree. And it's nice that we can finally have a real conversation about our difference in values. Because we would rather tax millionaires a little more so that students with disabilities can get the services they need. Because we would rather take a little cut to tourism rather than a cut to every kid in this state or families who need Medicaid. So look, we can argue this all day. We have a difference in values. The paper says what it says. We disagree. We chart a different path. I urge a no vote on this amendment.
Yes.
Madam Speaker, we talked about governing. We heard terms, values, governing. So I want to walk it back for a minute here because sometimes I get lost in folks' translation. Why are we surrounded by states that all have surpluses? Is it because we're doing good governing in Maryland when we're surrounded by states that somehow have managed their budget appropriately? Why is that? Why is it that the previous administration left this state with billions in surplus, and here we are 2 years later, and we're billions in the hole? Is that good governing? This amendment is about accountability. And I watched that press conference, and look, I respect my colleagues, but I heard zero accountability. Zero. There's no explanation why we have to raise taxes $1.6 billion. There's no explanation of how that happened. They can't explain where the money went, where the surpluses went. Their only solution is to blame Trump and raise your taxes. That's it. That's all I've heard this whole session. And respectfully, our members have offered legislation to their blue in the face. They get put in the drawer. They don't get voted on. They get voted down. We're always putting in solutions, but we're in the super minority. But let me tell you who's not in the minority. Marylanders who don't want their taxes raised. The overwhelming majority of Marylanders don't want their taxes raised. And it's Maryland Day. And I'm proud to stand on this floor and fight for them. And we have a real solution. It's called real cuts. It's called being responsible. It's called being accountable to the people we represent. That's what this amendment is. We've put a lot of work into it. And sure, we'd like to have these discussions earlier, but we're shut out. That's the truth of it. We're shut out. This amendment makes things right. You know, for those of you in these squishy purple districts, you can actually vote for this amendment. Because this amendment says that we can pass a budget without arbitrarily raising taxes. Let's talk about last year's budget. Last year's budget was smaller than this year's budget. You can wordsmith it all you want, but to the average Maryland citizen, they're going to wonder why last year's budget is smaller than this year's budget. And why are you raising their taxes? The math doesn't make sense to most people. That's the reality. Government needs to be responsible and accountable. It needs to live within its means, period. It's not our money. It's their money. It's the taxpayers' money. It's not your money. It's the taxpayers' money. You are hired to manage their money as a fiduciary. And this amendment does just that. This amendment is accountable, it's responsible, it sets things right, and I encourage everyone in this chamber to do the right thing. Don't put your mistakes on the taxpayer. They don't deserve it. Their life is difficult as it is. Energy prices through the roof. Inflation through the roof. Every conceivable thing a Marylander has to deal with is through the roof. And this budget is going to make it worse. Let's do the right thing. Let's take responsibility for some actions that were done in this General Assembly, and let's pass this amendment. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Madam Speaker.
Subcommittee Chair.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Good morning, everyone. I want to take a moment to thank the Minority Leader for his remarks and for this very comprehensive amendment, and echo the comments shared by my good Chairman of Appropriations. These debates are really challenging, right? We are here to do the hard work of the people and make tough choices. And so the minority party has brought us an amendment that is also full of some very difficult choices. I want to first respond to a comment that the minority whip mentioned related to taxes, right? This plan that is before our body today is responsible. It's about responsible governance. In a time where there is so much uncertainty in our nation and in our world. The minority whip noted how important it is for Marylanders to not see their taxes increased. This plan does not increase taxes for 94% of Marylanders. 94% of Marylanders will not see their taxes go up. They'll either see no change or they'll see a decrease. So it's important for us to note that. But what I want to talk a little bit about now is Medicaid. I am such a passionate believer of our Medicaid program and the reason that we have it, right? Medicaid is about trying to provide access to health care for our most vulnerable families. This amendment does a lot to affect Medicaid. Specifically, I want to point out 3 areas that the Minority Leader's amendment affects. One is the Home and Community-Based Services program within Medicaid. Well, what is that? That is a program, it is a waiver that we have here in our state that is operated because CMS, or Center for Medicare and Medicaid Services, has indicated that they would like to see us operate a demo. Can we provide services here at a lower cost for Marylanders, our most vulnerable, those who are disabled, those who are elderly, and allow them to live with dignity in their own homes? That's what the HCBS waiver does. And what the minority party's amendment here does is it cuts that budget. It cuts it. This program saves our state money by allowing people the option to live in their homes versus being institutionalized. That's what this amendment does. A second part of this amendment is that it cuts funding for emergency care and for services for pregnant women. That's not something that we want to do. That's not something that our budget proposed to you here on the House floor does, but the minority party's amendment would do that. The most important piece, however, that I want to point out that the minority leader referenced was cuts to the federal poverty guidelines here, right? Sort of capping our services, our eligibility guidelines for Medicaid. What he didn't share is that the 322% guideline is only for MCHIP. What's MCHIP? MCHIP is our program that offers Medicaid to children in Maryland. Children. So what this amendment does is it doesn't actually affect families alone. It doesn't affect the adults. If you cap eligibility from 322%, which is our current eligibility guidelines, to enroll children, the poorest Maryland children in Medicaid, and you cut it to 275%, only children in Maryland would be impacted. This amendment would kick children off of their health insurance. And as someone who grew up in poverty, who did not have access to health insurance growing up, I can tell you many stories of why that is problematic and why we in Maryland should not be doing that. There are 190,000 children in Maryland currently covered by MCHIP. What this amendment does is it affects them. And 1,815 of those children, Mr. Minority Leader, are from Allegheny County. So I'd ask you all to decide, would you support affecting these children, these pregnant women, these emergency care services, or the elderly and disabled that rely on these funds by supporting this amendment? I would urge the body to resist. Thank you.
Madam Speaker.
Yes.
Briefly. If I live in a community where a family, and I appreciate my friend from Montgomery County's remarks, but these aren't waifs on the street. These are people, what our amendment talks about reducing the eligibility formula is for family filers. If I live across the street from a man or a woman who makes $100,000 a year and they don't pay for their kid for their medical treatment, they don't pay for their medical insurance, and they want me to pay for it, that's not the way I grew up. I like Medicaid. I support Medicaid for people who need it, for people who don't have parents who make $100,000 a year and go, you know what? I'm going to save some money this year. I'm going to go on Maryland Medicaid. Taxpayer will pay for me. I make $85,000 this year. I got a kid, 2 kids. I'm going to go on Medicaid. I don't support those people because that's wrong. That's wrong. If you make $100,000 a year, you can afford, you got to have a job. I don't know how you file a tax return and say, I make $100,000 a year, but I have no health care. I'm eligible for Medicaid. I'll go on Medicaid. My job doesn't offer me health care. Nothing offers me health care. I can't go on the Affordable Care Act exchange. I can't go and do that. I thought we were told that everybody would get this. Now we're telling people that you can make $100,000 a year and you can't get any other health insurance. We'll just pay for it for you for Medicaid. To me, that's taking a dollar that could be used for families that truly need it, for the truly poor, and that's giving it to a middle or upper middle class family to avoid their obligations for their children. The remark that the income tax cuts, only 6% of people are going to pay, that's just because of the income tax formula. That's not because of all the other taxes you've included in here. You got a vending machine tax, 6% to the vending machine. Do you know what the average cut, I hope people are paying attention over here on Media Row, do you know what the average cut under this bill is, the average break that the middle class Maryland family is going to get from their income taxes from the state of Maryland? $53 to $61. $4 a month, $5 a month. I guess they can go to Starbucks one extra day, maybe not. That's what they're getting from the income tax cut. But you got a vending machine tax, just the vending machine tax, 6% to that. So I don't know, if you're a nurse who works the night shift, who gets her dinner out of a vending machine, and you got to put $20, $30, $40, $50 a week into a vending machine, guess what happened to your income tax cut? Gone. Gone. You just made it up in what you paid additional at the vending machine. If you buy a car that year, gone. We're raising the excise tax. Your tax cut that you're getting, somebody makes 70, 80, 90, 100,000 a year, that $53 a year you're getting, go out and buy a new car that year. Your income tax cut is gone for not that year, the next year, the next year, the next year. You just paid more money. Gone. We're raising people's taxes across the board. And my friend from the Appropriations Committee is right. We're going to be honest and say we do have some cuts that we prefer not to take. We do have some cuts that at the end of the day, we'd enjoy being able to say we've got the money, but I hope that everybody on the other side is honest too and say, we're not just balancing this on the backs of millionaires. Come on, fiscal committee people know that. We've seen the analysis. We've seen the analysis. The vast majority of the money of the $1.6 billion is not coming from the 2 highest brackets, creating the 6 and the 6.25 for people 500,000 and up. That's not where the majority of the $1.6 million is coming from. It's coming from tech tax. Tech tax applies to consumers, applies to business to business. It's coming from excise taxes. It's coming from the inability to itemize deductions for people that make $200,000 and up. Not $500,000, not $1 million, $200,000. How many of your constituents work hard and make $225,000 a year and have a hard time affording a house where you all live? They're going to get taxed more. I hope they figure that out. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Speaker.
Yes.
First of all, I kind of think this is funny because my dad gave me a saying a long time ago. He said, "He who sets the rules wins the game." And I think I admire the minority leader's amendment. I think giving us a budget last Thursday and coming up with these ideas is pretty creative. I think we've had, 4 or 5 days to do that? This budget has been a big thing since we started this session, and we're all now involved in it less than 2 weeks before the end of session, where ideas cannot be talked about, ideas will not be talked about. I got a little offended when I heard we're not offering solutions. I know in my committee, we talk about these things and how they affect our budget. We talk about fiscal notes. We talk about the cost to our people, and we're not doing that. We're sitting down here on this last day being told we don't do enough, and the Republicans' cuts are not even near as good as our cuts. Well, you know what? You just found out about them today or yesterday. It's kind of odd to me that we're not communicating about how it's affecting each of us and everybody in this state. We're just sitting back here saying, this is what we have decided. $54 to a guy making $100,000, $54 a year is nothing. The people that you're really hurting with this budget are the ones not making a dime. They're not getting even $54 back from this. I think it's a little odd that we're doing this at the end, and I kind of wish in the future we would actually include everybody in this budget process. When you sit back and talk about the cuts that we are making, and yours are better than our cuts, we probably should have had this conversation a long time ago. Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I support the amendment. I've been in office for 11 years now, and I've made a point to vote for the budget in each of these years that I've served. Many of my colleagues that have shown up at Chamber of Commerce meetings, public speaking engagements, where we talk about the upcoming legislative session, I warned my citizens, people that vote for me, that this may be the first year that I will not vote for Maryland's budget. Why is that important? Why do I start my speech before a session started over this subject? And the answer is that we all know that we are constitutionally mandated to pass one budget, one bill, and that's House Bill 350 this year. And the other responsibility is that we pass it in a structurally balanced way. And so as a Republican, as a conservative who understands the business aspect of having to spend money, that you have to do it in a structurally balanced way. I think most citizens understand when you say structurally balanced, that means your house is in order, that you are balancing your spending against your expenses, your revenue. And they also expect in the budget that you're doing this without harming them through tax increases. And there is the violation and why I support this amendment. The violation is that we are saying that as a legislature, we have this one bill to pass, and that we have to make it structurally balanced. But it is not structurally balanced. It can't be structurally balanced because we're going to pass the next bill that solves these problems for which I have in the past voted against. And in some years, in candor, we've not had a BRFA because we've had a budget that has been balanced on its face. And so think about the citizens in our state of Maryland as they are listening to this debate, and I encourage the media to have a serious conversation with the citizens of our state about what's really happening right now. And what's happening right now is that this legislature is ignoring not only the warnings about today, not only the issues that we have about our finances today, but that same independent DLS is showing you what's going to happen in the next 2, 3, 4, and 5 years down the road. And any business person that looks at a budget and understands where the responsibilities lie, it's not here and today. It's how do I survive and exist 3 or 4, 5 years down the road, because you solve the problems 3, 4, 5 years down the road by being honest about what's going on today. This amendment, at worst, is acknowledging that our state is in trouble and that we, in this year more than most years, have an additional responsibility to our citizens to be austere with our spending, to take the time necessary to think about what it is we're doing that's going to affect our budget 2 or 3 years down the road. I'll simply say this. Maggie McIntosh stood on the House floor, and we've had some engagement on this, over the blueprint, over Quorum. And the minority party has said multiple times during that multiple-year process that the legislature at some point will have to cut a check, that bill at some point will come due. And we can push it off for a year or two, and I think that that's probably what ends up happening to make this budget conversation at least halfway palatable. But don't mistake the fact that we are pushing the conversation off to the future, because at that point, that's when these tax increases aren't about just the millionaires. It's not just about this nuanced tax on snacks. Okay, in 2 or 3 years, because we're not getting straight with our budget now, that's when the tax increase goes up on everybody. So, Madam Speaker, I support the amendment. I support the amendment because I believe it is the honest conversation that independents in our state, fiscal conservatives in our state, and even the blue dog Democrats, those that have social issues for which many Republicans will never agree on, a blue dog Democrat understands money and can see what happens when we waste money, and they vote accordingly. They'll understand that amendment from the minority leader, because they'll understand, if it's reported correctly and that the citizens understand what's going on, that we are not passing a structurally balanced budget. Madam Speaker, I'd move the amendment.
Madam Speaker.
Chair of Appropriation.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I didn't want to get back up because I know we have a lot of amendments to get through, but I do have to defend the Appropriations Committee to my gentleman on the Eastern Shore and the process. 138 budget hearings. Went through every line by line. Went through and identified cuts that we could take. 138 hearings, hundreds of hours. And guess who's on every subcommittee? Multiple Republicans on every subcommittee. Every subcommittee has we didn't leave Republicans off the subcommittees. They're on there. They didn't offer this, right? They're on the committees. They were part of the process, so I think it's not fair to say that we haven't done our due diligence. But I don't want to distract from the overall point here, right? And I just want to end with this, and the last thing. We just have different values. The gentleman called this wants, not needs. We don't think aid for a special needs child is a want. We think it's a need. We don't think Medicaid for poor kids is a want, some willy-nilly silly want. No, we think it's a need. And so we support the budget as introduced because it protects vulnerable Marylanders. I urge a red vote on this amendment.
Madam Speaker.
Madam Speaker.
Gentleman from Cecil.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today on the amendment. This is probably the most impactful amendment that we'll debate this year. As someone who's an expert on maybe getting ahead of your skis or sipping maybe a little too hard from the cup of life, I want to talk about how we got here, right? How do we arrive at this juncture? We had COVID money. We had massive influx of federal and state dollars. We had good times, right? But now the COVID party is over. Our revenues are down. We have less money to work with. And it's time to have a serious conversation, not necessarily cuts, because we heard the minority leader state we've seen 37% increases in wages, we've seen hiring, we've seen massive expansions of Medicaid, we've seen the disability community, their funding skyrocket. We are right-sizing. That's what this amendment is about. It is right-sizing our budget. We have to be able to admit that maybe we went too far. Maybe we use those one-time funds for reoccurring cost as opposed to one-time cost. And now it's time to gently scale back some of those expenditures. Are these perfect? No. Do they start the conversation and head in the right direction? Yes. Adopting them will make it so that we don't have to raise taxes this year. And continuing those conversations makes it so that we don't have to raise taxes again next year. It's living within our means. That's why I'm rising today to support this amendment. I think it's a step in the right direction of getting us back to those pre-COVID years, right? And it gives us a good place to start for next year. So that's why I'm asking for a green vote on this amendment. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Question for the House is the adoption of the amendment. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed? Clerk will call the roll.
Madam Speaker.
Is everyone out of the lounge? Has everyone recorded their vote?
Madam Speaker,
Yes.
I'd like to explain my vote.
If you must.
Yes, I must. The people elected me to come down here to Annapolis to make sure that we handled their money, their tax money, appropriately. People in my district are having a hard time struggling to just pay their gas and electric, let alone the property taxes in Baltimore County has went out the roof. People are making a decision whether they want to pay for their medication or they want to pay for their gas and electric. We're not rich down in Dundalk in that area. We're hardworking Americans. And that's why I support this amendment. That's why I'm standing here speaking today. That's what I was paid to come down here, and that's why I was elected to come down here. And I'm proud to say that Dundalk's a proud area, and we need to cut spending, for our district. Thank you.
Okay. Clerk will take the call. There being 99 votes in the negative, the amendment fails. Are there any additional amendments to the bill or to its title? Yes.
Madam Speaker, I have an amendment at the desk. Amendment 383529.
Amendment number 1.
Move so much be considered the reading of the amendment.
So ordered.
So this amendment makes some changes to personnel. So first I want to explain what this amendment does not do. This amendment does not remove a single live body employed by the state of Maryland. There's been a lot of discussion. I'd say sometimes it appears as if it's crocodile tears. We're talking about federal workers, who a lot of federal workers in my district and I support. This amendment does not remove a live body who works for the state of Maryland. Let me tell you what it does. It implements a hiring freeze. As the minority leader said, when we're out of money, why are we hiring new people? It removes a few pins. Again, we have no money. Why are we keeping open pins available? It would save us money. It would also scale back the raise. We have no money. We don't want to lay off Maryland workers. We don't want them furloughed. Why are we giving everyone a raise? Doesn't make sense. The last time we had a budget deficit and a budget crisis like this was around 2008. And guess what happened then? Furloughs, layoffs. That's what we're trying to avoid. This amendment would save us hundreds of millions of dollars and would eliminate no live state worker. This would protect our state workers. This is a pro-state worker amendment because the reality is when you don't manage your budget, when you overspend, eventually, like we're seeing in the federal government, people get laid off. It's a problem. And then I got to hear for 90 days folks in this room blaming everybody about that. So this amendment would save us from that. I urge this body to move this amendment. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Madam Speaker. Thank you. Well, first off, I want to thank the Minority Whip. I appreciate him sharing the amendment earlier and allowing us a chance to talk it out a little bit. And I appreciate what he's saying because at the end of the day, this budget is about not only supporting and protecting our state workers who provide the services that all of us and the entire state rely on, but it's also done in an incredibly balanced way. So I just want to point out a couple of things here that I think may have gotten lost in some of the earlier conversations as well. So the budget as it came in from the governor had a vacancy rate, which is sort of what we estimate as open positions available throughout state government, at 7.26%. Sorry, Mr. Chair, I'm going to get kind of wonky here. We have actually decided to raise that through actions in our committee to 9.5%. That's a 30% increase in the vacancy rate. And the other thing I will say about the vacancy rate is it's guidance, right? What we're saying is we don't want you to go below 9.5%, but that's not a guarantee that every agency is going to hit 9.5%. I'll come back to that. By the way, that increase in the vacancy rate saves about $140 million in this year's budget. What else did we do? Every year, agencies come to us and say, we need new positions, we need pins to make sure, again, that we can provide services. And as you heard, and you will continue to hear from my colleagues on the various subcommittees, we made some really difficult cuts. So what did we do? We actually cut about 200 pins in the budget that were proposed to us. And we had really tough conversations with various agencies to say, you know what? You've got a vacancy. You have a position that's been open for a while. Repurpose that position to something that you do really need. And we had that really tough conversation with every agency that came before us. Now, when you talk about vacancy rates in the historic context, where was state government vacancies at the end of the previous administration in 2022? It was about 13%. That's a historic high. Even with the work of this current administration to hire state employees, to bring people in to provide services, not to pad our employment roles, it is to provide services to Marylanders, services that many of us rely on in different forms or fashions. Our state vacancy rate is still 10.2%. Again, getting kind of wonky here, which, and I quote from the Department of Legislative Services, is much higher than historic norms. So we can talk a lot about percentages and vacancy rates, but I want to bring this to real life and the real world impact. What does it mean when we have vacancies? So without the proper staffing, and a lot of this was under the previous administration, we heard a lot about public safety. We know that we had dramatic levels of understaffing in corrections. We had dramatic levels of understaffing in the Department of Juvenile Services. And we know some of those understaffing and under-resourced departments, particularly in corrections, was a certain cause, certainly played a role in the death of Agent Martinez, the parole agent that was murdered in my district. We know, right, I don't have to remind most of the folks in this body who are here how difficult it was for our constituents to get their unemployment benefits during COVID. The hours, the days, the weeks that people spent on hold because we didn't have enough employees in the Department of Labor to serve constituents in their time of need. What else? We have an office of the medical examiner that literally could not conduct autopsies and was at risk of losing its national certification. A state that prides itself on medical innovations, on some of the best medical facilities and educational medical facilities in the world, we were literally going to lose our certification for our medical examiner's office. And then what else? I serve on the Transportation and Environment Subcommittee, and I love my colleagues on the other side of the aisle. We spend a lot of time talking about protecting our natural resources, protecting our waterways that are really important, particularly in their communities. I love spending time on the Eastern Shore. That's one of the reasons why I moved to Maryland. I grew up outside of Philadelphia and used to come down here all the time, and I settled here and I'm raising my family here because one of the reasons I love the Bay. Well, what could not happen with understaffing? The Maryland Department of the Environment could not do the inspections to keep our waterways safe and to protect one of our most valuable natural resources. So the last thing I will say as to why we should be rejecting this amendment, and again, I would urge the body to reject this amendment, is we are about a year. Tomorrow is the year anniversary of the tragic and fatal collapse of the Francis Scott Key Bridge, right? When that warning went out, who were the people that ran towards the bridge to protect Marylanders? It was our state employees. Who were the folks who, when, frankly, the federal government said, you know what, we're going to try to reopen this channel in 90 days. Not only did we beat that, we reopened the channel in 77 days because of the Army Corps of Engineers and the incredible work of our state employees working literally tirelessly around the clock, putting their families to the side to make sure that our state could get reopened. So when we think about what this amendment would do, it would be to eliminate all of those services, to remove a lot of those really important things that we rely on. And so, again, I appreciate what my good friend is saying. I think this budget and what is in this document reflects a really balanced approach where we did raise the vacancy rate, where we did cut pins, where we made decisions to say, you know what, we still potentially have some wiggle room here, but we are going to protect and preserve the services that are so critical to our constituents and do it in a way that is balanced. So again, I would urge a red vote on this amendment. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Madam Speaker, so I want to show you how methodical we were. This amendment actually does not and would not apply to critical positions such as correctional officers, parole and probation agents, nurses, doctors, medical staff, state facilities. So all those things you just mentioned doesn't apply. So I appreciate you highlighting that for me. You said balance. You said it numerous times. The reality is we're in a fiscal imbalance. That's what we're trying to fix. The numbers don't match. You can't spend money you don't have. Sometimes governments think they do, and that's when they raise taxes. So what we're trying to do here is responsibly keep our current state employees, like the ones that responded to the catastrophe that you mentioned, they're not going away because this amendment doesn't remove a live body from employment. What it does do is it eliminates pins. I don't know what the obsession is with the governor and pins. I don't know if he needs more drivers for these black SUVs. I'm not really sure, but we don't have the money. We're out of money. We need to protect the state employees that we have. This amendment does just that. It preserves the vacancies for our critical positions, as you highlighted for me, and thank you for that. This is a responsible amendment for our state workers. To remind the body, last time we were in a budget crisis like we are today, furloughs, layoffs. That was during the O'Malley years. That's what the minority party values, is not putting us in the same position we were back then. I move the amendment. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Madam Speaker.
Yes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I think the gentleman from Montgomery County did a really great job in explaining the difference between the values of Republicans and Democrats. What he essentially said was that all wealth comes from government. And that's to be expected from Montgomery County, quite frankly, because they believe all wealth comes from government. So therefore, they want to continue to hire more and more government employees. I believe the last count was over 5,000 additional government employees during a recession and during a time when the United States of America is heading towards insolvency. The thing that never is discussed here, our country is heading towards insolvency, and the Democrat Party, the majority party, doesn't want to acknowledge that the sugar daddy is going away. So what's their solution? Hire more employees in the government and then claim all wealth comes from the government. The ultimate statism, which doesn't work and hasn't ever worked, except that finally the bill is coming due. And what do the folks from Montgomery County want with their statism? They want the private sector to pay for it, the people that actually do create wealth. So the folks who create the wealth, create the jobs, are supposed to support the folks who just want to continue the party as if nothing has changed. But the party is indeed over. There isn't enough money from the federal government. They can't print anymore. Because, quite frankly, at the federal level, both parties were in a spending spree for far too long. Both parties. But not in Maryland. In Maryland, it's definitely just one party. And that's the party that keeps taking from the private sector and then says these silly things like, only 94% of the people in the state won't get a tax increase. No one believes that because it's not true. And the 6% that you say that you're taking from are the 6% that have the most ability to leave. And you know what I would say to them? Maybe you should leave and stick it once and for all to the majority party and show them that all wealth isn't created by government. It's created by the private sector. So for all those reasons, Madam Speaker, I will support this amendment
because, as I said, the government is too big and it's too out of control, and I think the governor doesn't need any more photographers. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Question for the House is the adoption of the amendment. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed? Roll call.
Madam Speaker.
Has everyone recorded their vote? Clerk will take the call. There being 96 votes in the negative, the amendment fails. Are there any additional amendments to the bill or to its title?
Madam Speaker.
Yes.
I have an amendment at the desk. Amendment number 353925.
Amendment number 1.
Move so much be considered reading amendment.
So ordered.
Back on values. This amendment would shift the 1% COLA for state employees to fill the cuts to DDA. So now let's talk turkey. Talking about values, supporting our most vulnerable in the state of Maryland. Here you go. State employees have gotten a 36% increase in salary and benefits in the last few years, and we cut the heads off of folks dealing with DDA. We cut the rug out from underneath them. You want to talk about values? This amendment shifts another raise for state employees to fully fund DDA. Let's talk about values. These are the minority party values. We value our most vulnerable over state employees getting another raise because, quite frankly, they've had a 36% increase in salary and benefits over the last few years. 36%. Do we value their raise over folks that benefit from DDA? It's $1 million question. So I'm proud to stand up for our most vulnerable Marylanders in fully funding DDA over another raise for state employees. I move the amendment. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Madam Speaker?
Yes.
Thank you. And again, thank the good minority whip for again sharing this amendment in advance and having a nice dialogue about it prior to floor. I want to start by saying clearly that we are absolutely committed to supporting Marylanders with developmental disabilities and their families. There is no question in this. And I want to specifically thank the good chair of the Health and Government Operations Committee, my dear friend and district mate, the chair of our Health Subcommittee, and many other folks in this body who worked literally tirelessly over the last 70, 80 days to work constructively and hand in glove with the community, with families, with advocates, to come up with a budget that not only provides what they need, but does it in a way that actually puts these programs on stronger footing. Somebody earlier today talked about how Medicaid expenses had exploded. So what did our colleagues do? They sat down, and we'll probably talk more about this throughout this debate, but they sat down with the folks who are most in need and most important in these programs to make sure that they did it in a responsible way. And this is personal to me. This is a career. This is where my mother spent her entire career working with this community. It's an area that I've spent a lot of time on in my career as well. And so this is really deeply personal to me. But the question here is not whether we should be providing support for this community. The question is whether we should be doing it by essentially balancing it on the backs of our state workers through cuts to their cost of living adjustments. And that is really important. What is a COLA, right? It's not a bonus. It is a cost of living adjustment. Inflation went up last year 3%. This is a 1% cost of living adjustment. It's not a bonus. It's not a raise. And these are the same public servants who are the ones who are actually providing support and helping to administer the programs that people with disabilities rely on. So my good friend, the minority leader, said something about robbing Peter to pay Paul. That's essentially what this is. We are asking the workers who are providing these support services, again, there were shortages, there continue to be shortages in many of these areas, and we're asking these workers to then shoulder an additional cut. So it's really important that if we're serious about caring for the most vulnerable in our community, which I know is a value that all of us share, that we do it in a way that is responsible, that values our employees, who, by the way, when you go back to 2010, not to get wonky, are still deeply underwater when it comes to parity in their wages. And when you look at things like, literally, we were one of the only states to be found guilty under the previous administration of committing wage theft from the US Department of Labor, from the National Labor Relations Board, that in order to make sure that we are valuing our state workers, the folks who, again, we talked about this in the last amendment, who are literally putting their lives on the line and putting their families on hold to provide services to the folks in our community who need them. This is not a responsible way to do this. I would urge you to vote against this amendment and join us with this budget that takes a responsible, balanced approach to make sure that we can do both. We can walk and chew gum at the same time. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Madam Speaker.
Yes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I rise to support this amendment. Obviously, this is something that is deeply important to me and impacts me and my family and so many families with children with disabilities across the state. I appreciate my good friend, the floor leader's comments, but those comments cut both ways. Certainly, we don't want to make the hard choice of having state workers carry the weight on the shoulders for the disabilities community. But we don't want cuts to the disabilities community and have this community have to bear the burden of the cuts for everybody else. And I want to make sure, this is an important part for me that we talk about, right? Like, there's been conversations about the minority leader's budget proposal that talked about impacting different types of cuts. And we heard this during the original blueprint debate. Just because we're advocating for certain cuts doesn't mean we're anti-education, we're anti-Medicaid, we're anti-low-income folks. We want people to have access to all these things, but we have to do it in a balanced, responsible way. But we also want to make sure we're protecting the most vulnerable people, and that is our folks with developmental disabilities. Our state workers are doing pretty well right now. Not as well as we want to. We want them to do better. We've offered amendments to try to prevent new hires to save their jobs so we don't have furloughs, right? We're trying different mechanisms here, trying to find a clean path. But certainly, it should not be on the backs of the developmental disability community. And to the good gentleman who's the floor leader's point, right? Just like I hope nobody here believes I'm anti-education, right? Or I'm anti-Medicaid. I don't believe you're anti-program open space. And I don't believe you're anti-developmental disabilities community. Quite the contrary. We're talking about very difficult things. I want to make sure we're being very respectful of our motivations in this conversation, and we have been. But that's an important piece to note. So again, I don't believe a single person here is anti-developmental disabilities community. But we got to make a decision on whose back is going to bear the burden of this budget, and I hope it's not our most vulnerable, so I support the gentleman's amendment. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Question for the House is the adoption of the amendment. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed? Roll call.
Madam Speaker.
Has everyone recorded their vote? Are people out of the lounge?
I'm up next. Oh, I did?
Not. Clerk will take the call.
I thought I hit it too early.
There being 99 votes in the negative, the amendment fails. Are there any additional amendments to?
May I speak?
Yes.
Amendment at the desk. Amendment 453622/1.
Amendment number 1.
So be considered reading of the amendment.
So ordered. Sorry.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. We've had a lot of discussion here in the last couple of amendments about values and principles and need versus wants and protecting the most vulnerable Marylanders. Early on in this session, I think it was the first bill that we voted. You might remember it was HB 170 if you want to look it up. It was a bill that continued extend a sunset on a bill for the Maternal and Child Health Population Health Improvement Fund. And what that fund did was really protect children. That program was so efficiently ran, they actually dropped our morbidity rate with children in the state of Maryland from 25th down to 19th. And we all agreed that this would be a good program to continue here in the state. And it passed almost unanimously. I voted for it. Well, then I look, and in HB 352, the birth of the next bill up, there's a section in there that allows $10 million of the $23 million to be transferred. And that's just really concerning to me, because in the same session that we passed HB 930, it's a $25 million grant for abortions. We're taking money away from a program that helps solve child morbidity. So my amendment is really simple. Here's that program again with the amendments being simple. It restores that $10 million to that fund, and it takes $10 million away from the governor's office budget. Before anyone thinks I'm mean, the governor's office budget has gone up 78% in 3 years. After we take and accept this amendment and take $10 million and move it over to help children, he will still be left with nearly $500,000 more in his office budget than Larry Hogan had 3 years ago. When we talk about helping children, I know this program saves at least one. I move the amendment, Madam Speaker.
Floor leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I want to thank my good friend for offering this really well thought out amendment, and really appreciate him providing it ahead of time for our consideration. So our budget is full of so many difficult choices that we had to make in appropriations over the 138 budget hearings that we had. This is actually a program that our subcommittee struggled with. We thought deeply about this particular program, the work that your incredible committee under your wonderful chair's leadership has been doing. And I'm really grateful that your committee has extended the deadline, and I believe that that bill is now moving through the Senate too, so that's wonderful. Because of the incredible work of this body and your committee in particular, this program is extremely overfunded. That program has, per the fiscal note of the bill that you cited and the Department of Legislative Services analysis of this particular line item of the budget, this program has $24.1 million in its fund balance. And had the Health and Government Operations Committee not extended the deadline, they would have had to spend $24 million on these services before the end of this fiscal year. But because of the good work in passing the extension, this fund balance can continue to be spent should that bill be signed into law. Now, the reason that there has been such underspending in this program is, again, because of the work of this great body. Many of the services that are covered by this program are also covered by health insurance. And we have now a historic low level of underinsured and uninsured population here in Maryland because of the work of this body. Cutting $10 million out of a $24 million program fund was a hard decision to make. But we did it because we're making tough choices to balance our budget. We're being responsible leaders. What this amendment does is it would add that money back in a program that has not been able to spend the balance it has, and in exchange it would cut the governor's executive budget. Now this budget has 83% of its budget is staffing. Who are these staff? These are the people that help all of our offices in expediting constituent casework requests. And now, in a time when we are seeing more individuals being laid off by the federal government, more workers likely to utilize unemployment insurance, I'm remembering back to COVID days and how much I relied on those same staff that would be impacted by gutting this funding. So I would ask the body to resist this amendment, please, and note that again, we made tough choices, but this was an important one that we decided to make that would not actually impact the delivery of these important services to vulnerable Marylanders. Thank you.
May I speak on the amendment?
Yes.
So I think I've heard everything today. We had a big conversation about values and principles, and I think this amendment kind of shows where the values and principles are of this chamber. So we're saying that we can't fund this program because it's ran too efficiently. That's ludicrous. And taking the money from the governor's budget, I just said, once again, 78% increase in this department in 3 years. Let me read you the communication staff. We have a director of communications, senior advisor to the governor, deputy director of communications, senior press secretary, press assistant, research advisor, senior speechwriter, digital media coordinator, digital director, digital strategist, creative director, video producer, and apparently multiple photographers. Look, when this amendment would go through, if the body chooses to support it, it would still leave the governor's office with $13 million, $13,800,000 and some thousand, which is $500,000, $500,000 more than Governor Hogan had to run his budget 3 years ago during COVID. Everybody's supposed to be tightening their belt. This seems like a really reasonable amendment to support a program that was working. It's hard to talk about values and principles and chastise the minority party for not voting the same way you do when you turn down reasonable offers like this. So with that, Madam Speaker, I press the amendment and urge all my colleagues here for a green vote. Thank you so much.
The question for the House is the adoption of the amendment. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed? Roll call.
Madam Speaker?
To explain my vote, Madam Speaker.
Hold on a second.
Thank you. I vote green on this because we heard detailed testimony in HGO about this important program. Maternal morbidity and infant mortality are top issues in this state and top issues for the Health and Government Operations Committee. This program is working, and this seems like a reasonable amendment that the majority party could certainly take to say the governor's office could do with one less photographer and fund programs that work to help health outcomes in our state. Thank you.
Clerk will take the call. There being 98 votes in the negative, the amendment fails. Are there any additional amendments to the bill to its title?
Madam Speaker.
Yes.
I have an amendment at the desk, amendment number 273124/01.
Amendment number 1.
So much be considered the reading of the amendment.
So ordered.
First of all, happy Maryland Day to everybody, and based on my amendment, I'd like to say happy Rural Maryland Day, because this amendment's about Rural Maryland Council, and I want to talk briefly about it. It's looking for, the essence of the amendment is to bring back the pre-2025 funding to the Rural Maryland Council. 18 out of the 24 districts in this state have Rural Maryland Councils. 18. So the geography is pretty much in our favor as far as those people, and we don't have the luxuries of some of the bigger counties. We don't have the infrastructure. We're pretty well isolated, and we lack for a lot of services out in those communities. So this amendment is just asking for the $3,010,400. $3,010,479 to be put back into the budget. That's 2 years ago, we took 2.25 out of it. And this year in this budget, we're taking about 769,000 out of the budget. These are important things. If you look at how we have to run our counties, again, I talked a little bit about infrastructure. We don't have that luxury. We don't have the big businesses in our districts. We have to generate our income by helping nonprofits, and we try to work with that. So I'm asking for the body to push this amendment and move favorable.
Floor leader.
Thank you for the amendment. The subcommittee that handles the Rural Maryland Council through the Department of Agriculture discussed this particular cut and the value of Rural Maryland Council. So we understand definitely what the Rural Maryland Council does for Marylanders, including all of the economic development work that it can do for rural counties, and we appreciate that fact. We appreciate it so much that we listened to the minority party on our subcommittee, who asked us not to cut the position that was being recommended to be cut. So we definitely get where you're coming from. We did save the position, but on the other hand, we have to make cuts throughout our departments and agencies, and this is one that is necessary to make to help balance the overall budget. Members, I would ask you to resist this amendment.
On the amendment.
On the amendment.
I appreciate your answer, and I understand we have to make cuts, but if you think about this, this is over one third of their budget in the last 2 years has been cut. I'm not sure how we overcome that.
So I think you make a good point when you talk about the last year, but historically, this budget has been funded at the $6 million level, except for when we've had extra funding and we put it in the last year or two, and it was a little bit higher. But historically, over time, it's been funded at the level that it is being funded now.
Okay. I move the amendment. Thank you.
Question for the House is the adoption of the amendment. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed? Roll call.
Madam Speaker?
Clerk will take the call. There being 97 votes in the negative, the amendment fails. Are there any additional amendments to the bill or to its title?
Madam Speaker.
Yes.
I just happen to have another one here. Amendment number 473-123/1.
Amendment number 1.
So much be considered a reading of the amendment.
So ordered.
Well, my dad said when you don't get what you want, come back for a little less. This amendment understands a little bit of what we were talking about, but what I'm asking for out of this amendment, and a little bit shouldn't be too much, is actually to bring the funding back to the current level. Remove the cut this year of 769 and just fund what you had last year.
Appreciate the second try, but the arguments remain the same. And members, I ask you to resist this.
On the amendment,
Madam Speaker, briefly, if I'd be recognized.
On the amendment.
On the amendment, thank you. All I want to say is what we've heard today is when we don't have the money, we have to cut things, and we have values. 18 states in this county benefit from the Rural Maryland Council grants and funds in innumerable ways. It's not a lot of money in a $67 billion budget, but the values are, if we got to cut something because we don't have the money, cut them, cut them, cut them. Never cut me, never cut what my interest groups are advocating for, never cut what's benefiting my district directly. cut other people's. The Rural Maryland Council is not a partisan organization. It is an organization that helps people in some of the states in some of the counties of the state that have not benefited from the tremendous explosion of federal jobs and federal government contractor jobs that grew Montgomery County, that grew Prince George's County, that made Charles County the wealthiest minority community in America, that grew Howard County. A lot of places that get the rural Maryland grants, they didn't have that. They didn't get that chance. They didn't get all those billions of dollars that flowed in that grew those economies. And that's where you want to cut. Please support the gentleman's amendment. Thank you.
Yes, Floor Leader.
Thank you for that additional comment. I would just say to you that this is the historic level of funding over several past years, number one. Number two, every agency is making cuts. There are sacrifices across the budget. This is one of the sacrifices that we will make in order to balance our budget. Resist this amendment, please.
Speaker.
Yes.
I appreciate that comment, but when you're looking at something over a 2-year period, a third of the budget being cut, regardless of what they had prior to that, this is kind of like we're trying to take a little bit here, a little bit there. This is a lot. And this is the rural part. This is the outliers. These are the people that are sitting out here in rural Maryland trying to make a living, trying to get things done, don't have the dollars, don't have the businesses. I would encourage the body to support this amendment.
Question for the House is the adoption of the amendment. All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Oppose? Roll call.
Madam Speaker.
Has everyone recorded the vote? Clerk will take the call. There being 95 votes in the negative, the amendment fails. Are there any additional amendments to the bill or to its title? Yes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I have an amendment at the desk. 193028/1.
Amendment number 1.
Thank you. Colleagues, I believe we've heard a lot today about cuts and how difficult cuts are, and there's no doubt anybody's been in any government position for any amount of time, it's a very difficult decision to make. But, you know, we have ebbs and flows in the tide in our economy and in life, and we have to make adjustments accordingly. But one of the things I know that Maryland citizens enjoy and what attracts people to this state and what we must maintain to keep people coming here and enjoy this state is the quality of our water, our bays and our tributaries. And so my amendment, Madam Speaker, is addresses the Chesapeake and Atlantic Bays Trust Fund. It primarily supports projects focused on non-port source pollution control, aiming to improve water quality and habitat in the Chesapeake Bay watershed and promoting economic, recreational opportunities and fisheries as well. So these are all important things to Maryland, what Maryland's known for, what Maryland does well, and what we want to have in good quality so people are attracted to this state. It also covers cover crops, installation of agricultural BMPs, septic drain field repairs, all these things that are tied to water quality. You know, when I go home to my district, I'm asked these questions about it. Are these programs being cut? Are they being affected? And I said, at this time, I haven't heard anything, you know, drastic in that direction. But what this amendment does is restore the $10.5 million of the Coastal Bay's revenues that was swapped to Fend DNR, offset with an additional 0.25% reduction in agency spending. Currently, they were tasked with taking 0.75%, so this raises that another 2.25%, except in K-12 education, the debt service, cash assistance, and Medicaid, including DDA. So it really in talking with my constituents, they see no problem with a 1% reduction across the board in most of these agencies. I did omit some in this amendment. I think it's a reasonable amendment, common sense amendment, and it really does make certain that we have proper funding moving forward to ensure that our coastal bays and waterways are protected properly. So I move the amendment.
Floor leader.
Thank you for that amendment. And you started out by talking about the Coastal Bay Revenues Trust Fund. And again, my subcommittee agrees with you that this is a very important fund. And you mentioned some of the uses of it, including cover crops, nutrient and sediment reduction. And in taking this $10.5 million cut to that Coastal Bays Trust Fund, we recognize that it would be a cut and it would have an impact. However, the DLS had recommended that we take $65 million from that trust fund, and we rejected that cut. It's important, I think, to recognize that even though we're taking that $10.5 million, there's still a $12 million balance in fiscal year 26, and the fund receives about $66 million a year, every year going forward. Just going back to my main point, which is every area, every department, everybody's budget is taking some level of cut. And for the Coastal Bay Revenues Trust Fund, we tried to minimize it, and this is where we landed. And members, I'd ask you to resist this amendment.
Yeah, Madam Speaker,
Yes.
I appreciate the floor leader's comments, but to increase this by 0.25% to make it 1% in these agencies, I think is reasonable. You know, when times get tight, all families need to tighten their budget, tighten their belt, and constituents in my area, majority of them agree that this is a reasonable ask at 1% of these agencies to ensure the fact that our bays and waterways are kept clean and are kept so that people would want to come here and the people live here would enjoy our best natural resource. So I do move the amendment. Thank you.
Members, please do resist this amendment. We did make a cut to this fund, but there is still plenty of money left to reach the goals that we have collectively decided that we want to pursue with the Coastal Bay Revenue Trust Fund.
Question for the House is the adoption of the amendment. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed? Clerk will call the roll.
Madam Speaker?
Has everyone recorded their vote? Clerk will take the call. There being 99 votes in the negative, the amendment fails. Are there any additional amendments to the bill to its title? Yes.
Madam Speaker, I have an amendment at the desk. Amendment number 913829.
Amendment number 1.
Move so much to be considered the reading of the amendment.
So ordered.
Madam Speaker, I bring you great news. If my program or playbill right here is correct, this is the last amendment on this bill. And it's not asking for a tax cut. This bill, or this amendment, is very simple. It's very narrowly focused on helping low-income Marylanders pay their utility bills. Here's what I am asking. Right now, we are involved in what's called RGGI, Regional Greenhouse Gas Initiative. It's essentially an auction that we make every generator in the state of Maryland pay into. They buy allowances, permits, whatever, to emit X amount of emissions. Once they go above that, they have to go somewhere else and buy a permit from somebody that didn't burn that much. This money then goes up to New York. 216 million, I believe, is what's projected for 2024. They send it back to the Maryland Energy Administration, or Environmental Administration, or Energy Administration, MEA. Senator Paul Pinsky, I believe, is in charge of that. They then take the money and give it out to people to help them with energy efficient efficiency. Some of it might be good. I don't know. I will give you a list of some of the people that got it last year. Safe Housing got $3.88 million. Building Change got $2.39 billion or $1 million. Sustain Our Future got $2.2 million. Casa de Maryland got $1 million. These are all advocate groups with no true oversight over them on where they're putting the money. I do know that a lot of them fixed up their own buildings. All I'm asking for is $100 million from these RGGI funds that the fossil fuel companies are paying for to be applied to the Office of Home Energy Programs in the Family Investment Administration in the Department of Housing Services. They have one focus, and that is to help our lowest income people pay their utility bill. That's all they do. They don't send out thermostats and insulation and weather stripping. They don't fix up their own buildings. This goes directly to helping people that can't afford their utility bills. God bless my chief of staff. She decided to start sending me emails of every email we've gotten of people that can't afford their bills. I'm not from the poorest area, but these are people from my district that can't afford their bills. So what am I asking? The reason their bills are high is because energy prices are high here because we have systematically and methodically ran out power generation in this state by imposing these kind of cap and trade taxes on the generators. I'm just asking that some of that money that they're paying goes to paying some of the low income utility bills for the people that need it most, rather than giving it to organizations and advocate groups to figure out what they want to do with it. This is very narrowly focused. This helps the poorest among us, and this is going to help everybody that can't afford the utility bill right now. That's a lot of money to help pay utility bills, and everybody in this state is struggling. The lowest income people, the worst. They're making some horrible decisions right now on what to do. Pay your electric bill or pay your rent or pay your mortgage. It's a horrible situation we've put these people in. This is just a little bit of relief. With that, I move the amendment.
Committee Chair.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you for the amendment. I actually like the idea and the amendment. I would just ask that the body resist this amendment because I know the Economic Matters Committee has been working very hard all session. I know you're on HGO and I'm on appropriations, so we can be forgiven having not followed this process completely and thoroughly, but they're working on this. You can know that there is money in CEF, that the chair of ECM is working in tandem with appropriations to give ratepayer relief through CEF money. Let's let the chair of ECM and the Economic Matters Committee work on this issue and do it right, make sure it's well thought out, rather than haphazardly on this floor. So I'm going to ask for a red amendment, not because we oppose the idea, but because we're going to do it and we're going to do it right.
Madam Speaker.
Yes.
If I had $1 every time I heard they're working on something that I put up. I appreciate it. I appreciate the good chairman's comments. I think he sides with me on trying to help these people. He understands there's a problem. He recognizes there's a problem. This is just very narrowly focused. It is well thought out. There was an amendment I was supposed to put up earlier, just to let you know. I didn't put it up because I didn't think it was well thought out. This is my amendment. This is what I thought out. And it is well thought out because it goes directly to helping the people we're trying to help. With that, I push the amendment, Madam Speaker.
Madam Speaker.
Yes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Appreciate it. I have not yet seen the bill with only 2 weeks left in session a piece of legislation that will actually lower electricity prices and bills for the citizens of Maryland. I haven't seen that piece of legislation. In fact, it hasn't been passed. And I guess I'm wondering, why wasn't that passed like the first week of session, given the crisis that we're in? And so when you think about that fundamental and systemic problem of high electricity bills. Our bills are 40% more than Virginia. Do you really think AI data centers or quantum computing centers are going to move to Maryland with electricity prices like that? I don't think they are. In fact, I don't think any reasonably sized business is going to want to move to this state given the prices of electricity. So it's not just the prices themselves that are wrecking the middle class and the poor of this state, but also we're not even able to get job creators to move here either. And what's remarkable, as I said before, is where is that piece of legislation to lower electricity bills? Where is it? 2 weeks left in session. 2 weeks. And you're going to go home to your constituents, and what will you say? Solar farms are going to solve the problem. No, they're not. Battery storage is going to solve the problem. No, it's not. Wind turbines off the coast of Ocean City are going to solve the problem. Not happening. You need electricity on the grid, but you can't even tell your constituents the truth, because if you did, they might actually not vote for you when you tell them what we really need is more electricity generation from natural gas and nuclear. But you can't tell them. And that's what happens when you've been telling them things that aren't necessarily true for so many years. Namely, that solar can make up the difference, because it cannot. So in the meantime, while those expensive solutions that you've offered for electricity are now coming home to roost to every single person's electricity bill, we have the poor and the middle class getting wrecked when they see these bills. And what do you tell them? Oh, it must be BG&E's fault. You're the ones who forced the electricity companies to put these solar farms in place and to close down electricity plants. You did it. Where's your legislation to fix it? It isn't even here yet. Where is it? So I would just say this. I support the good gentleman's amendment to at least provide some assistance to people until such time as the majority party actually has a solution, which they don't. But I hope they do. I hope they do.
Appropriations Chair.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I just looked at the bill sponsors. You know, you can look it online. Where's your bill to fix it? You got a bill? I have the floor.
Thank you.
It was
Thank
rhetorical.
You for that. Thank you.
Let
for
me
that,
tell you, this
'cause I've
program, Madam
actually
Speaker,
offered nuclear
from
power.
$100 to $150 million has been increased. The very program you want to increase went from 100 to 150 million. So we're doing the program that you've asked for. I know you did nuclear 10 years ago. We've all heard it. We got it.
No, I've done that every. You know what?
Yeah.
The fact that you're trying to blow that off as if it's nothing demonstrates to
Let
me.
him finish. Let him finish.
Demonstrate. We're
This
having a
Let
conversation.
him finish.
We're having a conversation about it.
This amendment is about
Point of order, Madam
relief
Speaker.
for ratepayers.
Parliamentarian.
Only the
relief for
Speaker of the
ratepayers.
House determines who has access to the floor. One at a time.
Madam Speaker.
I wanna
Committee,
talk-
Appropriations Committee Chair, go and finish what you were saying.
Thank you. So I want to talk about relief for ratepayers, right? And I know that you want to talk about energy, and you've had a lot of opportunities to do that, but I want to talk about this amendment, which is relief for ratepayers, which I told the gentleman I laud. I appreciate his bill on this topic. On this topic and this fund that he is directing another $100 million, we've actually increased it $50 million. Went from $100 million last year to $150 million this year. I can tell you, I don't want the cat out of the bag, but ECM and appropriations have been working on actually, maybe not through this program, but actually direct relief for ratepayers. So there's different ways to do this. We have a sum of money that's available. I would like to do it that gets to ratepayers, and I think follow the lead of the Economic Matters Committee directly. I think it was a little pejorative to suggest we hadn't had a bill when yourself doesn't have a bill. All right, that's the point. And you want to talk about energy? I don't think this is the appropriate time. We're talking about relief to ratepayers, which is this gentleman's amendment. I think it's well thought out. I think it's laudable. We want to give relief to ratepayers. We're going to do that. But we don't need to do this in this amendment right now because this program is a 50% increase already, and I think it's better to get relief directly to the pockets of ratepayers. So suggest a red on this amendment.
Madam Speaker.
Yes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. So I appreciate the opportunity to speak and respond. So Calvert Cliffs nuclear power plant is in my district. And it's actually been more than 10 years when we've offered legislation again and again, and sometimes in the form of an amendment on the House floor, to expand nuclear power in Maryland and make it part of Tier 1 clean energy. And time again, the majority party votes against those amendments and or puts the bills in the drawer. Why do they do that? Well, we can certainly surmise why. I mean, solar panels are being put over farms and so forth, and they're still not generating enough electricity. In fact, they're driving up prices. And so is closing down electricity plants. So the gentleman is wrong from appropriations, the chairman. Time and time again, we, the minority party, have offered solutions. And the solutions are never perfect because there isn't a perfect solution other than to put more energy on the grid. But the most perfect of all solutions would be nuclear, which you oppose. And now you're saying, well, we support it. Well, if you really support it, then why have you voted against again and again putting it into Tier 1? Because you don't support it. Electricity bills are high in Maryland, and they're unsustainable because of your policies. You own it, and yet you don't want to fix it. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Question for the House is the
Speaker.
adoption of the
Madam
amendment.
Speaker.
All in favor signify by saying
Madam
aye.
Speaker. Madam Speaker.
Oppose? Clerk will call the roll.
Madam Speaker.
Madam Speaker, explain my vote.
Yes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. So 11 years ago when I got down here, the Transportation Trust Fund was the overdraft checking account. And then it was Bay Restoration funds. And now it seems as if these funds are now the overdraft account for the General Assembly. And we had to fence those funds off. And I just, these funds are meant to help people that really, really do need the help. And I just feel like if we're going to collect these funds from taxpayers, ratepayers, businesses, and we're going to take those funds and we're going to use them to help people that really need it to pay their energy bills, that's what it should be used for, not as an overdraft checking account. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Clerk will take the call. There being 92 votes in the negative, the amendment fails. Are there any additional amendments to the bill to its title? Hearing none, the bill is ordered printed for third. Special order calendar number 54. Clerk will read the bill.
House Bill 352, Budget Reconciliation and Financing Act of 2025. Favorable amendments. Amendment number 1.
Recognizing the committee chair.
All right, more reading from me, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I would like to turn to the amendments for the BRFA that have been adopted by the Appropriation and Ways and Means Committee. I want to introduce the amendments to the House Bill 352 in groups. After describing the amendments, I will move for each to be adopted. I ask members to hold any additional amendments until after the committee amendments have been considered. I would note that the amendments to the BRFA implement the committee's actions on the budget. And without these amendments and this BRFA, the budget is not balanced. With your permission, Madam Speaker, let me now turn to the BRFA amendments.
Permission granted.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Amendment number 1 makes technical changes to the purpose and function paragraph. Move amendment number 1. Oh, I'm sorry. We're going to do 1.
No.
Okay. Just number 1, because I think we have a pull out on 2, Madam Speaker.
Okay. Question for what? One through 9.
Okay, I'll roll through all of them. Amendment number 2 adds a provision increasing various fees related to plant nurseries. Amendment 3 strikes a provision that would have eliminated mandate on the native plants program. Amendment 4 adds a provision that authorizes a certain amount of funds from the Expedited Service Fund to be used for costs at SSTAT for 2 years. Amendment 5 increases fees related to initial securities registration and renewals and increases the amount of the fee distributed to special fund. Amendments 6 and 7 strike provisions that would have altered mandates related to victims of crime assistance and Tri-County Council of Southern Maryland. Amendment 8 strikes a provision that would have reduced mandate for a consortium for community schools, which is included in another bill. Amendment 9 is technical. Move amendments 1 through 9.
Question for the House is the adoption of committee amendments 1 through 9. All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Oppose? Okay, yes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I would like to request we pull out amendment number 2 for discussion.
Okay, I will just move amendment number 1.
Question for the House is the adoption of Committee Amendment 1. All in favor signify by saying aye. The ayes have it. Amendment has been adopted. Yes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Could the floor leader please explain what amendment number 2 does?
Madam Speaker?
Yes. Go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Amendment number 2 adjusts fees that go into, I think it's called the Plant Protection Fund. They're sort of nursery fees for registration and inspection of nurseries around the state.
And so I guess my question is, why are we looking to increase another increase on our ag community in this environment? Obviously, the adversity that our ag community is facing right now.
Sure. This was a piece of legislation, a departmental bill before the Environment and Transportation Committee. There was no opposition testimony. And like many fees you heard me speak about over the House floor, it has not been raised in a number of years. I think in this case it's been since 2004. And so the general fund has had to subsidize the work that a special fund used to take care of to basically inspect and run the registration program, but mostly inspect these nurseries to ensure that we're not sort of spreading pests or invasive species around the state. So over time, over 21 years, the value of the fee has eroded. We've had to cross-subsidize from the general fund. And so since we're trying to help the general fund a little bit here, it made sense to do a slight upward adjustment in the fees to help cover the cost of this program. And that's a familiar story you've heard me repeat many, many times over the past 2 years.
Absolutely. And again, this is a valuable program. We want to make sure we're not, where these inspections are taking place. However, we have a $67 billion budget. And I guess my question is, why can't we take money from some other taxes, existing opportunities and revenues to apply it so we're not putting further burden onto our ag community?
Sure. About 3 years ago, when I was on the Chair of Appropriations Committee, we asked the Department of Agriculture and the Department of Environment to look at their special fund supported programs and figure out what fees should be adjusted so the special fund programs could be funded by special funds. So instead of asking every taxpayer to pay for this program, we wanted to get back to the sort of 2004 norm of having it be a special fund supported program. And so this is one of many fees they've come forward with and said, yeah, you're right, this hasn't been updated since 2004. Even without the sort of COVID era inflation, that's a lot of eroded value over time. We're spending more on this program. We want to be able to fund the program. The way we do that is through a fee-based structure, and we do that for a number of special funds. We don't do it for everything, right? We don't ask pre-Kers to necessarily pay the full freight for subsidized pre-K. We don't ask, I'm going to hear about it in a second, we don't ask every train rider to pay the full cost of riding the train. We don't pay ask every library user to pay the full cost of using the library. But there are some programs that we do fund through special funds, and we're adjusting these fees to help be able to do that here.
Well, again, I think this is sending the wrong message at this time. This is death by 1,000 cuts. We're cutting money to Rural Maryland Council. We are cutting money to program open space. And once again, now we're continuing to burden our ag community. I feel like we're going in the wrong direction with, our largest industry. And these folks just can't absorb anything right now, much less hitting them 3 or 4 different ways, in addition to all the other tax increases that we're considering. So I just think this is the wrong message, wrong time, wrong place, and I think we should not be increasing fees in our ag community. So I would ask to vote red on this amendment. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Can I take a pause a little bit? See that guy over there? See that guy over there? Senator Cardin. Thank you. Have a seat.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I just want you to know I have not come by to ask that you take down my portrait. I like the way it looks, so I want you to know that. But look, let me just thank you all for what you're doing. During the Clinton administration, I voted for a budget that cut spending and raised taxes in order to balance the federal budget. And it's never an easy task. So I know this debate is difficult, but I just really want to thank you all for being willing to be here, to be an elected official during these difficult times. And I wish you Godspeed. I hope you can get this done. and it's always nice to be with you.
Yes, committee chair.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. To quote Senator Ben Cardin, sometimes we have to do hard things. There was no opposition to this fee in the committee. We ask for a favorable vote on the committee's amendment.
Okay. All right. Okay. Question for the House is the adoption of the amendment. All in favor signify by saying aye. Oppose? Clerk will call the roll.
Madam Speaker?
Explaining my vote?
Yes, explain your vote.
A green vote is sticking with the committee. Thank you very much.
Okay. Okay. Clerk will take the call. The amendment passes. Recognizing the committee chair.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Move Amendment 3 through 9.
Question for the House is the adoption of the amendments. All in favor signify by saying aye. Oppose? Ayes have it.
Amendments 10 and 11 strike provisions that would have repealed the funding formula for St. Mary's College of Maryland and reset the hold harmless funding level for Baltimore City. Amendment 12 reduces the mandate for the Community College Scholarship Program. Amendment 13 alters the agency responsible for setting the tire cleanup fee, sets fee at certain level, alters the maximum fee, and authorizes increase based on inflation. Amendment 14 alters the dollar value of the cap of the DDA, is authorized to set for low-intensity support services. Amendment 15 authorizes, rather than requires, certain funds to be retained. Amendment 16 strikes provisions that would have eliminated a mandate for the statewide academic health center cancer research grants. Amendment 17 makes technical correction in names and clarifies sources of payments required to the provision. Amendment 18 expands the allowable uses of the Senior Prescription Drug Assistance Program to include health reimbursement accounts for certain state employee retirees. Amendment 19 expands the allowable uses of the Community Services Trust Fund in fiscal 26 only. Amendment 20 eliminates a restriction on the use of the Board of Nursing Fund in fiscal 25. Move the adoption of Amendments 10 through 20.
Okay. Question for the House is the adoption of committee amendments 10 through 20. All in favor signify by saying aye. Oppose? The ayes have it. Amendments are adopted.
Amendment 21 makes restoration of public benefits lost due to EBT theft subject to limitations of the budget. Amendment 22 strikes a provision that would have reduced the mandate for the long-term dementia care and navigation program. Amendment 23 clarifies the eligible uses of new administrative fee to support Division of Unemployment Insurance. Amendments 24 and 25 reduce mandates for the Maryland New Start program and career pathways for healthcare workers. Amendment 26 diverts $25 million of the transfer tax to general funds in each fiscal year 26 through 29 and allocates the reduction resulting from the diversion proportionally among POS land acquisition, rural legacy program, and the Maryland Agricultural Land Preservation Program. Amendment 27 strikes provisions that would have eliminated the mandate for Rent Court Workforce Solutions pilot program. Amendment 28 modifies a provision that waives a requirement for certain detail to be provided about across-the-board reductions to apply for fiscal 26 only. Amendment 29 makes a requirement for fiscal 26 only that certain proportion of cigarette restitution funds be used for Medicaid and expands the allowable uses of certain CRF revenue in fiscal 26 only. Amendment 30 strikes provision that will have eliminated the mandate funding for the Maryland State Arts Council. Amendment 31 expands the allowable uses of the Mortgage Loan Servicing Practices Settlement Fund to include legal assistance related to evictions. Amendment 32 waives for only 2 years the requirement that certain funds be supplemental and not supplant funds for programs. Amendment 33 requires local governments to be responsible for 50% of the new costs of erroneous conviction settlements entered into beginning in fiscal 26. Amendment 34 reduces the amount of lottery funds required to be distributed to the Major Sports and Entertainment Fund and for the Bus Rapid Transit Fund. The Bus Rapid Transit Grant is made whole with a mandate from the Transportation Trust Fund. Move amendments 21 through 34.
Question for the House is the adoption of the committee amendments 21 through 34. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed?
Madam Speaker,
Opposed?
I'd like to move to separate out 34, please.
Okay. Okay, so
I think
committee.
I need to do, what is it?
Yeah.
Move 21 to 32.
2?
Or
33, I'm sorry.
33, I'm just separating out.
21 to 33. Move
Yes.
21 to 33.
21 to 33. Okay. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed? Ayes have it. Okay. Recognizing, since you were pushing 34,
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Would the floor leader rise, please?
committee
Okay.
chair.
Sure.
Thank you. I was waiting for an amendment for part of 34, but I will just call for a vote on the whole thing. So on page 111, lines 19 to 22, this the full cost of zero emission and alternative fuel buses purchased under this subsection shall be paid from the Transportation Trust Fund. That's current language. And then this is the amendment that I'd like to strike. Or bonds backed by the future federal aid consistent with this section and 3-601 of this article. So as I'm reading this, the state of Maryland under this bill would like to bond the purchase of zero emission buses. Is that correct?
Yes.
What is the term of that bond?
Bonds are typically 15 to 30-year bonds. Is this a 30? I'll defer to the chair of the ENT.
Madam Speaker?
Yes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I actually think that's existing law. We already have bonding for...
It's not. It's capital letters. I know how to read a bill. Or bonds backed by the feds or, our bonding.
Sure. So I believe what we did, and I apologize, I'm not on the committee, but I'm just trying to help answer the questions as best I can.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Is we have a funding mechanism called GARVI, which is something many other states use, where we basically can do sort of capital expenditures backed by future federal aid. And a number of years ago, this entire body had a bill before it, I don't know how you voted on it, to add a number of items that we could fund with those bonds. And I believe zero-emission buses were included there. And I believe in the BRFA before us, we're also adding a light rail vehicle replacement in Baltimore City. So either way, we do have a zero-emission vehicle acquisition program in the state. We have about 800 municipal buses that the Maryland Transit Administration owns. So whether it's bonds, direct spending, we do have over time a plan to move to zero-emission buses.
Yes, we do. Thank you. Thank you so much. So I rise to ask you to vote against this Amendment 34. This amendment will put a 30-year bond on electric buses. Electric buses don't last 30 years. Even if it was a 15-year bond, electric buses don't have a life of 15 years. So this, I believe, would downgrade Maryland's bond rating. As you know, bonds are paid for by money we borrow, and the money we borrow, the rate we pay on interest is based on our credit rating. So I'll point you to last May when we had a credit rating once again, and I'll tell you we will probably again in May need to go back to the credit ratings, back to the agencies to borrow money to support this budget. And Fitch, Moody's, and S&P Global Ratings, they did reaffirm the highest credit rating for Maryland. However, Moody's downgraded the state's outlook from stable to negative, citing concerns about looming structural deficits driven by programs including the Blueprint for Maryland's Future Education Reforms. Quote, the negative outlook incorporates difficulties Maryland will face to achieve balanced financial operations in coming years without sacrificing service delivery goals or adding to the weight of the state government's burden on individual and corporate taxpayers, Moody said. That means adding taxes and fees to individuals and corporations. This is the first time since 2011 that Moody's has issued a negative outlook for Maryland. It goes on to say the outlook revision was driven by expected structural imbalances and planned depletion of general fund surpluses and budgetary reserves by about 60% from fiscal 23 through 25, which threatens to undermine performance related to peers. It is also predicted that S&P Global Ratings may give us a negative outlook. So I hate to be part of the I told you so caucus, but I urge you to vote against bonding electric school buses. This is a pay-go issue. This is like you going and buying a car and getting a 20-year loan on it. The car will not be around in 20 years. So this is fiscal responsibility, and it is reasonable to say, if you want to buy electric school buses, pay for them, don't put them on a loan. So please vote no on this amendment. Thank you.
Committee Chair.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. So this is actually not for school buses. This is for the sort of municipal bus fleet of Baltimore. And as I said, in 2023, we passed legislation that already allowed us to use these Garvey bonds for this purpose. So again, I apologize, I'm not on the Appropriations Committee these days, but I believe this is a technical correction because you're right, this is capital language. So I agree with you, it is capital language in here. I believe it is to make clear that if we are going to pay for these, one option instead of direct cash from the trust fund or trust fund bonds would be from these Garvey bonds. And I just want to explain that both the Transportation Trust Fund and the Garvey bonds are separately rated by the rating agencies. So the general obligation bond rating that you were just reading and the reports and so forth, those are separate ratings reports than what we get on a Garvey bond or a Transportation Trust Fund bond, a CTB bond. So it works a little bit differently. But again, we have had this policy in place for a number of years. If a rating agency does not think the useful life of the bus is adequate for the bond, that's not a bond we're going to be able to sell. So you can rest assured that that's not a bond that's going to go forward. I will say that, again, as I repeated earlier, this bill also allows us to use these kinds of bonds for the light rail vehicle work that needs to be done in Baltimore City, and I believe that is the intent of the Maryland Department of Transportation, that they will not be using this to back zero emission bonds, but will be using this to support the light rail vehicles. But again, I think this is a technical fix to something that was done in 2023 and would ask the body to stick with the committee. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Okay.
Madam Speaker.
Yes.
Thank you so much. I would say just urge you to read the bill on page 111, and because we're separating out this entire amendment, this would also save us $10 million because this has the governor shall include an appropriation of $10 million from the TTF to the Bus Rapid Transit Fund. So that's a wish, not a need. And this is a reasonable thing to look for some real cuts and, of course, look for the future credit rating of our great state that it does not get downgraded. Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Briefly, just to explain, that $10 million you just referenced is a swap. Right now, that's in general funds. It would be switched to the trust fund, so I'm not sure if that's really a savings or not, but that's the explanation for that technical piece. And again, I would ask the body to honor the committee's work and vote in favor of the amendment.
Question for the House is the adoption of the committee amendment. All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? Roll call.
Madam Speaker.
Clerk will take the call. The amendment is adopted. Committee Chair.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Amendment 35 strikes a provision that would have increased tax rate on the table games. Amendment 36 alters the tax rate on sports wagering to increase from 20% instead of 30% and directs an additional revenue to the general funds in all years. rather than the blueprint for Maryland's future beginning in 28. Amendment 37 makes technical changes related to the implementation of the reduced state share of teacher retirement costs. Amendment 38 adds requirement transfers from the local income tax reserve fund account to the general fund in fiscal 26 and alters the establishes repayment required for those transfers. Amendment 39 through 42 strikes provisions that would have altered the vehicle trade-in allowance, required MVA to collect installment fee, established a retail delivery charge, reduced the state tax exemption, and repealed the inheritance tax. Amendment 43 accelerates the reduction in the cap on total film production activity tax credits by 1 year. Amendment 44 requires the amount of the initial credit on the More Jobs for Marylanders tax credit reserve fund to be transferred to general fund upon notification of the certification. The final credit, rather than requiring revision of certain funds. Amendment 45 strikes provision that would have phased out the enterprise zone tax credit. Move adoption of amendments 35 through 45.
Question for the House is the adoption of committee amendments 35 through 45. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed? The ayes have it. Amendments have been adopted.
Okay, Amendment 46 modifies provisions to alter minimum grant amount and strengthen the ability to bond funds from the Bus Rapid Transit Fund, provides the revenues attributable to increased vehicle excise taxes are not distributed to highway user revenues, increases the fees for certificates of title, increases the vehicle excise tax, repeal the exemption from the vehicle excise tax credit for short-term vehicle rentals, and establish an excise tax, and alters the definition of historic motor vehicle. Move the adoption of Amendment 46.
Question before the House is the adoption of Committee Amendment 46. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed? Yes, Minority Whip.
So we were going to pull that out for a discussion and then yeah, it's out now. So I'll go ahead and start.
It is out.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Speaker. We have pulled it out. All right. So look, one of the items in 46 of many is an increase in they call it an excise tax, sales tax for vehicle purchases. So in Maryland, when you go buy a vehicle, 6%, which is a lot of money. So let me put it in terms that maybe are relatable. So the average electric vehicle price is $55,000. 6% of that is $3,300 in taxes today. If we pass this amendment, it would go to 6.8%, which is $3,740, almost $500 more. This is a $500 additional tax on people that buy the average priced vehicle. Some of the members in here are a little higher fluting. If you buy a $100,000 vehicle, you can do the math. $1,000 tax. We heard earlier that the budget proposal spares the overwhelming majority of Marylanders. It doesn't seem to be the case. This is a tax on any and everybody who would buy a vehicle in our state. If you remember, we had registration fees that doubled, right? So every one of your constituents that opened the mail from the MVA got a registration fee that doubled. So we're literally increasing the cost of every single kitchen table item in our state. And now we're doing it on vehicle purchases. You know, this also impacts the new young adult who is working and paying his way through college or her way through college. This impacts everybody. Why do we keep making it more expensive to live in this state? Why? You know, I'm not going to belabor what we talked about earlier, but we had a solution in lieu of raising taxes. And because that was rejected, we're now raising fees and taxes on every conceivable thing in our state. So to reiterate, this is a tax on every single person who buys a vehicle in our state. It's real money. It's real money, and people are really hurting. So for those reasons, I'll be voting against this amendment that increases the sales tax on vehicle purchases. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Madam Speaker.
Minority Leader.
Thank you. There's more than just the vehicle excise tax. $158 million tax. $158 million, that's what DLS just scored what the minority whip is telling you not to vote for. So when we sit there and we say, we're just putting it all on the backs of the millionaires. The millionaires' estimated portion is just a few $100 million of the 1.6, but 158 million is everybody who buys a car. Not a new car, a used car. But here it gets even worse. We are, for the very first time, and one of the only jurisdictions to do it, we are also, through the adoption of this amendment, going to impose what's called a vehicle excise tax on rental cars. Why don't we do that, you would ask? Because rental cars aren't something that the individuals in trucks, that they buy these and that they own for their own personal use and that they pay a sales tax on. It's basically their inventory that they rent out. It's double taxation. It would be like saying the manufacturer sells blue jeans to the Gap, and the Gap has to pay the sales tax when they buy them, and then the Gap also charges you a sales tax when you buy. The Gap doesn't pay the sales tax when they buy them from the manufacturer because they're simply inventory. And if your business is renting cars or trucks, those things are merely the inventory through which you operate your business. And do we tax them? Now, come on now. We're in Maryland. Do we tax them? Of course we tax them. We, in fact, tax every rental car or rental truck transaction in the state of Maryland higher than any of our neighbors. I'm sure you're shocked. I can see the jaws dropping all around me. We tax every rental car transaction in the state of Maryland at 11.5%. Cost you $100 to rent it. The state gets $11.50 on top of the $100 every time, every day that you rent the car. The industry that has evaluated this, and there's really, I don't think, any real refutation of their numbers, it's just math. If someone goes out and buys a car every 6 years at a price of $30-some thousand, they pay $890 in tax. That's what we get. And then every 6 years or so, they turn over their car. The rental car companies go out and buy their cars, and they turn them over every year and a half. They use that car sometimes for up to 6 years. What they generate with their standard rent, over $9,000 in taxes that go to the state of Maryland. These people are generating more taxes for us by renting cars than what we would get by doing this. But now we're going to double tax them. What's Virginia charge? 10%, no excise tax. How about DC? 10.25%. Pennsylvania, 8% tax, no excise tax, but a $2 a day charge if you rent them. How about Delaware? 1.99% tax. I know if I lived in Wacomico or Caroline or Worcester County, I know where I'd go rent my car, rent my truck if I needed to move. It sure as heck wouldn't be in Maryland because you'd be paying more money. And so what this amendment does is it imposes an excise tax on an inventory item. And I know that none of us wanted to go to accounting school. We have a lot of lawyers, a lot of small business owners, a lot of people who work for the government, probably don't have a lot of accountants. But that's what we're doing through this amendment. Taxing. And I think there are some other fees also to be raised in the amendment that need to be discussed. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Yes, Committee Chair.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I know there's going to be discussion about other components of the amendment, but I think it might be helpful to take a step back and explain where we are. Overall, we have a problem. Our state motor fuel tax is about 20% of our transportation trust fund. It's the largest component, about $1 billion a year of our $6.7 or so $1 billion transportation trust fund. And it's a declining resource. It's not a declining resource just because of zero emission vehicles. And we tried to do something about that last year by passing a policy I think you all like, having a zero emission vehicle surcharge on top of the normal registration. It's a declining resource because of improved gas mileage. There are some analyses showing we're going to lose about 25% of the motor fuel tax value, even if there's no additional zero emission vehicles purchased. So the governor came in with a package to increase revenue for infrastructure, something that I think a lot of us at least pay a lot of lip service to, and we certainly hear from a lot of our business community that they need. And our goal, at least on this side of the aisle, was to be able to match what the governor put forth, but maybe look at some different sources, because there were some sources in there that many folks were uncomfortable with, that we removed from the mix. One of them was the trade-in allowance, because the trade-in allowance would have a hit to the amount of tax people pay when they trade in their vehicle. Another was the delivery fee. We were able to remove that, but we couldn't remove everything. If you want to invest in infrastructure, you need resources to invest in it. As my friend, the minority leader, constantly tells me, we're not Washington, D.C., we don't have our own printing press, we don't have our own central bank. So we had to figure out a way to fund the governor's budget. Why did we want to do that? Well, it's about $10 million a year in highway user revenue to Southern Maryland. As I mentioned earlier, it's millions of dollars to help the light rail vehicle rehabilitation program in Baltimore City. It's millions of dollars for the MD 413 trail that Somerset County has been asking for. It is millions of dollars for WMATA and the Metro. I know you all are going to bring that up since I'm standing, so I'll just get in front of it. Yep, we do invest in the Metro system. It's millions of dollars to all the state highway districts that we're all emailing all the time and calling with our constituents' complaints about trash on the side of the road and potholes that need to be filled. It's funding for all that. It's millions of dollars for our port and our airport, which do, in most years, take care of their own operating costs, but not their own capital costs. They look to us for assistance with their capital costs. So that is the sort of overall budget. Now, what specifically does this funding pay for? Well, when the governor's draft budget was introduced in September without this revenue, there were cuts. There were things that were being put off or might never be done because we didn't have adequate revenue for it. It did include the light rail project in Baltimore City, as I mentioned. It included roadway and intersection improvements on US 220 in Allegheny County. It included work on the Dolefield interchange in Baltimore County, a really important safety project on I-81 in Washington County, work on Maryland 5, Great Mills Highway in St. Mary's County, something the vice chair of ECM dragged me down to Southern Maryland to see a number of years ago. It included important safety work for my friend, the minority whip in Frederick County for US 15 and US 70. So these projects are all really important. And frankly, I could probably sit here and go through the CTP with you and tell you certain projects I don't like. And I'm confident you all could sit with me and tell me what projects you don't like. But we're one Maryland, and we want to fund projects in all corners of the state. I see a lot of priority letters that come in from every county every year, and I've never seen one that comes in and says, you know what, we don't want anything this year. What we'd like is less infrastructure spending. I've never seen one of those. So that is the purpose of this overall amendment. And you're going to hear this theme repeatedly during the debate on this amendment and maybe some others that could be coming. Now, on the excise tax in particular, it is true. That is one place we looked to raise the fee. I can't speak for all my colleagues, but when I look at different taxes that we might have to move the knob on if we want to make certain investments, I try to think about two things. One is the impact on our taxpayers, and that is really important. Obviously, the cost of living is high, and we want to do everything we can to make it so families can afford the things they want to buy for them and their kids and their significant others and so forth. The other I look at is competitiveness. That's the great thing about the excise tax, competitiveness. If you want to register your car in Maryland, you have to pay the Maryland excise tax. So you can't just go to Delaware to buy your car and pay the Delaware excise tax. You can't just go to Pennsylvania, although I would note in Allegheny County, Pennsylvania, don't get too excited, Minority Leader. It's about a 6%. In Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, it's a 7% excise tax. You can't just go there and buy your car and think you're going to avoid the tax. You have to pay it in Maryland. But there is a burden on Maryland taxpayers. It's true. We are trying to find the right balance between investing in the things we want to invest in and keeping costs low for people and keeping our state's competitiveness high. The excise tax is a really good one for state competitiveness. Now, on the short-term rental fee, it's a little wonky, and I appreciate all the talk of double taxation and accounting and inventory. A number of years ago, we did have both taxes. Now, we allowed short-term rental vehicle purchasers to have a credit that partly offsetted their excise tax, but did not fully offset the excise tax. And in the late 90s, when the deal was struck to come up with the system we have now, where I believe there's an 11.5% sales tax when you go to rent vehicles, we were told, it wasn't we, I don't think anybody, but maybe the Baltimore Orioles fan and the speaker and a couple of others were here at the time, but the body was told that it would be cost neutral, revenue neutral. And the analysis showed that's not true. It hasn't been revenue neutral. So it wasn't the case that previously this was all taxed at one level and paid for correctly. So this is not an easy decision, but one we had to make because we want to make certain investments. So that's why these two particular pieces of revenue options were used, the excise tax and the short-term rental tax. But to be clear, we are trying to do a lot of big infrastructure all around the state of Maryland. And that is the overall purpose of this amendment and the reason we'll resist some other amendments that might come up later. And again, I've yet to hear from many counties, and frankly, other than picking on me and WMATA, I've yet to hear from many of you about less infrastructure you want to do. And for that reason, I would ask the body to stick with the committee amendment and vote green.
Okay. Gentlemen,
Madam Speaker. Thank you, Madam Speaker. But wait, there's more. I want to talk to two other components here on this omnibus war on drivers in terms of fees to pay for all these things. Two items that I want to point out, kind of put a spotlight on here. One is the increase on certificate of title fee. It's virtually doubling it. And then the second is the modification to the historic tag qualification. So what's the dollar amount on this? What are we translating to folks that are purchasing a new vehicle? Well, for the certificate of title, it's $80 million. We are increasing this fee by 100%. From what I'm being told, the last time that this fee was altered was 2011, so not that long ago. Some of the folks that were serving in this body were here when that last increase was made. This is a significant increase on when you purchase a new vehicle. And it doesn't matter if that vehicle that you're purchasing is a $100 vehicle, a $500 vehicle, or a $100,000 vehicle. So who is it punishing more? The people buying the low-cost vehicle. Why do we need this fee? Well, we heard we've got projects all over the state, and I completely agree. Just signed our CTP letter for our county. We've got issues as well, but this isn't the way to fund it with this huge increase. The other thing that I want to touch on is that, from what I can understand, and maybe this is a question for the floor leader, this certificate of title, does this apply to all vehicles? Is it just motor vehicles? Could the floor leader answer a question on that one? Yep.
Certainly. Yes.
Yeah, so the application of the certificate of title fee, what does that apply to?
It applies to all vehicles.
Does that include my moped and scooter?
Yes.
It does, okay. All right, so currently my understanding is that that is roughly a $20 charge, is that accurate?
Yes.
Okay, so if I'm very cost conscious and maybe I'm a young person, maybe I'm getting back into the workforce, maybe I was formerly incarcerated, and I've got to get to work, all I can afford is a motor scooter. I'm now seeing a 100% increase in registering that motor scooter. Is that accurate?
The purpose of the bill, or the purpose of this amendment, this portion of the amendment, is to raise money for the Transportation Trust Fund. As the chair of Environment and Transportation mentioned. And the point is, we can't fund the infrastructure that everyone in this room wants if we don't raise revenues. This particular revenue that increases the titling fee on a new or used vehicle, it's a one-time charge, is meant to raise the revenue, a component of the total revenue that we need to fund our projects, including highway user revenues in each county and city, construction of US 15 and 81, design of Maryland 222 in Cecil County. That was not in this CTP before we brought these revenues in. Yep. To increase the maintenance on our bridges, to take care of berth 11 in Dundalk at the Port of Baltimore, to take care of Maryland Aviation and the apron that needs to be built. That's what these funds are going to. We have to raise them somehow, somewhere. As the chairman said, we chose not to do some of the things that people were opposed to earlier. This is a one-time fee we think is reasonable to help fund the Transportation Trust Fund. So members, I would urge you to
One additional question. Does this also apply to the title correction and title duplicate?
Do you know the answer to that?
I don't.
We'll have to get back to you on that.
Okay. So going with what we know, I will agree with you. Vehicles place a burden on our roads. We need to offset that. Gas tax is going down. So you had me there. And I alluded to our 222. That's a new project. Agreed. Maybe this isn't the best vehicle, no pun intended, to do it. But to a moped and motor scooter user, I don't think they're putting a big enough burden on our roads that we need to double 100% what they're paying to register that vehicle.
Madam Speaker.
Go ahead.
Yes, floor leader.
But what mopeds do need, and what we are using the Transportation Trust Fund for across the state, are safety improvements. Safety improvements for pedestrians and safety improvements for bicycles, mopeds, and scooters. So yes, this fee will benefit those modes of transportation as well.
Thank you. So what I'd like to say in closing here, because I've got two that I'm kind of arguing at the same point, is that the entirety of this amendment is solely focused on vehicle owners, okay? The district that I represent has some mass transit, although limited, and there's some of my colleagues on the shore, Southern Maryland, Western Maryland, have almost no public transportation. This package of bills, these increases, disproportionately impacts our rural citizens. And these are massive increases. We rattled off the numbers: 80 million, 51 million, 158 million, 20 million. These are significant increases, and all the while we are seeing subsidies for mass transit users. I would argue that, yes, we do need to find a solution. However, I think this is disproportional, especially to rural voters and rural Marylanders, and that's why I'm asking you to oppose this amendment in its entirety and put up a red vote. Thank you.
Minority Whip.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Just to close out here, I heard U.S. Route 15 mentioned 5 times. So, and as the chairman of the delegation, I've signed that CTP letter, multiple times to make that a #1 priority. And you almost got me, because the reality is our citizens have been paying for Route 15 and 270 for 50 years. 50 years, driving down the road from Frederick to Montgomery County to D.C., and every year it's the same thing. Matter of fact, Route 15 was fully funded not long ago, and then it was raided. I know there's a lockbox, but not really. The money was there, and then it was taken, and now it's gone, and now allegedly it's put back and will be funded in 2028, conveniently right after the next general election. So the reality is this little number here, number 46, is $300 million in fee and tax increases. That's what that is. It's $294 million in tax and fee increases. So everybody who's about to push their little green button for the little green 46, that's nearly $300 million in tax and fee increase on the backs of hardworking, mostly middle class and lower middle class Marylanders. And for those reasons, not because, it's going to fund 15, which it doesn't, and it hasn't, and it probably is not going to in 2028. For those reasons, I'll be happily voting red for this nearly $300 million tax and fee increase. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Question for the House is the adoption of the amendment. All in favor signify by saying aye. Oppose? Clerk will take the call.
Madam Speaker?
Madam Speaker, I'd like to explain my vote.
Explain your vote.
I just think it's important.
Have you vote? Did you vote?
That's a
You
good.
got to vote before you can explain your vote.
I should do that. That'd be a good idea.
Yeah.
Thank you. I appreciate it. I'm just so excited. No, I think it's important to note, and it's been brought up earlier today about the size of Maryland geographically. We're a small state. And whether we're talking about vehicle excise taxes or we're talking about, I know we're not talking about this, but I think it was this past session we increased the tax on cigarettes. We all live, no matter what county you're in, we all live extremely close to another state. We all live close to, it's either Pennsylvania, Virginia, West Virginia, Delaware, D.C. For me, I live 90 seconds from Pennsylvania. Every time we do any of these kind of things, our folks, we just travel right up the road to Pennsylvania, and where life's a lot cheaper. And from what I'm seeing, I think there's only about 5 counties plus Baltimore City that don't border another state. So I want to remind the body that every time we do this and we're making life more expensive for Marylanders, we are so close to other states where we're not charging the same. So whether it's this or anything else, please keep that in mind. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Clerk will take the call. The amendments have been adopted. Committee Chair.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Amendment 47 modifies a provision to establish a new 2% rather than 1% surcharge on capital gains for certain filers and allocates a share of the revenue to the Transportation Trust Fund. Amendment 48 adds provision to close a tax loophole for captive insurance companies. Amendment 49 modifies a provision altering income tax brackets to remove the consolidation of the 4 lowest income tax brackets. Amendment 50 strikes a provision that would have reduced corporate income tax rates beginning in 27. Amendment 51 adds a provision that increases the maximum allowable local income tax rate. Amendment 52 modifies a provision to increase by 20% rather than double the standard deduction and phase out itemizations rather than eliminating itemizations altogether. Amendment 53 modifies a provision related to the child's tax credit to clarify definition of a qualified child. Move the adoption of amendments 47 through 53.
Okay. Gentleman from the Eastern Shore. Go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I ask that you pull amendment number 50, and I believe one of my colleagues wants to talk about 51 as well.
Madam Speaker, I'll move 47 through 49.
Question before the House is the adoption of committee amendments 47 through 49. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed? The ayes have it. Amendments are adopted. Are you on amendment 50?
Yes.
Yes, you are. Yes.
Thank you. So, colleagues, I asked you to consider number 50. This was the governor's proposal to reduce the corporate income tax. And, I appreciate the governor's concern with creating private sector jobs. If you look around us to our neighboring states, we're there kind of by ourselves at 8.25%. So his proposal at 7.99 would put us in right now in line with Pennsylvania. However, they have pledged to their business community that every year they're reducing 0.5% through 2031 to 4.99. South Carolina's at 5%. We hear so many jobs moving there. Virginia at 6%. Our friends in West Virginia 6.5%. So the governor's trying to send the right message. This doesn't take effect for 2 years. So this is not going to hurt our budget today. So if we reject this amendment, it does nothing to our budget this year. If we reject this amendment, it does nothing to our budget next year. We are doubling down on pushing business away. We're saying, okay, we're going to consider combined reporting and we're going to reduce the corporate tax, but no, what we're really telling our businesses are, we want combined reporting, we want to take it all. And you know what? We're going to speak now for our position 2 years down the road and say, let's reject that as well. So, we're losing federal jobs. We hear that all the time. We talk about creating private sector jobs. The only way we could do it is by telling our businesses that we want them to stay here, by telling other businesses that we want them to come here, and we want to tell our businesses that are here that we want you to grow. And if that's the message we want to send, we're going to put a red vote up there on this amendment. Thank you.
Yes.
Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Colleagues, I will ask you to please support the committee's work here. We've had a lot of conversation already today about tough choices, right? About hard decisions. We've heard about the hard cuts that the Appropriations Committee made in the budget. And as we look at our revenues, we're looking to provide relief to those who need it most. And we will be asking some folks to pay a little bit more. This amendment is about holding steady. okay? We know that there are 44 states in this country that levy a corporate income tax. Those range from 2.25% to 11.5%. So at 8.25, we are above average, but we are not extreme. And the corporate income tax rate is not the only factor that impacts our competitiveness. Corporations have multiple factors influencing their tax burden. And in fact, looking at the DC metro area and looking at several taxes combined, if we look at not only the corporate income tax rate, but also gross receipts, unemployment insurance taxes, real property and personal property taxes, we know that Maryland actually is competitive when you look at that whole picture. And perhaps even more importantly, we have other things that businesses want, like good transportation networks, well-educated, well-trained workforce. And we can't maintain those things if we don't have the revenue to keep investing in them. So I would ask you to please support the committee's work on this and vote green on this amendment.
Madam Speaker.
Yes.
I support the comments from my friend from Worcester County and oppose this amendment. I think we really got to get serious about attracting businesses here in the state of Maryland. I mean, we've heard it all along this entire session that we're too reliant on the federal government. And I saw this as a hope that we would see a reduction in the corporate income tax to start attracting businesses here into the great state of Maryland. You know, we look at the competitiveness of those around us. The state that has me the most concerned is North Carolina. North Carolina is at 2.25% and going to 0 in 2030. That's where the companies are going. That's where the businesses are going. And we need to be able to attract them. If my math is correct, I think the corporate income tax represents about 3% of the general fund. We're not saying to eliminate it, but I was hoping to bring that down to start attracting businesses here in the state of Maryland. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Yes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to remind everyone that it was about 10 years ago, the Augustine Commission, they looked at our corporate income tax rate, and the first recommendation they had was that we need to reduce the corporate income tax rate. So I was happy to see the governor finally act on this after all those years. The floor leader mentioned that we're not the highest. Is that our goal? Seriously? Do we want to be the highest in everything? I mean, we are one of the highest, near the top. So let's send the right message. This does not affect us for 2 years. If we're in trouble in 2 years and we need to do it, let's have that conversation then. But why tell our businesses that we're going to be so greedy on what they earn today? And it's not easy being in business. We all know that. The margins keep getting smaller. So why not, no cost to us, for 2 years, at least send a message to our businesses that, hey, we want to go in the right direction. This is our goal. Let's throw a red vote up there. Let's support the governor's message on bringing businesses to Maryland.
Madam Speaker.
Yes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I just wanted to make some corrections to the language that's being used by the majority party. Government doesn't create revenues. They're not revenues. That's a euphemism. Small businesses and businesses in general, they generate revenues. Government confiscates revenues. So this idea that you keep using this euphemism, revenues, they're not. They're not. You're acting like government's a business. It's not. So I just want to make that correction, because as the gentleman from the Eastern Shore said, we're all suffering in our counties because so many businesses are telling us, and they are, and I know they're telling you too, we may want to leave the state. We're thinking about it. Maybe when our children are grown, or when they're out of college, or maybe we can do it on a dime and get out really quickly. But when you say to businesses or anyone that you need revenues, it's just laughable. So please correct that and call it what it is. They're taxes. They're taxes. And you're confiscating them from hardworking people. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Majority Whip.
The previous question.
The question for the House is the previous question. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Oppose? Like I'm trying to figure what in the world were you doing? Are you okay? The previous question has been adopted. Huh? We're updating the board, so just chill a little bit, okay? Yep. 46. Well, the question for the House is the adoption of amendment number 50. All in favor signify by saying aye. Oppose? Well, you all got up around the same time, so you can fight over who's going to go next. All right. Clerk will call the roll.
Madam Speaker?
Has everyone recorded their vote? Does anyone care to change your vote? If not, clerk will take the call. The amendments are adopted.
Just 51.
Committee, recognizing committee chair.
I think we wanted to separate, so I'll move Committee Amendment 51.
Yes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Just as a reminder, Amendment number 51, what this does is it enables, and I use the word enables because I will acknowledge that this is the county governments to raise their local income tax from 3.2 to 3.3%. But I'm going to make the argument that with the local income tax, while this on paper is enabling, the state oftentimes uses the local income tax as leverage. When counties come to the state and they ask for something, in particular money, one of the first questions that's asked is, what is your local income tax rate? And if they're not maximizing their local effort, and we use that word often here in Annapolis as well, if they're not maximizing their local effort to the point where they have the highest local income tax rate, that weighs into the decision, oftentimes of whether or not we're going to help those counties or not. So that being said, while this is enabling, it's not really. And I also hope, in regards to the disparity grant, and first of all, I want to thank our committee because we've made some changes to the disparity grant formula. It will help some small counties on the Eastern Shore and Prince George's County. It's a wonderful thing, and that's a good thing. However, while under current law, the disparity grant is written as 3.2%, so if they go to 3.3, it won't, or if they don't decide to raise their taxes, it won't impact their disparity grant. And so I'm hoping the Ways and Means Committee in the future, whether it's next year or the year after, my guess is it's going to happen sooner than later, is that we're going to change that to make sure that we're tying that highest rate, which it would be 3.3, to the disparity grant. I hope we don't do that. I hope the Ways and Means Committee doesn't do that in the future. And that's the reason why I'm standing up now. And the second thing, too, is that by enabling them to raise their local rates, it's not helping them fund their priorities. I want to say that again. It's not helping them fund their priorities. Part of the reason why we're in the situation we are now is because, and I'm not just talking about the blueprint, but we've passed a lot of pieces of legislation over the last 10 years that have had fiscal notes. And what ended up happening is our revenues didn't come in, at the same rate as this mandated spending. And so in this budget, part of the reason that we have to, one of the tools that we're using to balance this year's budget, we're shifting a lot of costs onto the counties. And so I'm going to pull this out and reject this amendment in conjunction with an amendment that my good friend from Anne Arundel County is going to offer here in a few minutes, to also reject the shift of teacher pensions onto the counties as well. Because again, all the bills and all the mandates that we passed here in the General Assembly, for most of our state, these aren't their priorities. And if we're going to allow them to raise taxes, allow them the flexibility to fund their priorities and not ours. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Madam Speaker.
Yes.
Just on the amendment, I'm speaking from a position of, I know this, it happened to me. Back before I became a delegate, I was a commissioner in Queen Anne's County, and I came to this body for some serious help on our deficit. I walked into a 20% deficit, and when we did this, one of the conditions for me to get the help I needed in the General Assembly was that I maxed out my piggyback tax. And it sounds very easy, sounds like we're giving them the ability to raise dollars for whatever they need, but I can assure you this is to push more dollars back to the counties and have them come back to us. So when you're going out there and you're voting for this bill and you talk to your districts and you talk to the people running your districts, this is a pretty big deal for them. So I urge a vote on this.
Yes. Go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Colleagues, I'm going to ask you to support this amendment. This is a priority for MACO, and I appreciate my good colleague from Caroline County raising the disparity grants issue. I remember a few years ago we stood on the floor discussing this issue when the body was enabling our counties to bracket the local income tax, to be able to have different rates to give relief to lower income residents and maintain a slightly higher rate for higher income residents. And the concern at that time was, would that impact the disparity grant? And at that time, we worked very carefully to make sure that taking advantage of that bracketed structure would not impact the disparity grants. And we were careful to make sure that with this proposed enabling of an increase, that the disparity grants would be protected. So when we did that work a few years ago, over 2/3 of Marylanders live in counties that were already at the maximum rate, which meant they couldn't provide any relief to lower income residents without losing revenue. And what this will do by allowing counties, and again, it is just enabling, right? But by allowing counties to increase above that 3.2 to 3.3, it will give them the ability to offer relief to lower income residents without losing revenue. So friends, I do ask for a green vote.
Briefly, Madam Speaker.
Yes.
Thank you. So if you went to the BRFA hearing, you heard counties come in and talk about the impact of this total package and the total budget on them. I hate to say this. I say it, probably try to only say it once a year. I hate to say it. I come from one of the poorest counties in the state of Maryland. I was born there. I was raised there. I left for a long time. I moved back. I raised my daughter there. My almost 9-year-old little boy lives there. One day, I will be the 8th generation of my family to be resting the soil in Garrett County, Maryland, to my west. It is in my blood. It is poor. We are poor. We have been poor for the last 50 years, since the coal mines and the regional banks and the railroads and the timber ceased to become the major industries as they were in the 20th century, and they didn't become that by the end of the 20th. Our tax rate in the county that I live in is 3.00. And yesterday I got a call. The president of our county commissioners, a guy I went to high school with, played ball with, I've known my entire life. He's a great friend of mine. It's a small little family bakery, 115 years in Cumberland, Maryland, since his great-great-great-grandfather came off the boat from Italy. That's the only place they've ever lived. He's the president of the county commissioners. And he said, Jason, I'm going to have to raise our taxes. I'm going to have to raise our piggyback taxes, or else we're going to have to cut libraries. We're going to have to cut our teachers. We're going to have to cut anything we would do for maintenance of effort. We're going to have to cut all this stuff. We're going to have to cut snow removal. That might be funny to some of you, but where I live, they cut your snow removal. That's a problem. And we're going to have to do it because the impacts of this budget and the impacts of the blueprint and the impacts of our increased spending, we don't have the money. And the mill closed, and Hunter Douglas closed, and AES Warrior Run closed, and all of them left Maryland, and they closed, and I don't have the money. So I have to go to poor people and middle-class people and working-class people, and I got to take more of their money. And I got to be honest with you, and this last time I'll say this, money is just green. If you ain't got it, it doesn't matter to you if it's going to the state or to the feds or to the city or to the water district or the county government or your city government. It doesn't matter. It's more taxes that you don't have and you have to pay. And that's what the amendment is designed to do. It's going to allow, it's going to in reality almost force or coerce every county government in the state to raise their rates to pay for the cost of living and the cost of government that we're imposing on them. And I think we can find a better way. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Question for the House is the adoption of the amendment. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed? Clerk will call the roll.
Madam Speaker?
Oh, does he have to still read them? Or? Madam Speaker.
You wanted to explain your vote? I was going to take the vote count.
No,
so.
I'm fine.
All right, I thought you would sit down.
I'm not stop.
Clerk will take the call. There being 88 votes in the affirmative.
What number did we go up to?
The amendment is adopted.
Madam Speaker.
Yes.
Move amendments 52 and 53.
The question for the House is the adoption of committee amendments 52 through 53. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed? Amendments are adopted.
Madam Speaker, Amendment 54 modifies a provision that increases the tax on cannabis sales from 9 to 12% rather than 15 and alters the share of revenue distributed to the general fund. Amendment 55 adds a provision that makes various changes to sales tax to apply the tax at 3% to data information technology services and distribute the revenue to the general fund, apply a 6% vending machine tax, repeal an exemption for sales of precious metal coins on bullion with an exception for certain sales, and repeal an exemption for the sale of artistic and photographic material used in advertising. Amendment 56 is technical. Move the adoptions of 54 through 56.
Madam Speaker.
Yes.
I'd like to pull out amendment number 55 for purpose of discussion.
Okay, move the adoption of Amendment 54.
Question for the House is the adoption of committee amendment 54. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed? Guess the ayes have it. Okay. Yes. Yes. Regarding 55, yes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. We've talked all day long at length about being an unfriendly business state. And so Amendment number 55 is the tech tax, lovingly known as the tech tax. We are surrounded by states that do a lot of tech, and we are not competitive. And that's a concern, especially for an IT tax. Small businesses will often choose not, from a risk management standpoint, they'll choose not to do cybersecurity initiatives because they can't afford it. I have a few statistics of a small business between 1 and 50 people. Often, their IT budget could be up to $150,000. That's a large amount of tax, and they're going to pass it down to
the users. So we're already talking about how we're not competitive. We are putting taking more and more money out of people's pockets. And I was really kind of surprised over the weekend to hear Governor Moore claiming that Maryland is unapologetically pro-business. But the reality is our business climate is a dumpster fire. We are 47th in expense of doing business. So I would urge that we remove this tax and vote no on this amendment. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Floor leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Good afternoon, body. I would urge you all to support the committee's work on this and support the committee's amendment. What we're doing with this tax is simply modernizing our sales tax to keep up with the times. We don't have the economy of the 1950s anymore, when half of our economic activity in Maryland was because of the manufacturing of goods and half was because of production of services. In the year 2025, Maryland, like many other states, 69% of our state's economic activity comes because of services. And other states have noticed this trend. We see a growing trend across the country in red states and in blue states for more services to get taxed, and particularly for more digital products and more digital services to be taxed. At this point, 40 out of the 46 states that have a sales and use tax, 40 out of 46 are taxing at least some digital products and some digital services. And I'll note that Maryland is currently among those. For those of us who were here in 2021 may remember the lengthy debate that we had when we expanded our sales and use tax to include digital products, certain digital products. But if we take a look at how that's being implemented currently, there are some very strange inconsistencies. I'll say I looked this weekend at some of the digital services that my household subscribes to. And if we look at things that are subject to the jurisdiction of this, this particular committee amendment, things like cloud storage, I see that one of the online cloud storage systems that we currently subscribe to, Google One, is already charging sales and use tax. That's because they're not purely a cloud storage solution. But another cloud storage solution, Amazon Photos, isn't. So how's it that we have two similar products where one's taxed, one's not? That doesn't make sense. You can also point to websites. Many of us have campaign websites or maintain websites for community groups or for our travel blog or for an upcoming wedding or a business, whatever it is. Well, if you use a service like Squarespace or Wix, you're already paying sales and use tax at 6% on their software as a service to create your website. But you know what you don't pay tax on right now? You don't pay tax on your domain name registration. You can't have the website unless you buy the domain name. So why are we taxing part of this but not other parts? I'd say it's inconsistencies like this that other states have taken a hard look at, and they have made the decision, oftentimes when they initially adopted their tax on digital services, to take a broader view than we did in 2021. And that's why at this point there are 19 states plus the District of Columbia that are taxing at least some of the technology services that we're talking about in this amendment. 3 of those states tax all services, not just technology. I'll be honest about that part. But that means in 16 states plus DC, they've taken a hard look at this issue and decided to modernize their sales and use tax to account for these kinds of services. Now, the gentlelady did raise some other issues about impacts to small businesses, and I'll say I actually am a former small business owner. When I got elected to this body, I actually was the CEO of a small technology startup that was based here in Maryland. I was co-founder and a co-owner of that business, and although I've stepped away from the business in more recent years, I did take a look back for the last full year that I was the CEO. What would these particular provisions have meant for our small business? And I'll be honest, we were a lean small business, so we weren't outsourcing a lot of things. We did most things in-house. The grand total of the impacts of what we're talking about here today for my business back then would have been $63 a year. Now I realize that scales. If you're a much bigger business, you're gonna pay more. But for a lot of small businesses, that's the kind of impact we're talking about. Lastly, on the point of regional competitiveness, I think it is worth drilling down on exactly what our neighboring states and neighboring jurisdictions are doing. So West Virginia, DC, and Pennsylvania are among those 19 states that are taxing technology services to some extent. Notably in Delaware, they have a much broader gross receipts tax. That applies to every kind of business. Again, not just technology businesses. We don't do that here in Maryland. Similarly, at the local level, in both West Virginia and in Virginia, they allow local governments to have a gross receipts tax as well. And if you look at some of the neighboring jurisdictions in Virginia, places like Fairfax, Loudoun, Arlington, and Frederick counties, they have a gross receipts tax, including sometimes with special rates on these type of technology businesses. So at the end of the day, colleagues, I encourage you again to support the committee's amendment. This really is just about making sure that the second largest source of revenue on our state, which is the sales tax, sticks with the times.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I have a question for the floor leader.
Floor leader.
So as a proud member of the Health and Government Operations Committee, I sort of set my guiding principles on how does something affect healthcare? How does it affect our providers, our medical facilities? So this tech tax, will that apply to physicians and to medical offices in terms of the technology that they're using there?
To the extent that any consumer or business is purchasing services that we're talking about, for instance, cloud storage, web hosting, yes, they will need to pay the 3% tax.
So we may be increasing the cost of healthcare by adding this into healthcare providers. Is it going to be the healthcare provider or the patient that's going to be paying for the tax?
Well, I'll point to most businesses, the bulk of the expense of the business is payroll. I think for most businesses, and including in healthcare, technology is not the predominant driver of their expenses as a business.
Well, but here in Maryland, we do have medical records. There is a requirement by the federal government for medical records to be held, and we also have CRISP, which we have to send our data to for the data repository here in the state of Maryland.
Again, I would just remind the body that we're talking about 3%. That is a rate that is significantly lower than nearly any other state in the nation that taxes technology services. Most are way higher than what we're doing here today.
Thank you.
Yes.
Madam Speaker, I pressed the vote to vote no on this amendment because of all the reasons that we've said all day long today. I can't not even comprehend the number of taxes and the grand total of what we're doing to the business community. So for that reason, I urge a red vote.
Okay.
Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker.
Yes, I'm
Thank you
trying
very
to
much.
get through this. Okay.
I know. So am I. And so are our taxpayers. Madam Speaker, could the floor leader rise for a question, please?
Floor leader.
So you brought up Delaware. Can you tell me what the gross receipts tax rate is for Delaware?
I actually don't know what that is off the top of my head.
Okay.
Sorry.
Well, our business pays it, and it's 0.07%. It can be higher depending on what the service is. So you're trying to make a comparison. I need to make sure I understand what your comparison is. Are you saying because Delaware charges a gross receipts tax, that's a moral justification for us to charge a 3% service tax?
Well, I think my point is that with the gross receipts tax, that's on every transaction, as you know, as a business owner in Delaware, that is on every transaction for that business, not just the very limited and targeted scenario that we're talking about here for just certain technology.
Yeah, I'm a Maryland business. I do business in Delaware and other states. I'm just saying I understand the rationale behind the gross receipts tax. What's Delaware's sales tax?
Delaware is one of the 4 states that does not charge a sales tax.
That is a 0% sales tax. So the other question I'd ask is, a Maryland business that reaches a point of frustration with this particular theme of tax increases on tax increases, and they look at this additional tax, how does a business stay competitive? I.e., can they just leave the state? I mean, let me just say, my business, if we wanted to avoid a service tax of this variety, not that I'm in the industry, but we certainly have cloud computing. So we do our accounting on the cloud. I mean, don't we just move to Delaware?
That's a great point about out-of-state compliance, and I think it's a good opportunity to remind the body of a Supreme Court decision from several years ago. That was the Wayfair decision, which enables states to charge sales tax across state lines for online sales. And in fact, Maryland and literally every other state that has a sales and use tax have adopted that Supreme Court decision and have passed laws to put that in place. So what that means is that the sales tax is getting charged on where the customer is based. So clearly if the customer and the seller are both here in Maryland, they're paying. But if a Maryland business,
I'm sorry, I'm thinking of it more along the lines of businesses leaving the state instead of doing business in the state. I'm not talking about a company that's in this business of tech services who is frankly deciding to leave the state so they can come back and do business in Maryland. I'm saying, at what point in time when we talk about taxes like this, are we not worried about companies just saying, goodbye Maryland? I mean, that's my point.
And so, sorry, you're talking specifically to non-technology companies.
Just
Okay.
no,
Okay.
I'm talking about any company that's watching what's going on around now. This is another example of this tax conversation. And the point is you can leave the state, right? I mean, business can make decisions to leave the state, and that's where I'm headed with it. And a state like Delaware, with a 0% sales tax in comparison to the gross receipts tax, is in fairness to the floor leader, is a little disingenuous. It's not the same conversation. And my other comment on this, and I do have a question for you, is that at what point are we setting up a regime where the comptroller is going to start collecting this, and at what point we start expanding it beyond technology services?
Look, I want to take a step back and go back to
That's
something
fair.
that you said earlier. To the extent that a Maryland business is still selling into Maryland, they still have to collect that sales tax across state lines as long as the nexus is met under the Wayfair decision. But I think at the end of the day, businesses are not just making decisions about where to locate purely based on taxes. The Revenue Subcommittee Chair made a great point about regional competitiveness, and when you look at the DC area and look at all of the taxes that businesses are paying, you can't just cherry pick and pick one tax and say businesses are going to make a decision based off of that. When we add up corporate income tax, contributions to unemployment pool, property taxes, personal property taxes, et cetera, good data collected by the DC government actually finds that Maryland is the cheapest jurisdiction. So we already are in a better position than our neighbors in DC, than in Virginia on this front. And a 3% tax, again, for most businesses, I'm going to point back to the experience of the business that I headed, it's going to be very small.
With respect, where I'm headed with this whole thing is, at what point will we expand this to, say, electricians and their service charges? I mean, aren't we setting the regime for you to come back in a later year and say, okay, we did it for tech services, now we've got to do it elsewhere?
Look, that's not the proposal before us. That's not been a proposal I don't think we've ever heard in Ways and Means since I've been.
So Madam Speaker, I'm just going to speak on the amendment and I'm sorry. I saw you stand up, so I'll take the recommendation. My point of this exercise is to remind once again, because I stood up once before and talked about what's going to happen over the next few years. And what I can see on this particular subject is we've picked something that's easy, we've picked something that's digital, we've picked something that we can throw a service tax on, and are we going to sit here and say as a legislature that in the next 2 or 3 years, knowing what we know when the Department of Legislative Services talks about how big a budget problem we have coming forward, that we won't expand this to other industries and other services? I mean, maybe I'm fortunate, maybe I'm not in the business of selling tech services, but at what point will we start saying, Madam Speaker, that we are going to have all services charged? I heard the floor leader talk about how there's 3 states that already do that. It sounds like she would be perfectly fine with expanding this elsewhere. I say, as a Republican, we should probably think carefully and not just casually about raising this tax because it just picks one small industry, because at the end of the day, what happens when we do it for one? It works, and then we expand it to all, and that's why I'm going to be voting against this amendment.
Madam Speaker,
Ready with.
please move the previous question. Thank you.
The question before the House is the previous question. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed? The ayes have it. Previous question has been adopted. The question now is the adoption of the committee amendment. Yeah, 55. Question for the House is the adoption of the amendment. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed? Roll call.
Madam Speaker?
To explain my vote?
If you must.
I must. Thank you so much. We heard a lot of talk about taxes in surrounding states. I have the Tax Foundation's 2025 State Competitiveness Index right in front of me. Maryland's 46, Virginia is 24th, Pennsylvania is 25th, West Virginia is 22nd, and Delaware's 5th. So you're competing with your neighbors, and this is going to make us 50th out of 50.
Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker.
Explain your vote.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. So, You know, it's unfortunate that we're not willing to have a conversation about this. I mean, this was put on without a hearing, and it affects so many businesses, but this amendment has more than that. This amendment's taxing other things as well, and one of those things is bullion. I mean, it's pennies to the state, but this is going to impact many dealers in our state. We're talking about a 6% tax on what could be a federal issued coin. You know, Sound Money just put out something. Idaho, in holding with the Constitution, just consider is making coin issued by the U.S. government, gold and silver coin, consider legal tender whenever agreed upon by both parties in a contract. And here we are going to tax it. Bullion, 5 states in the country tax sales of bullion over $1,000. We are going to be, again, the highest taxing state on an item, tied with Vermont. So, unfortunately, if that's the direction we want to go, we're doing a good job of it. I'm going to vote red. Thank you. And I think a lot of our business owners are hoping we do the same.
Chair Ways and Means.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And thank you to my colleague. We've had a couple of conversations about bullion, or bullion, actually on how to pronounce it. But I would ask my colleagues to stick with the committee amendment. Just so everyone understands, currently, under current law, only a sale of precious metal bullion or coins with a sale price greater than $1,000 is currently exempt from the sales and use tax, and purchasers of lesser amounts are subject to the tax. This amendment treats all sales of precious metals the same, except for there's a long-standing conference at the Baltimore Convention Center where folks can purchase and trade precious metals. So this is going to generate approximately $2.75 million, which will go to the general fund and the remainder to the Blueprint Fund. I will suggest that if you own gold and can trade in gold and purchase gold, then you can afford to pay the sales tax. And so, you know, exempting this would disproportionately benefit wealthier individuals when we're at a time when we need to make everyone pay their fair share. So I would just ask that everyone stick with the committee amendments. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Madam Speaker. Thanks. To explain my vote, also in the amendment is, got a brand new one for you, Maryland, a vending machine tax. So a few years ago, we passed legislation in this very chamber talking about healthier options for people to eat, because we realize a lot of them are eating out of vending machines. So now we're going to tax it. Got another one, tax, bullion tax, and now a vending machine tax. Who's this affect? Students, nurses, midnight shift. So, you know, I mean, talk about scraping the bottom of the barrel. But look, vote against this amendment, especially against the tax portion on IT services. My colleague said it right. Is the vending machine tax the biggest tax in the world? No. But grains of sand make a heap, and we're starting to heap it on real thick. Vote against this. Thank you.
Madam Speaker.
I think you spoke before. We need to take this.
I haven't spoken, Madam Speaker.
Yes, several times today.
Not on this bill, Madam Speaker. I have not.
To explain your vote, because it's
Precisely. Thank you, Madam Speaker. So, last Thursday, Madam Speaker, the governor of Maryland had a press conference where he said one of the things that he wanted to do was to make Maryland the most business-friendly state in the country. And then, in the same press conference, said that he wants a 3% tax on 3% tax on IT services and cloud computing and AI data centers and God knows what else. And then here we are on the House floor looking at this exact tax, a tax that has never actually had a public hearing in Ways and Means. I'm not sure how that's allowed and how that makes sense, because the businesses that are affected and all of the individuals that are affected never had an opportunity to go in front of the community, to go in front of the committee to discuss this and to debate it. So I'm trying to figure out how we have a governor that is pro-business and wants to make Maryland the most business-friendly place in the country while he's running for president, and at the same time advocating for a 3% tax on businesses. It just doesn't make sense. And so obviously I'm opposed to this particular part of the bill. Thanks.
Speaker.
Yes.
I'll be brief. You know,
Please.
I think the message I'm hearing today is that I could go back to my constituents and say, we're not as bad as Delaware, we're not as bad as this. And all I've heard today is about a whole ton of ways to tax next year. And that's disconcerting. We should be looking out for our constituents, not looking out for the bottom line here. Let's do what's right for the people.
Clerk will take the call. There being 85 votes in the affirmative, the amendment has been adopted. Committee Chair.
Okay, I'm sorry, Madam Speaker. Move Amendment 56.
Question for the House is the adoption of amendment number 56. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed? The ayes have it. Go ahead.
Thank you. Amendment 57 adds provisions to increase the amount authorized to be transferred to the BRFA in 2024. Amendment 58 and 59 strike provisions that would have replaced the mandated funding for Maryland Public Broadcasting and repealed the low-intensity sports services program. Amendment 60 increases the amount authorized to be transferred by a general fund from the alternative compliance payment balance. Amendment 64 increases the amount authorized to be transferred from the maternal and child health population fund. Amendment 61 strikes the transfers to the general fund from the Securities Act registration fund balance and replaces it with transfer to the mortgage loan servicing practices settlement fund. Amendment 62 strikes the authorization to transfer certain funds to the general fund. Amendment 63 strikes the division authorizing certain transfers within the department. Amendment 65 increases the amount authorized to be transferred to the Behavioral Health Administration and alters the amounts and health occupation boards from which the funds are transferred. Amendments 67 and 66 add provisions to authorize transfers from the Land Records Improvement Fund and the State Used Tire Cleanup and Recycling Fund. Amendments 68 and 70 add provisions to authorize transfer interest earnings from the Racing and Community Development Fund to the General Fund. Amendment 69 adds a provision authorizing transfer of rainy day fund to the Annuity Bond Fund if needed to pay debt service. Amendment 71 adds provision prohibiting rate increases for certain providers. Move the adoption of Amendments 57 through 71.
Question for the House is the adoption of committee amendments 57 through 71. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed? The ayes have it. Amendments have been adopted. The question now is adoption of the favorable report
Madam Speaker.
as amended. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed? The ayes have it. Favorable report is adopted. Are there any additional amendments to the bill or to its title? Yes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I have an amendment at the desk. Amendment number 473522-1.
Amendment number 1.
So what this amendment seeks to do is continue to allow itemized deductions for charitable donations. So I was able to get some information from the Department of Legislative Services as well as the Comptroller's Office. $6.7 billion in charitable donations are made from those in Maryland making $200,000 or a year or more, which is the overwhelming lion's share of donations made to charities. Charities that everybody in this room support. We may not support the same charities, but we all support some charities on some initiatives, right? So we are de-incentivizing the donation of $6.7 billion into the charities that you care about statewide. Super easy amendment. We all know the benefit of individuals donating to the charities that we support, that we care about, that advocate for the issues that we all care about, even the ones I agree with, right? But we all care about a variety of issues. So you're simply taking away the motivation and the incentive for your charities to receive the support of citizens across the state of Maryland. Full stop. Very easy. $6.7 billion you will be disincentivizing, pumped into the nonprofits here in the state of Maryland. With that, Madam Speaker, I move the amendment.
Floor Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And thank you to my good friend from Ways and Means for sharing the amendment with me in advance. And I do appreciate your concern for our nonprofits who depend on charitable contributions. So, friends, I'm going to ask you to resist this amendment. There's a few things I want to highlight. One is that charitable, the deduction for charitable contributions really benefits higher end earners, the wealthiest residents. Half of charitable deduction dollars claimed by taxpayers report more than $1 million in total income. Now, this is, as you know, with the removal of, or the limiting of itemizing deductions, this is something that only impacts filers earning over $200,000 a year. But it doesn't mean anyone earning over $200,000 a year can't itemize their deductions. It just means at that point, the amount by which their income exceeds $200,000 helps diminish how much they can itemize. Now, in 2017, the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act helped us with some information on the federal level. After that law passed, we saw a 61% decrease in charitable contribution deductions. What we didn't see was a corresponding decrease in charitable giving. So, friends, I know it's been a long day, but this is the heartwarming part of the BRFA debate. It turns out that charitable giving is not about tax deductions. Charitable giving is about being charitable. So I urge you to resist this amendment.
Madam Speaker,
Yes.
I personally don't care if millionaires benefit from charitable donations. What I care about is our nonprofits benefiting from our upper middle class and wealthy Maryland's pumping their hard-earned money into our nonprofits and our communities. Special Olympics, the ARC, the Maryland Food Bank. I can go on and on and on with these nonprofits. Baltimore Aquarium, Baltimore Science Center, right? All these organizations that we all know and love and support our communities. So great, great. This is the heartwarming part. Once in a while, right, we want those wealthiest Marylanders to invest their hard-earned dollars back into our community, and not via tax dollars, right? Not via government, but via what's important to them, right? And what's important to our communities. So yes, great. If you make 200 grand a year, you should be able to write off your investment into our community. If you make $1 million, you make $10 million, you make $1 billion, I don't care. If you're putting your money into our nonprofits, which support typically the most vulnerable Marylanders across the state, let's go. This is money above and beyond tax dollars. Let's go. Take your money, invest it in our communities, invest in these nonprofits. Great. I'm glad we can incentivize you to put your money in the best places. Don't buy a yacht, invest it in Special Olympics, right? Don't buy a fancy car, invest it into the ARC. That's where your money should be going, and we should be encouraging that very important philanthropic investment back in our communities. So with that, Madam Speaker, I move the amendment.
Question before the House is the adoption of the amendment. All in favor signify by saying aye. Oppose? Roll call.
Madam Speaker?
Madam Chair?
Explaining my vote.
Speaker?
Just let everybody know that a red vote is sticking with the committee. Thank you.
Madam Speaker?
Yes.
To explain my vote, what's going to happen if this amendment that the committee wants stays in place? What's going to happen is that we're going to get inundated with people, with nonprofits needing grants, subsidies from the government. It's better to let people support, as a community, the nonprofits that they want. We have an issue now where everybody's, you know, siloed in their house watching Netflix or whatever, or on their cell phones. And we don't have a lot, and because of the pandemic, we don't have a lot of community interaction that we used to have. And the fact that you have nonprofits that have different events to help their community and help their constituency is a good thing. But I don't think we want them beating on the doors of the government and fighting with each other to get some grants from the state, when they can go out and people can support them that really support their mission and have enthusiasm about them. So I think that we should definitely put a green vote on the board. Thank you.
Clerk will take the call. There being 93 and the amendment fails.
Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker.
Yes. Who got up? Who?
I did.
Yes.
Thank
go
you,
ahead.
Madam Speaker.
Mhm.
I have an amendment at the desk of 643722/1.
Amendment number 1.
Move so much be considered the reading of the amendment.
So ordered.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. We just heard about some fairly radical changes that we're making in our tax law. For a very, very, very long time, you were able to deduct your charitable contributions, just like you can down the street in D.C. with the IRS. Well, now we're like, we need more money. No more. This amendment relates to something similar, your medical expenses. The IRS allows you to deduct certain medical expenses on your federal tax return. And guess what? So did the state of Maryland for years and years and decades and decades. It seemed to be okay. It seemed to be all right. It seemed to make sense to let people say, hey, certain types of medical expenses that bankrupt families, will let you deduct those from your taxes the same way the federal government, made up of Democrats and Republicans for time immemorial, have decided you have the ability to deduct. But now we are literally ripping the couch cushions apart looking for pennies for things that we won't cut. And now your medical expenses will no longer be deductible. This amendment restores that. Those of us who serve on the fiscal committees that got to participate in the Burfa hearing may remember a gentleman who came to the hearing, and he was very heated. Turns out he's actually the uncle of a former member of this chamber from Montgomery County and the chamber across the street. And he told an affecting story that I'll remember for a very, very long time. He said, I'm not poor. I might have more than $200,000 a year in adjusted gross income. I'm not rich. I'm not a multimillionaire. I don't live in a mansion in Potomac. I don't live in a massive townhome overlooking the Tony neighborhoods of Chevy Chase, but I'm not poor. I'm not saying I am. My wife has a very, very serious medical condition, a disease. And she requires round-the-clock care. And she requires testing. And she requires all of these things that I have to pay expenses for above and beyond what health insurance will cover. And it costs me everything. And he screamed. He screamed at all of us. It costs me everything. And the only way I can afford it, he said, is that I am able to deduct it from my taxes. And it helps me afford keeping my wife alive and trying to keep her in our home and trying to give her some semblance of a quality of life in the declining years of her days. And you're taking, and he screamed at us, and you're taking that away from me to pay for other things. I can't do that. We shouldn't do that. Only 14% of people who claim medical expenses in the last estimate from DLS are filers above $200,000. We shouldn't take that deduction away from them. And he said, what do you want me to do? Do you want me to move? And we take my wife away from her family where she lives and go to another state so we can afford to provide the care that she has? Or do you want me to just let her die? And he screamed it. I'll never forget that. Because I thought, this is our job. We get to make these decisions. And because we're ripping those couch cushions apart, Blueprint, Medicaid, state workers need a raise, that guy is suffering. We can stop it. It's not going to end the budget. It's not going to destroy the state of Maryland. It's just going to do the right thing. Do the right thing. Allow people that have those level of medical expenses. My God, could you imagine that? I'm not strong enough to bear it, to be honest with you, to see your loved one have those types of medical expenses that destroy you. And you used to be able to say, well, it's not an advantage. My God, I'd rather pay higher taxes and have my loved one be okay. But at least I can afford it a little bit better because I don't get hit twice. I don't pay it and then pay taxes on what I paid out. We can make that change right here. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Floor leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Colleagues, once again, I'm going to ask you to resist this amendment. I think there's a few important things to remember, okay? For anyone earning up to $200,000, this has no impact on what they can deduct. And if we look at the data in Maryland of tax filers who claim medical deductions, only 6% of them earn over $200,000 a year. Now, it's also important to note that this deduction does not go away when you cross the $200,000 threshold, right? In the case of someone who's earning $250,000 or so, it's simply a reduction in how much they can deduct. It does not take it away. Now, there are 11 states where you cannot itemize deductions at all, and another 11 where itemization is limited. So we would be imposing a limit which would diminish as the income continues to increase. Now, I will also say I do share my colleagues' concern for folks who are battling with extensive medical expenses. And that is why I'm particularly proud to support the work of our HGO committee and the work that our chair and vice chair have done to control medical costs, to make healthcare more affordable in Maryland, including controlling the costs of prescription drugs. And I think we can all work together to make sure that folks are not bankrupted by medical expenses. And they will still be able to take deductions in line with their income. So please resist this amendment.
Yes.
Very briefly, Madam Speaker, and I appreciate that. My good friend from the committee, I know that her intentions and the intentions of the people who put this together are in good faith, and that's true. We're not completely eliminating it. I just can't do it. You guys can do it. I can't do it. I can't take somebody who suffers from this. I don't care. Maybe if you would cut the number where the phase out begins at 500,000, because that's what Governor Moore told us. Those are the rich people. 500,000, they get the additional thing. $1 million, 750,000, but we didn't. We went to 200,000, and 200,000 to phase that out in many communities across Maryland is not rich. It is far from poor, but we got to get our heads screwed on straight of who's rich, who's poor, who gets to be on Medicaid, and who gets to be taxed higher. The numbers seem to get pretty close. Who gets to lose their deductions because they're too rich, phase them out, but you don't get extra taxes. Let's come up with one universal definition of who's poor and who's middle class and who's rich, and then apply the rules equally to those groups. Because what we're doing today and what we've done for years in policy is we're all over the place because we're just using the numbers to rip those couch cushions apart and get money. It's a bad idea to eliminate or limit the deductibility of medical expenses from people because you refuse to make other difficult budgetary decisions, because it's a difficult decision for them. We never had to do it before. We shouldn't have to do it today. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move the amendment.
Question for the House is the adoption of the amendment. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed? Clerk will take the call.
Madam Speaker.
Clerk will take the call. The amendment fails. Are there any additional amendments to
Madam
the bill
Speaker.
or to its title? You just came back in. So
I
what's
did.
up?
I have an amendment, Madam Speaker. Oh, thank you, Madam Speaker. I have an amendment to the desk. The amendment is 553926.
Amendment number 1.
Moves to be considered the reading of the amendment.
So ordered.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. So an issue that has been really important to my district is the collision at the Key Bridge. It is really that we had issues being stranded with the Key Bridge before the collision, and unfortunately the collision has really done a lot of harm to eastern Baltimore County. It has cut off a major source of traffic capacity for us. And there's been a lot of discussion in the news about vulnerability assessments recently. So what this amendment does is it requires a yearly report from the MDTA to the General Assembly about the state of the vulnerability assessments that should be conducted on all bridges in the state. It's been discussed by the NTSB that the Key Bridge had not had a vulnerability assessment done. Some reports say it had been decades since it's been done. And I think sometimes as we debate the more controversial issues, we fail to recognize that we as delegates, our job is to oversee these agencies and what they should be doing. And sometimes what they should be doing are these boring reports about public safety, and these vulnerability assessments are one set of report that I think maybe if we had done, we could have prevented this problem. So again, all this amendment does is requires a yearly report on the state of vulnerability assessments for the Key Bridge and all bridges in our state. I think this is a good government mechanism to really protect public safety and maybe even save lives, so I'd move the amendment.
Floor leader.
Thank you, Delegate, for your amendment. And we certainly, in the Transportation and Environment Subcommittee, have had a lot of discussions about the Key Bridge and all that has gone into the accident and what can be done to prevent such a thing in the future. And we're working on language that we will be adding to the budget in conference. There's a few problems with your amendment as it's written, and I don't really want to go into them on the floor in detail, but I want to assure you that we are working on the issue and invite you to work with us on it. And for the members here, if you would just please reject this amendment, and because it has some problems with the language, and know that we are working on something for conference in the budget. Thank you.
Question for the House is the adoption of the amendment. All in
Madam
favor
Speaker,
signify
we're
by
not
saying aye.
debating this. We don't know what this
Opposed?
amendment is. Madam Speaker, we don't know what this amendment even says.
Very briefly, Madam
We have some
Speaker.
questions.
Excuse me?
We don't.
You got three of you talking, one at a time.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Very briefly, if I may. Thank you. Folks, you can actually read this amendment on your floor laptop. It's so small, I'd actually like to read it briefly. On or before December 1st, 2025, and each December 1st thereafter, the authority shall report to the General Assembly in accordance with Section 21257 of the State Government Article on the findings from all vulnerability assessments conducted on all bridges in the state, and the methods and procedures in place for conducting future vulnerability assessments on bridges constructed in the state. That's the whole thing. That's, what, 3 sentences? So I'm not sure about what's incorrect technically with the amendment. I actually did take the liberty of looking in the budget alongside legislative services to see if there was anything in the budget or the BRFA that spoke to this pressing problem, which we all love to pontificate about, but we very infrequently find solutions for. So I think this is a very reasonable thing. I think people who live in places like Dundalk or Essex or Edgemere frequently feel that they've been forgotten. This is a very simple thing. It's a non-controversial thing. It's a matter of good government. It's easy to adopt this, and I'd ask you to support it today.
Floor leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. What we are working on for the budget conference is more comprehensive and wide-ranging than what you see here, and it actually identifies the types of vulnerability assessments. That's just one example. And so, members, I'd ask that you would reject this amendment and trust your budget committee to be taking care of this in conference.
Madam Speaker.
Yes.
Move the previous question.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm standing and was recognized, I believe. So before we start moving the previous question, I know you don't want to have this debate.
Previous questions on the table.
You got 4 of you standing up. The whip had asked. Okay.
Madam Speaker,
Go
we're
ahead.
just going to
Go
deny
ahead.
the debate of the
Madam
majority.
Speaker.
I'm not denying the debate. Parliamentarian, you know it better than anybody else.
Moving the previous question is a privileged motion above your debate.
I have moved the previous question, Madam Speaker.
The question before the House is the previous question. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed? Roll call the previous question.
Madam Speaker.
To explain my vote, Madam Speaker.
Madam Speaker.
Just give me.
I'll explain my vote on this too.
All right.
Minority whip.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. So look, today is a very important day for us. For some of you, maybe in the majority party, it's just a routine day. We come in, hit our green buttons, go to a reception, whatever, respectfully. For us, this means something. And so if we want to get up and have an opportunity to explain our vote, or we want to get up and make an argument, that's what we're here for. So I don't want our members to feel like we're getting shut down. That's all. So a little courteous in that respect, and I think things will go smoother. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Madam Speaker, to explain my vote.
Yes, go ahead.
Thank you so much. It's so nice to be recognized.
Explain your vote, please.
Thank you. We chose you, and since that time, many, many, many days that many of us have stood up, you have refused to call on us. You have seen us standing and you have skipped over us.
What does this have to do with
This has to
the-
do with you calling the previous question. So I'm explaining my vote, why I'm red on the previous question. Yes, sir?
Respectfully, I called the previous question, not Madam Speaker. She presides.
Sir, I'm explaining my vote on it.
Okay.
This is my
Stick
reasoning,
to your
if that's
facts.
okay.
This is all
Thank
I'm
you.
asking.
Okay. We consistently try to make our voices heard in a state that marginalizes us and ignores us constantly. In a chamber that has been gerrymandered madly to continue to marginalize us. You don't have to listen to us speak right now. You can continue to cut us off, but you will hear us in the election just like you did in November.
Question for the House is clerk will call the roll on the previous question. There being 94 votes in the negative, the amendment fails. It's been adopted. Pass it. Yeah. On the amendment. So, all in favor, signify by saying aye. Opposed? Roll call.
Madam Speaker.
Madam Speaker, explain my vote.
Further explain our votes.
To explain my vote.
Explain your vote.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Colleagues, this was one of the most consequential events that we've had in this state in the last 2 or 3 decades. I went out on the Coast Guard ship 3 or 4 days later, as I got a friend. It was honestly one of the most shocking things I've ever seen. The magnitude of what happened, the size of that ship, the size of that bridge, crushing through that ship, and then leaving the crew on there as long as we did. It wasn't Maryland news. It wasn't East Coast news. It wasn't just United States. It was across the world. It was shocking. And to hurry through this on a very well-thought amendment, looking for the safety of people going forward. I don't know how many of your constituents go across the Bay Bridge and tell you they're scared. They're scared. All we're looking for is, this is public safety. This is number one. This is our number one priority as legislators, is public safety. This moves us closer to public safety, and we push it through like we're talking about a vending machine tax. I'm sorry if I sound upset. I gave my chairman a hug right after the next day because I told her, whatever we need to do to honor those men that fell in the water, I'm with you. And we pushed forward on an amendment on a bill this year. This is sad.
I am sorry. This is sad to push this through. I love y'all, but this is embarrassing. I'm proud to vote for this amendment. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Madam Speaker, on the bill, on the amendment, explain my vote.
On the amendment, to explain your vote.
I am voting green on this because I just did a TV interview today on Washington area TV, not from St. Mary's, and they asked about the Key Bridge because it's been in the news. And I hear the excuse from the floor leader that the committee is working on something. Well, hey, this doesn't really come to the forefront of the news cycle until last Thursday. So if the committee's working on something, guess what? This is the document they should be putting it in. We have the gentleman who represents that area offer an amendment, and we can't even debate it. You blow through it. We've moved the previous question, 4 times today? Come on. This is not right. We're all here all day talking about this. This is the process. If you don't like the process, then change the rules. This is the process, and this is what we should be going forward with. I'll be voting green on this, Madam Speaker, because it's the right thing to do, because we should have been doing it for the last 30 years.
Chair Appropriations.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I get up to explain my red vote. My red vote represents something more important than political posturing. It's getting it right. Okay, we need to get it right. The gentleman was explained that we agree with the premise behind his amendment. We offered to work with him on an amendment that is right, that works. That should be, oh, thank you, great. You know, the gentlelady from Baltimore County had an education amendment a few years ago. We worked with her, and it came to the floor rather than doing it in the budget processes, which is where you should really do it. It's okay, you're not on the budget committee. We worked with it. We got the language right. Did we not? We did. We got the language right. Offered the same thing to the gentleman. But no, he's got to get up and make his point. My red vote is getting it right. And that's what we will be doing in conference committee.
Madam Speaker, explain my vote.
Explain your vote.
To the chairman, I do agree with you. We do need to get this right. I represent the district that borders this one, but I also happen to be on that bridge just a few hours that night before it collapsed. I went across that bridge every day. This is something that's very important for us to get right. My wife, when the bridge went down that evening, woke up and said, "You were just on that bridge 4 hours ago." The fact that we would just blow off debate on something like this, something where we lost several lives, where other key pieces of infrastructure could also be in danger in our state. We saw the study about the Bay Bridge, and who knows what other key pieces, a piece of infrastructure that I drove on every day. It's very disconcerting that we would do something like that. To the gentleman from Anne Arundel County, he's right. This isn't just about a tax on a vending machine. This is potentially people's lives that we're talking about with something like this. So I do hope that we push forward with this and do get this right, because this is very important.
To explain my vote.
Majority.
Okay. To explain my vote, most folks here know me as a fairly calm person. And I just wanted to level set, because I feel and I hear a number of our colleagues from the minority party. I'll just say a number from the majority party, majority of my colleagues here, with the exception of those of us who stand in the front or committee chairs, don't get the chance to stand up and speak on how they feel most of the time. We hear from a lot of you day in and day out as you express your feelings constantly. The floor leader expressed support for the amendment in principle. You've gotten a promise for us to work on this. I understand there are many things for us to debate on revenues and whatnot, but this right here, you just got a promise to do what you want. She's promised to do it. The committee chair just promised to do that. No one is steamrolling here. We have a lot of work to do. I understand that folks want to talk about it, but I just want to remind folks too, last year when the port happened, and again, in explaining my role, we all stood in solidarity together to try to help the people in that community. We were all here. So let's not change the context of the conversation here. You've received a promise, and we're going to honor that. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Explain my vote, Madam Speaker.
Madam Speaker.
Yes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Do you know how many times I've been lied to in this place in the last 10 years? I know that's inconvenient. But I bring this amendment for the sole reason that it's a good amendment. It's quite an issue to have the federal government call out the fact that Maryland has not executed this vulnerability assessment in 31 years. What's the solution? Easy peasy. Anybody could have done this, any one of us. I don't know why the committee, this body has been rolling for 60-some days. I don't know why this issue wasn't addressed via policy or budget. But the quality of the amendment is the sole reason I brought it today. I don't know if anybody's noticed, but we've had less debate this year than any time in my experience in the General Assembly. We debated this amendment for 3 minutes. I know that's a very inconvenient fact, but for my district, which is isolated because of this collapse, it's a huge issue. And if you want to know why we had a tanker run into a bridge, this is why.
To explain my vote.
Explain your vote.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And yes, I do appreciate the Chair of Appropriations taking my amendment in budget language, but I would like to point out that was in 2023, and that was to sequester $50,000 until we got a report on how the MSDE is going to address math proficiency, and they never reproduced that. I asked and asked and asked. So budget language is a toothless tiger. And this is important, and I hope you come back and say you're joining the I Told You So caucus when you actually fix this problem. Thank you.
To explain my vote.
Madam Speaker. To summarize this and explain my vote, I just want to make sure that the delegate who made the amendment he's still on the floor? There he is. I don't know if you have had a chance to look at the work that we produced in the budget in the subcommittee, but there are new requirements in there that MDOT in general and MDTA report on the status of our bridges in Maryland. We are working on that overall issue. In addition, there is a requirement for a report specifically on the Key Bridge. Finally, the information about the vulnerability assessment from NTSB came out after we finished moving the budget through the committee, just as someone said last Thursday or Friday. That is why we are now working on a more extensive amendment to address that particular issue with the proper language, the proper information, and consulting everyone who is involved. If you'd like to be part of that process, I invite you. But members, this is not the amendment we want to vote on.
To explain my vote, Madam Speaker.
Explain your vote.
Thank you. I think the concerns with this amendment have got to be financial in nature, because several of our citizens drowned and were killed while they were working for the benefit of our state. Families lost their partners, fathers, sons, all in service to our state because they were working on that bridge. This amendment is drafted exceptionally well, as the delegate read it very clearly. It asks them to tell us the studies they were already in statute required to do. That is the entire amendment. Tell us what you were already required to do. I did really enjoy hearing from the majority whip that he gets to hear about our feelings all the time, but that the majority party rarely gets to share theirs. That's because they're not allowed to stand up. That's because when they do, they get stripped of their subcommittees. Their offices change. They lose their parking spots. That's what actually happens in Maryland when Democrats stand up on the floor to share their feelings. So the problem is not with us sharing ours too much. It's that they're not permitted to share theirs. And they well know it, and many of them hate it. But you guys run an iron fist down here on your own people, and I'm sorry for those of you who would love to stand up and say something but are not permitted to do so.
Clerk will take the call. The amendment fails. Are there any additional amendments to the bill to adopt?
Madam Speaker,
Yes.
I have an amendment at the desk. Amendment number 753722/1.
Amendment number 1.
Move so much be considered the reading of the amendment.
So ordered.
Body. Whew, I don't know where to start. This amendment simply allows the itemization of mortgage interest at any income level. If you've had a chance to read and hear the previous debate we've had today, we've capped this at $200,000. Well, I can tell you, when I bought my first house at the tender age of 21, many, many years ago, I know it's hard to consider that, the mortgage interest deduction was a big reason and a big incentive for me to purchase that home. As a matter of fact, we have an estimated 2.13 million homes here in the state of Maryland and roughly 1.5 million homeowners. The mortgage interest deduction is a big part of home ownership. I think we all would all agree that the American dream is to own a home. And I would assume the American dream would also be to earn $200,000. What this amendment does, it puts back in the language that allows the itemization to be there. It's a good amendment. I think it's going to help home ownership. Just today, I was looking at the affordability index in the state of Maryland. It's dropped to 62%, meaning that only 62% of Marylanders can actually afford to buy a home. It's gone down nearly 13% just in the past year. When I meet with constituents, when I meet with prospective buyers in my day-to-day job, the mortgage interest deduction goes a long way in how they're going to do their taxes for that year. Not only do we offer different credits, the homestead credit, other incentives for them to buy, my fear is the mortgage interest deduction removal will not allow them to take that credit and not offer them an incentive to achieve the American dream and to be a homeowner here in the state of Maryland. I asked the body to consider the amendment. I spoke with the floor leader a little bit this morning. I would like for you to look at it seriously because home ownership is important. It's very important here in Maryland. We want to keep homeowners here and we want to promote home ownership in the state of Maryland. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Floor leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Colleagues, we've had a few amendments about this phasing out of itemized deductions, and once again, I'm going to ask you to resist. Now, the overwhelming majority of Marylanders would not be hurt by this. First of all, many Marylanders don't have the benefit of this, right? Renters don't enjoy this benefit. Those who don't itemize don't enjoy the benefit. And of the folks who do itemize on mortgage interest, the overwhelming majority would not be impacted because they are at $200,000 or less. So what we do know is that this is about revenue that will help all of our community. And this is, again, following the same arguments we've heard, I'm going to ask you to resist this amendment.
Madam Speaker.
Yes, go ahead.
Thank you, and thank you to the floor leader for that explanation. You know, you brought up a good point. Renters, they don't get to take advantage of this deduction. More of a reason for them to become homeowners here in the state of Maryland. More of a reason to have this available to them. All the reasons to keep this deduction for homeowners in the state of Maryland. My fear is over $200,000, they're either going to eliminate the mortgage or they're going to pay it off and it won't be relevant. So this is going to affect Marylanders up and down all income levels. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Okay. Go ahead.
Madam Speaker, I'd like to stand and to support this amendment. I just did some back of the paper math on what $200,000 will buy you. Depending on your debt income ratio, you could probably afford to buy a $400,000 house. That's not a lot of house. Think about it, $400,000, that's probably the first time you're selling your row home, moving up to your second individual home. That's not a lot. The thing of it is, if people do depend on this because it's part of, they take it in consideration with their payments, and with, they also take in consideration how much the appreciation is on the property. Think about it. If the people in people in townhouses don't want to move into an individual house, that hurts the market. Our market's dead right now. Everything that we do is hurting the real estate market. I've been in this business for 40 years and I've never seen nothing like this. I feel like we're moving backwards, and we should keep this intact to help the homeowners, the first-time home buyers or the second-time home buyers. Like I said, $400,000 is not a lot of house. Thank you.
Madam Speaker.
Yes, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I want to highlight some things. The first-time home buyer in the state of Maryland, the average age used to be somewhere around 27 years old. It's now grown to almost 31, 32 years old. I've had the Maryland Realtors reach out to me this morning, and my county Realtor Association reach out to me this morning. The CEOs of both of these organizations have asked me to speak on their behalf. This is going to hurt Maryland. I saw the February statistics for housing, down 10% year over year. So when we talk about building a budget and we talk about tax revenue, when the available housing in our state is going down 10% year over year, those transactions affect the budget. The transfer taxes affect local and state. We want to encourage homeownership. We want to bring investment to the state. We want to bring home buyers to the state of Maryland. What the mortgage interest deduction does is helps promote that. I remember being here roughly 10 years ago on Lawyers Mall as a bright-eyed, bushy-tailed 30-something, asking to keep mortgage interest deduction in the state of Maryland. Now, we were able to do that at that time, and here we are today on House Bill 352, stripping some of that language, and it really concerns me. Not only does housing support a large majority of jobs in the state of Maryland, roughly 7 per house that's sold, 7 jobs are created for each and every house that's sold in the state of Maryland. I urge the body to encourage homeownership and to encourage the mortgage interest deduction. I stand for it, I believe in it, and it's not just today, it's many days. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Question for the House is the adoption of the amendment. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed? Clerk will call the roll.
Madam Speaker.
Has everyone recorded their vote? Clerk will take the call. There being 92 votes in the negative, the amendment fails. Are there any additional amendments to the bill or to its title? Yes.
Madam Speaker, I have an amendment to desk. Amendment is number 883629.
Amendment number 1.
I want you all to enjoy yourselves by getting to be able to turn around and see we're standing here in the back. The bill, or the amendment that I'm proposing, is to eliminate the 1% surcharge on capital gains on the $350,000 or greater AGI. From a pragmatic point of view, we've talked about capital gains supporting charities. We've talked about capital gains taxes on bullion, and now we're faced with another decision. The decision becomes, why do I want to invest in Maryland if I'm going to be taxed? We have a number of different times when the comptroller refers to the state as why we have an exodus of individuals leaving the state because of taxes and things like that. Capital gains are a great opportunity for you to be able to take the dollars you gained in the capital side and also be able to use it for the charitable deductions. So like I said, when you look at this thing from a bigger point of view, maybe 1% doesn't seem like a lot, but if you're an investor and you play with the hedge funds and things like that, yeah, there's a bunch of ways in a normal marketplace you can write off your capital gains against your expenses, and it's a very common process that you use in investing. However, when you invest on the big side and you want people to come to Maryland, if you want businesses to come to Maryland and invest, this is not what you want to be able to do to encourage investment in this state. And with that, I would move the amendment, please.
Floor leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and bless you to my colleague. Colleagues, I am rising to ask you to support the committee and resist this amendment. This capital gains surcharge only applies to filers with an income of $350,000 or more. And that represents only about 5% of filers. Now, we know that these are hard times. We know this is about making tough decisions. And this is about asking folks who are doing well, right? They're making capital gains. This is money that they didn't have to work to earn. These aren't wages. This is money you make by investing money you already have, okay? And this is additional income, passive income, folks like to call it, and we're saying we're going to tax it 1% more for folks who are already making over $350,000 a year. So I will ask you to resist this amendment.
Madam Speaker,
amendment. Go ahead.
Please, thank you, ma'am. I would tend to disagree that you didn't have to work for your money. If you're investing in the stock market, I would agree that that is a passive way to make money. However, I would sit there and say if you're investing in a business, if you're investing in a number of other ways to have capital appreciation, you take risk. Risk brings reward. I can tell you if you're playing, we'll just hedge the commodities market, you can lose your butt in a day. It takes you months to get back. So the idea here, if like I say, I agree with the delegate, the $350,000 is a piece of it. But let's say that you have a $350,000 income, and all of a sudden you get a $5,000 windfall capital gain. You're going to pay 2% on that $5,000 regardless. So that's $100. So we talk about money and capital here today. I just think it's a better way to encourage people to stay in the state and invest in the state that we live in. Thank you.
Floor leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And absolutely, those investments are important, and that risk is important. What we're looking at is the fact that we have folks in Maryland who are working 2 and 3 jobs just to make ends meet. Okay? So when we talk about a tax on individuals who are earning $350,000 or more on their investment income, we're saying, yes, we are asking folks who are doing well to pay a little bit more. And that's part of making sure that we can invest in all the priorities we've been talking about today. So I'd ask you to please be read on this amendment.
Madam Speaker.
Yes.
Yeah, I just have a question for the floor leader.
Floor leader.
So does
Yes.
this tax apply to business in Maryland where they've been working for 30 or 40 years and then they sell their business? That would be a capital gain?
On the capital gains that they made off that transaction, yes.
But that's not a short-term gain, right? It's not a short-term gain.
No, capital gains do not have to be short-term, no.
No, I understand that. But that's what you were referring to when you said that they didn't work for it. And I'm just trying to figure out, maybe you would like to clarify your philosophy as to how someone who's been in a business for 30 or 40 years working really hard and the entire family works in the business and they work 7 days a week, which is very common. I know this because I'm in a very similar business. And then someone in the Democrat Party on the opposite side of the aisle said, You didn't work for that. You didn't earn that. Somebody else made it happen. Can you maybe clarify that?
No, absolutely. And I know that business owners work very hard to make their businesses grow, and they're investing in the community. Mm-hmm. What I was referring to was investments in stocks, bonds, holding passive income, so that there is a distinction between that and wages. And a distinction between that and the business investment you're referring to.
So then why are you taxing both?
Because this is about capital gains for anyone who has income over $350,000. We're saying folks who are doing well and seeing a return in capital gains can afford to pay a little bit more on those capital gains.
Understood, but you do understand, don't you, that it's very normal for a small business owner to earn maybe $100,000 a year to $150,000 a year, and then one day sell for millions, and that's really their retirement. So they're not earning $350,000 a year. You do understand that, don't you?
In the year that the gains are earned.
That's when you're hitting them, right? After they've saved their whole lives with the business, because that's their savings. They don't have pensions like government employees, right?
And this is a 2% surcharge on that capital gain.
Got it. Madam Speaker, just on this amendment, obviously it makes no sense to tax the business community a surcharge on top of what they're already paying when they sell their business. I mean, the small business community, the medium-sized business community, these are people that put everything on their line, everything on the line. Look, I know this, and so do many other people in in the House of Delegates. I mean, how many people here have started a business and co-signed a loan for your business and put your house up and still do it year after year after year? I do. And that's the risk that I take. But what I'm hearing here is you didn't earn that. Someone else made that happen. The 2% surcharge when you finally sell your business after taking this tremendous risk your entire life. The state should put their hand in your pocket and take extra money, a surcharge on top of everything else. We who are self-employed in Maryland, we do not have pensions. Our pension is our business when we sell it. That is our pension when we sell it. That is our savings. We earned it, all of it. And now you think you should have some of it? I don't think so. It's just incredibly obtuse in my mind. It's so obtuse to say you didn't earn it. Thank you.
Question for the House is the adoption of the amendment. All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? Roll call.
Madam Speaker.
Has everyone recorded their vote? Did you vote? Okay. Clerk will take the call. There being 90 votes in the negative, the amendment fails. Are there any additional amendments to the bill or to its title? You have an amendment?
Madam Speaker?
Yes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I have an amendment at the desk. It is amendment number 673-225.
Amendment number 1.
Okay, so this amendment is going to help all of us eliminate a tax that is going to burden us at the local level. So this is eliminating the pension cost shifts to counties. This includes teacher retirement payments, community college retirement payments, teacher retirement supplement grants. So just to give you a little background, historically, teacher and community college employee pensions have been the state's responsibility. But now we are wanting to shift those costs to counties, and this will place an undue burden on local governments that don't have the same revenue generating mechanisms as the state. So the state government has broader taxing authority and more robust fiscal capacity to manage these pension obligations without significantly impacting services. So we're talking $114 million that will put a strain on counties. And if I can just put it into context here, we're looking at, for example, Anne Arundel County. We've worked hard to balance our budget here. We have a AAA bond rating. But now we are being asked to cough up $9.7 million due to the fiscal irresponsibility, if I'm going to be frank, that's happening at the state level. So what I'm asking is for us to move this amendment so that way we don't have counties footing the bill for a tax that has been historically paid for at the state level. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move the amendment.
Madam Speaker?
Yes, I'm sorry.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And thank you for bringing the amendment. I would ask the body to resist the amendment today. These are costs pension costs for county employees that we are shifting to the counties. These are for county teachers and county community college employees that, yes, you cited correctly, these from 1940 to 2012 were shouldered entirely by the state government. In 2012, a difficult decision was made to pass some of these back to the county. And again, in our deliberations this year, we made a difficult decision to pass more of these back to the county.
Madam Speaker?
Yes.
Thank you, and I appreciate your explanation. But I think the bigger question for us to ask is, how did we get here? You know, we've been able to manage this at the state level for many years before O'Malley. Then it became a shared responsibility between the state and the counties. So my question is how are we able to manage these funds at the state level, but now all of a sudden we're asking counties now to foot the bill for employees that they don't even employ? These are in fact state employees. So if you want to look at how this is going to put a strain on counties, I've given you Anne Arundel County for an example, but I want you all in Baltimore County to think about your taxpayers who are going to be responsible for $10.3 million. I want you to think about Baltimore City that's going to be responsible for $8.8 million. I want to also mention Montgomery County, which is going to be responsible for $20 million. So this is going to put a strain on all counties across the state of Maryland, and this is going to be on the backs of your constituents. Thank you.
Madam Speaker?
Yes, go ahead.
Thank you, but I think that you misspoke. These are county employees, and the state has been doing it in the past. We can't afford to do it this year. Your amendment does not restore this cut. So you're making a cut to the budget, and you don't restore it. So I ask the body to resist the amendment.
Madam Speaker, briefly.
Yes, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Taxes are taxes are taxes are taxes. Money is all green, and this is another example of it. $20 million Montgomery County is going to have to pay. Do they got the extra 20? Nope. This is not a cut. This is a shift in taxes from one element from the state to the counties. And so all your counties can raise taxes, and we just did the amendment that will allow them to raise it from 3.2 to 3.3. It's almost like it's a puzzle all coming together. And the end result, the end picture at the end of the puzzle is everybody pays more to have the same thing we had last year. Everybody pays more, because if you shift these pension costs and call it a cut, now I've heard an awful lot about Washington, D.C. and the current administration, and they're shifting things to the states, and they're saying, we're not going to pay that anymore. I've heard our friend, the Senate president across the hall, and the governor upstairs say that they're very, very worried that individuals in Washington, D.C. will stop what I think is a very generous Medicaid formula. Many of the aspects of Medicaid, the federal government says we pay 90% and you pay 10%. And I know that there are going to be people in this room, and I don't disagree with them about the implications, but I ask for logical consistency, who are going to howl bloody murder if that formula changes from 90-10 to 85-15 or 80-20 or 65-35 or whatever it is, because it's going to send it all back to us. And they're going to go, well, now we have to raise taxes on all of our people because the federal government isn't going to raise any more taxes or isn't going to do any more deficit spending for Medicaid. You're doing the exact same thing to the counties, and we all represent the same people. The people that we represent really don't care if they have to pay more money to Howard County's government, or they have to pay money to the Comptroller of Maryland, or they have to pay money to the IRS down in D.C. They just care that government keeps costing them more and more and more, and there's no end to it. And what the good gentlelady from Anne Arundel County is trying to do is to point that out and to say this isn't a cut. This is just pushing more taxes onto your constituents. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Madam Speaker.
Leader? Yes.
Thank you to the minority leader. But I want to remind the body this is a benefit we've been providing, and it is a shift. It is a cost shift in a difficult year. I ask you to reject the amendment.
Madam Speaker?
Yes.
And I appreciate the gentlelady's responses, but this is certainly not a benefit, okay? This is not a benefit at the local level. Think about the responsibility that this is going to put on our counties, okay? How are we going to raise these funds? We're going to raise these funds through property taxes. We're going to have to reallocate funds. There are going to have to be major shifts for us to do this. And why is it now being done at the county level? Because of the fiscal irresponsibility at the state level. So let me just say this really quickly because I want to wrap up. You know, when I was growing up, I grew up in a single family home in low income housing, and one of my mom's favorite sayings was make it enough. Okay? When she sent me to the corner store with $5, I had to figure out how to make it enough. And we've gotten to the point in this state where we are not practicing enough fiscal responsibility, where we're really practicing how to make it enough, so that way we are not making people suffer for the consequences of our actions. So I'm asking you now to please just consider these amendments, because we have put amendments on the table that could potentially save Marylanders $1.6 billion, and you all have pretty much just rejected all of them. Okay, we're all suffering as a result of the decisions that are being made here in this body. So I'm asking you all to please consider this amendment, because we want to save tax dollars here in the state of Maryland for once. Thank you.
Question for the House is the adoption of the amendment. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed? Clerk will call the roll.
Madam Speaker.
Has everyone recorded their vote? Clerk will take the call. There being 92 votes in the negative, the amendment fails.
Madam Speaker,
Yes.
I have an amendment at the desk. It's amendment number 623421/1.
Amendment number 1.
So much be considered the reading of the amendment.
So ordered.
Thank you. Colleagues, how many of you have created a special college fund for your children? We value education, so our family set one up. However, even working 2 jobs, my husband and I, when that mortgage payment is due, and even when our property taxes have gone up 30%, as well as energy costs, food costs, healthcare costs, as well as everything else, and even then they all go up, we still have to pay for the home that we live in. So sometimes we have to make the difficult decision to pause the amount that we are able to put in their college fund in order to make the mortgage and keep our house. We know the benefits of good education, and we want to be able to help pay for it so our kids don't go into a significant amount of debt. But we don't want to lose our house because of it. We are losing the foundations of our school system. They are changing into something we do not recognize, and some may say that's the goal. However, I'm sure class sizes of 35 to 40 and cutting essential programs for our counties are not good changes. And if we continue down this path, as well as pushing so many costs back to our counties, to say that we have a balanced budget, after this fiscal year, there will be changes that will be very difficult to walk back on. So we need a pause now. And that's what this amendment does. It pauses the blueprint at current levels, and it does allow for inflationary increases, so we can take the needed time to reevaluate a plan that was started almost a decade ago pre-COVID. And the minority party has offered many good bills this session to make the needed adjustments to blueprint, as has PZAM. They were behind a very large bill. And being honest, they just didn't make it out of committee. The fiscal savings for the next 3 years, estimated by DLS, reach into the billions of dollars. There's a lot about the blueprint that works well. There are parts that we are still not sure what the impact will be on our school systems. One of the things that was working well was paying for dual enrollment, saving families thousands and thousands of the cost of a college education. Not just saving money, but saving time that students were in school, accelerating the degree process. And isn't that the goal of the blueprint? For students to be successful, whether they choose college or career. That's the ultimate goal. These students were incredibly successful, many of them going to college for the first time. And so what did we do? We cut it back. We capped it just last year, House Bill 1426. And as a Democrat senator said to me, saving families money was not the goal of the blueprint or of the program. What? This was an incredibly successful program. So it saved our families money. And it was a successful outcome of the blueprint, but we cut it. And you know why? We could not afford it. So they just released the impact of the minimum school funding at the last AIB meeting. And we are just now learning about how that current funding model will impact our school systems. Just now, literally last week. I've been asking for the numbers since last June, and we just got them. They even have now set up a system for waivers. They know there are going to be issues. This amendment is kind of our waiver. It's our pause to make certain that the path that we are on is the best one. We have got to get this right. It also allows the Blueprint Fund to build back up. Equity funding can also be done at the local level. My county did it well before Blueprint. And we do need to allow school systems more flexibility. And lastly, as we have heard multiple times over the last weeks, we are not sure what will happen at the federal level. And that is especially true in education. There may be changes to federal funding levels. The Department of Education is going to change. Some programs will be absorbed into other departments, some may not. We need this pause to be able to respond to possible budget shortfalls in federal education funds. Madam Speaker, I move the amendment.
Floor leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I also want to say thank you to my friend for the amendment. I know you do care personally very much about our education delivery here. I must ask the body to resist this amendment for two key reasons. Number one, Blueprint funds are special funds, which means that not paying into this does not affect our structural deficit in a helpful way. So that's one thing this amendment does not do. But additionally, what this amendment does not do is pause the policy requirements for our counties in the city of Baltimore to still implement the blueprint. So what essentially this amendment would do is create an unfunded mandate, because the state would not be giving those contributions to the county, the counties of the state. And so that means you still have to pay for the dual enrollment fees. You're still going to have to pay for bonuses for teachers. And so it really does not achieve what I think was maybe possibly intended. And so for those reasons, I would ask the body to resist this amendment. Thank you.
Madam Speaker.
Yes.
So I would agree to disagree, or maybe I'll just disagree. The amendment does pause it, and what it does is it keeps funding at current levels. And we also have a pause in 504 with the collaborative time being paused in the year, so they go hand in hand. There's also in an amendment that was previously done where we did push back on the Coordinated Support Consortium to push that back into 504, and that money has actually been totally stripped from this BRFA. I'm not sure where it is, but we are working on plans to solve it. So a pause would go hand in hand with what we are doing with 504 and let that continue to be funded at an inflationary level for our school systems and work as simultaneously with 504 to make the changes that are needed for the pause. So I do respectfully disagree, and as DLS did as well, because they gave us many years of savings year after year on what this impact will do.
Thank you for that. I do want to reiterate that this amendment does not reduce our deficit, but it does impose more obligations on our counties. And so for that reason, I encourage everyone to vote red on this amendment.
Question for the House is the adoption of the amendment. All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? No. Roll call. Clerk will take the call.
Madam Speaker.
Has everyone recorded their vote? Clerk will take the call. There being 91 votes in the negative, the amendment fails. Are there any additional amendments to the bill or to its title? You have an additional amendment.
Yes, ma'am. Madam Speaker, I have an amendment at the desk. Amendment 643827.
Amendment number 1.
Move so much be considered the reading of the amendment.
So ordered.
So this amendment would eliminate the NAICS code 5415. Doesn't mean a whole lot to some, but this applies to the tech tax. So we found out eventually what the majority of this chamber wanted to tax, and they landed on the tech tax. And I had the luxury of attending the press conference, and there were many questions asked. Well, what's in that tech tax? Does that include cell phone bills? Does that include, and there wasn't a whole lot of answers, but here's what I do know, is that NAICS code 5415 includes a lot. IT services, payroll, internet service, VoIP. So I think it's fair to say that would probably include every business in the state of Maryland. So that's very creative. Instead of doing a B2B 2.5% or a B2B 1.5% or some combination thereof, they just did the tech tax. And now all these things that nearly every single business in our state, from the mom and pop to the McCormick and Schmitz, all use these services. And it's a problem. So what this clarity amendment does is it pulls out 5415 out of the tech tax so that we are not taxing our business, our private sector, our job creators, the engine that hopefully one day will prevent us from having another deficit, right? We need to grow the private sector. You heard the governor talk about it. I'll tell you this amendment would help the governor because he made it a point that we wanted to grow this industry. This tax goes against that goal. And so for those reasons, I move this amendment. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Floor leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Well, colleagues, there was just mention about cell phones. I just want to set the record straight. Tech tax does not impact cell phones. Actually, cell phones are taxed under a different regime currently. But I'll just remind the body that we are in good company with what we are doing with this tech tax. 17 states plus DC, including our neighbors in West Virginia and Pennsylvania, are taxing exactly the kind of technology services that are captured under NAICS code 5415. So we're in very good company on that front. And also just, I realize the hour is growing late. I'll just share some information that comes from the right-leaning tax foundation in regards to these kinds of sales taxes, and that they note that, quote, taxes on consumption do less to distort economic decision-making, do less to reduce investment levels and labor force participation, and are less likely to adversely affect interstate migration. This holds true not just in the realm of an ideal consumption tax, but more importantly, in the real-world case of the sales tax as it exists in the United States. So for these reasons, I would urge the body to reject this amendment.
Madam Speaker.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. So just to put some names with it, Leidos, Holdings Inc., Alphabet Inc., Dynacorp, Tata, Accenture. I have a list here of almost 90,000 jobs that this tax would apply to. Total firms, nearly 12,000. These are big numbers. I mean, it's creative. We're going to do the small tax. It's a balanced approach. We're just going to tax this one little area, but it covers everything. It covers everything. There is not a business in your district that this tax will not be applied against. And I think it goes against our best interest to be going after the very industry that we're trying to attract. We all know that had we had a more robust private sector, we would not have the hole that this chamber is